I try not to put notes like this at the start of an audio version of one of my stories. But you are about to listen to the story of David Levin, a man who only longs for a sense of normalcy in a world barreling straight toward self-destruction, and how this longing leads to the slow deterioration of his mind as he contrasts the peace of a world he knew with the terror and atrocities of the resource wars prior to the bombs, and more particularly, the Canadian Annexation. This all said, I should mention that this is probably my most graphic and explicit story. I feel it only necessary to say this because, for those unfamiliar with my other works, I do not always write this way. Also, given the way I wrote this, it will cover themes. It will cover themes that some viewers may find quite disturbing. I mention in the story itself on the site in the description, this is my most personal story in some ways, and it will always be my story that will never be, quote, officially done. Because of this story, its style, and how much I had invested into this story mentally over the years, I also felt the need to incorporate artwork depicting an accurate picture of David's mental state. That said, some of the artwork will portray certain graphic scenes of violence and allusions to intimate acts. Per YouTube content policy, I am to give adequate warning before the portrayal of such content and inform the viewer/listener that all the appropriate areas of said artwork are blurred or covered, and the use of said artwork is intended only for accurate artistic portrayal of what the character had in mind during the events of the story, as well as artistic expression. If you are not 18, click off the video now. Lastly, I made extremely minimal edits to the audio since I am experimenting with a new method of bulk editing the audio, so there are going to be some mispronounced words scattered throughout that I simply wasn't able to catch, and the occasional pacing problem. Bottom line, let me know what you think overall, since this new method just might allow me to release whole stories far faster than I normally do. P.S. I tried to put the artwork in chronological order, but I did not implement them in conjunction with what is being read by the narrator as I normally try to do, so don't be surprised if the artwork depicted has nothing to do with the chapter content. I am nowhere near done with the art for this story, but still wanted to release all of what I have so far for those who've read the story on the site. Oh, also, thanks so much to my brother for listening to this and giving this story the green light. It meant the world that you listened to this, liked it, and weren't too disturbed by the content. Now, without any further ado, thank you so much for reading/listening, and here is the story. David Levin, Forever and Always, by Interfectorum. The darkness and ashes of the old world surround me. There is no light in this place. There is no drive anymore. God has been playing games with my life for as long as I can remember. History crept up behind me and stabbed me in the back when I believed I was given a second chance. I cannot die now, so now I must live with all I've done and the spirits of everyone I've wronged. Chapter 1. David Levin. The farthest back I can truly and distinctly remember was when I was 7 years old on a summer day in 2057. I was at the DC Mall for the first time with my parents. The sky was clear on that day and the air was so pure all throughout the capital. From the foot of the Lincoln Memorial, we stood and looked up at the colossal man in his chair, although my fascination was with that tower beyond the reflecting pools called the Washington Monument. Dad put his hand on my shoulder and said, "All these monuments, all of them represent something truly fantastic. All these memorials symbolize someone who made tremendous sacrifices to make this country what it is today." I remember saying in a boyish and snide way, "I know, Dad. I learned all this in history class." He looked back at me as Mom took pictures of the memorial. "Someday you too will do great things." He gave a pause and added, "Each one of these men has lost a bit of themselves in the process, but it was all for the good of the nation." He stopped again to see that I was more focused on when we would go home. But I remember him finishing, "Just remember that, David." I looked at the Washington Monument in the mirror of the reflecting pools, still not able to appreciate what my father said as I looked at the simple structure. Thinking about it now, I still don't really know how to appreciate what Dad was trying to tell me. But at the time, I was just so innocent. I was any other kid. I had no idea how the world worked and what was in store for it. Life was incredible, but nobody in the world knew how to appreciate it. I'm not sure why that memory in the DC Mall always stuck with me. Age 18. August 2067. We were in a plane on its way to the U.S. airfield 10 miles outside Montreal. The plane ride was fairly short due to Montreal's proximity to the East Coast. The platoon I was assigned in basic was paired with 4 others from the Boston and New York area in a cramped cargo plane for a total of 218 troops. I was actually very happy that they kept training platoons together. The military tried to stick to the idea of train together, fight together, die together, so I had at least some ease of mind. Knowing where I was going was made slightly less terrifying by the fact that I was with at least 50 guys I spent the last 8 weeks with. Crossing over the Canadian border, I looked out the side window. High above the earth, the ground started to look dead. Flying low from only 2,000 feet above the surface, the ground was turning into ash, and the full trees began to turn ever more twisted and black the closer we got to Montreal. We began to descend. As the plane veered in a different direction, I saw in the distance the outskirts of a torn city. I looked below us as the plane lowered further and saw several dozen army tents around the airbase. The plane rattled as we landed, then the cargo door opened, and we were greeted with a thick layer of smoke in the air. When I stepped out onto the asphalt of the runway, I heard a succession of booms from artillery. I looked around. All the trees around us were charred or burning, and there was a tall layer of black smoke coming up from Montreal. The smoke layer was so thick that most of us were coughing away, and I remember wondering if we nuked the place, but no. I'm not an atmospheric scientist, but something we did incinerated the woods around the city and caused the air to turn toxic. Maybe it was the weeks of non-stop napalm bombardments. Or maybe it was the Canadian chemical weapons that turned the foliage into blackened nightmarish entanglements emitting toxicity. All I knew was that I couldn't breathe, and I donned my gas mask as quickly as I could. Just then, the captain of our company formed us up with the other 4 companies that disembarked or were on standby at the airfield. The commanders spoke to the airbase leaders for a long time, while the masked gaggle talked with their comrades about that big nightmare we knew we were going toward. After waiting around and adapting to life in a gas mask for a military amount of time, all the platoons boarded trucks to the Montreal line. We sat in the bed of each truck with 10 other men. Some of the guys took the moment to put their masks on if they hadn't already as the truck started to move. I breathed heavily through my mask and took in the scenery. I looked across the bed of the truck at the guys I oversaw. All of them wore their respirators, and looked around the toxic war zone so alien to anything we had seen growing up spoiled by peace. I had just begun counting the booms of artillery when Savarin said to me, "How you holding up, Levin?" I tightened the helmet around my head and replied, "Good, good. A bit nervous, though." He let out a nervous laugh muffled by the respirator. "Same here, man. I got chills just stepping off that plane." I thought about the burning city that drew nearer. Then I thought about Savannah while I counted the booms of artillery again. I counted to myself 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Then I said to him, "How many of them do you think are holed up in Montreal?" "People?" he asked. I said, "No, the enemy." He shouted over the wind and truck engine, "Well, from what I heard, everyone is an enemy." I heard from some guys on the plane who were pulled out of Quebec and Toronto. The folks there are putting up a tough resistance. They say that everyone not in a U.S. uniform are considered hostiles. I recalled overhearing the same conversation on the plane and said, "I heard. I just wonder if Montreal will be the same." The truck rolled in the convoy down a wrecked, broken highway surrounded by the apocalyptic-looking landscape toward the Army siege line. The boom of American artillery grew louder and louder, and the smoke in the air grew thicker. Finally, we reached the main highway into Montreal, but we pulled off into one of many camps. When I stepped out of the truck, I looked toward Montreal. The wrecked city looked much closer then. The first skyscrapers of downtown were only a few miles away, but the scene around us had its own ominous image. Hundreds of soldiers patrolled the perimeter of the siege line, and many more sat in the trenches. Still, a layer of barbed wire and tank traps filled the outskirts of the line beneath a thick haze. The artillery was deafening at that spot in the line, and looking at the closest row of staggered howitzers made me shudder. Each recoiling barrel was followed by thunder and great bursts of smoke, and the ensuing flashes in the city marked death for anything in the blast area. The designated captain of our company jumped off his truck with his staff and yelled between the artillery blasts, "Form up!" We all got in our respective platoons. The other companies did the same. We marched along the dirt, mud, and ash roads following our company commander as everyone's eyes were transfixed on the scene from hell around us. The commander led us to a makeshift amphitheater in the middle of the base's command district. The acoustic shell behind the tiny stage was made of a crashed Canadian bomber, making the whole thing look like we were about to watch a sinister opera. We all took our seats in the fold-out chairs. We must have been really close to another artillery position then, because every time one of those guns went off, there would be a sharp ringing in my ears. Once the rest of the masked group sat down, Colonel Dawson came on the microphone. He stood up there in full kit, minus a helmet and gas mask, opening up with, "Good afternoon, gentlemen." We all yelled back, "Good afternoon, sir." And he continued, "All right, gentlemen, welcome to Montreal. Since most of you just got out of basic training and came straight to a goddamned war zone, I'll give you the sweep of what's going down. Welcome to the 98th Infantry Division." Our new colonel went on, but I felt my eyes drift away from the officer and towards two other soldiers leaning casually on heavy machine guns atop the stage behind. More artillery boomed nearby, and I watched them lower their masks to begin smoking cigarettes, laughing about something in full view of us new arrivals as if everything I learned about customs in Basic or Swiss, what little that was, simply didn't apply to us here. "We have been holding the siege since May of this year, so let me cut to the part you all want to hear. There are a few ground rules we gotta run down before you kids join us on the Canadian front." The man paused as if he knew by instinct, and immediately, the row of howitzers, hidden behind some nearby earthworks, thundered, one after another for almost a minute straight, every second offering the echo of the cracking explosion and the vibration of the air, until they fell completely silent, only to be replaced by other lines of guns further down the line going off. The ringing went on, and the colonel grew a clearly visible smile as he scanned the crowd. I felt my skin crawl as the smell of sulfurous odor of gunpowder, poisonous chemicals, and muddy earth wafted over us. The commander resumed his speech as the ringing subsided, and my eyes went to the line of soldiers walking down the road past us in their gas masks. As I returned the mask to my face, I thought of the image of barbed wire lanes funneling soldiers to sectors, the mud trenches, the sea of men in green wearing their masks in the mud of the line. Then, one of the nearby howitzers fired again, and I thought of that poisonous smell as the image of that ruined concrete nightmare took shape in my mind as I heard the last words of the colonel's address. "And so, in a week's time, we will begin the assault on Montreal. Congratulations, boys, you arrived just in time to kick some Canadian ass. Can I get a hooah?" Instinctively, we all yelled, "Hooah!" But our cheer was an empty one. None of us wanted to go near that smoking carcass of a city under continuous shelling in the distance. That first day, all 5 platoons that were on that plane or at the airfield integrated into the 2nd Battalion, 160th Regiment of the 98th Infantry Division, according to Colonel Dawson. The battalion took up its residence in one of the underground bunkers on the 98th end of the line. I learned that the 124th ID and 109th ID were also encamped around this region, and I almost couldn't believe the scale of this war. After almost 2 years of seeing the war from afar, watching our forces gallantly battle the Reds in Alaska, I was on the newest front of this war for our nation. Our loving neighbors had turned out not to be so loving, and the scene around a formerly prosperous city like Montreal was something horrifyingly unexpected. There were so many of us just surrounding this one city, and it was very clear that Uncle Sam was dead serious about wiping out Montreal. Since Toronto and Quebec City only recently fell after the US stormed across the northern border, this place was one of the last holdouts of officially Canadian cities. If what I'd seen since stepping off that plane was any indication of what was to come, I only wish I was more mentally ready. So, me and 218 men in our new battalion, most of whom were fresh out of our basic training, lived in a big open bunker that was about 2 acres large. Sleeping on the cot and packed like sardines, I counted the steady rumble of artillery as I fell asleep that first night, thinking about why I was here, and about her. Chapter 2. I wasn't always this way. I wasn't always this way. At the start of my story, I mentioned that memory of DC, my home city, and how my dad said I'd do great things. As great a man as my father was, he was utterly wrong about that. With my entry into the war described previously, I thought I was following in my father's example only to learn that service and glory are ended in an instant, when you live in a world that abandoned any claims on what's right after the front lines are established. It wasn't always that way, though. Before the wars came, and before learning how horrible of a person I am, I had to talk about why being stuck in an inescapable and terrible situation can be made worse by the rosy memories from a person or way of life that'll never again be attainable. Before my life in the wars, and before losing who I was, I grew up with a normal childhood, spoiled by peace, prosperity, and an idiotic sense of optimism. Even some of your more pessimistic moments aren't actually that when compared with what was to come. In any event, I suppose for my story to make sense, I have to go back again. Not as far back as my younger days, but as far as the moment I set myself on the course that led to a life tormented by hate, death, regret, and her face forever haunting my being. Age 15, 2064. Growing up, I was anything but extraordinary, and so the first act of my life was simply about existing. Years before, there I sat in the lunchroom with my only 3 friends as a freshman in high school. Roger, Kevin, Brandon, and I were the kids that nobody really talked to or even noticed. We were the other guys. We were the teenagers who were a form of background for the stereotypical high school scene. Nothing exciting ever really happened with us, and we were outcasted by the popular kids for whatever reason. Still, though, we were all somewhat good friends for what it was worth. I only mention all this in order to paint a picture of what exactly happened to me. The big problems for a middle-class teenager with all he could really want in the world was nothing compared to the life and hardships that eventually consumed my own world. So, I lived day to day accompanied by my friends in the bizarre world of American high school and oblivious to the future. Roger was a big-boned kid, and not much to look at. He was the victim in our friendship. We would always give him crap about things he did or how he behaved around other people. He was our collective punching bag, and appeared to dress the part as well. He wore glasses, had a nearly shaved head, and wore plaid shirts. In other words, he dressed like a typical geek, and wore a different colored pair of socks every day that usually stretched up to his knees, only asking for people to beat him up. However, he was relatively safe from others, despite the target he seemed to dress as. I supposed at the time, people just felt bad for the guy. Despite his looks stereotypically, he completely sucked in school and made mostly DS, or in the best cases, CS. We hung out with him, or rather, he hung out with us simply because he was nearby. Almost like a stray pup following people from a distance. He just became a regular around us. Second, we had Kevin. I didn't know where to begin about Kevin. Long black hair that hung over his eyes, a slim build, black t-shirts, and dark blue jeans. That honestly just about summed him up. He had an ego that was larger than the universe despite his lack of skills in almost everything. He pissed me and nearly everyone off because he always played pranks and was totally obsessed with himself. He always talked about himself in the third person like an egotistical moron. That moronic and self-congratulating attitude tended to land him in a lot of trouble. In those cases, he retreated back to his band of other rejects and found comfort in numbers. Then there was Brandon. Brandon was probably the most normal of us all. The reason he hung out with us was because he was just socially awkward. He sometimes stuttered and had a bad habit of making a fool of himself only when everyone was watching. I liked to hang out with him the most because he was the most down-to-earth in our group. Finally, there was me. It is hard to explain oneself, but some words to describe me have been quiet, calm, smart, strange, buzzkill, normal-ish, and who? Nobody paid any real attention to us. Like I said, we were the background for the stereotypical high school scene. I think I painted a clear picture, but just imagine what your high school was like. And this was exactly it. Put another way, if they were to make a teen drama or some other bullshit about our school, my friends and I would have been nameless extras who get replaced by hired actors after taking too much notice of the cameras. Anyway, I worked out regularly with Brandon and kept good grades throughout school, but I had never been really popular or noticeable in any real way, until what I was about to describe. We sat at our own lunch table every day, just the 4 of us. We would get the occasional visitor who was outcasted from his group of friends for doing something wrong. The next day they would be back with them, leaving us 4 alone to our rambling about stupid school stuff. One day in April, we sat in the lunchroom and talked. "Damn it, this food sucks," said Roger. We were startled by the outburst, and I said, "Is that news to you, Roger?" He said, "No, but it just sucks." Why can't they get us better stuff? Nobody answered because we just learned to deal with things like that. That was the kind of thing that would happen almost daily. Brandon would then say something along the lines of, "You ready for the math test, Kevin?" To which Kevin would respond, "Me? Of course I am. I kick ass in math." He sucked at math, but that was also a natural thing with Kevin. Anyway, during that particular day in late April, I looked across the lunchroom over at one of the popular girls' tables for a split second just to have a look at her. It disgusts me to even write this scene out, but when I saw her, nothing could ever stop my heart like she did. When I looked back at my friends, they had their eyes on me in stupid, smug grins. I asked, "What?" They all stared with that look on their faces except Brandon. Kevin said, "We saw you eyeing her again." I said, frustrated, "So what? I can't even look at girls without you dumbasses pouncing on me?" Kevin replies, "Not girls, girls, Savannah Andres. We all know she gets your pants stirring. Prospect that could never be, huh?" I remained silent, waiting for the autistic part from Kevin. Besides, she is totally obsessed with me anyway. Kevin is far too awesome. There it was. I replied calmly with the twitch I get when one of them is making me frustrated. "Since when, Kevin?" She has never said more than, "Could you please get out of my way? You always try that stupid move where you block her path in the hallway, only so she can shoo you away. Also, you wouldn't be sitting with us if you were that awesome." He said, "She gives me signs? Oh, yeah." "Like what?" I shouted in angry curiosity. He paused and his eyes darted from side to side. "I can't think of any right now, but I will." It was like that all the time. I would ask him to prove something and he never would. He said he would get back to me, but always seemed to conveniently forget the entire incident. "Yeah, whatever." I ended the pointless argument. Roger and Brandon were sitting there just watching us bicker back and forth about how Kevin wasn't the stud he said he was. I looked over at Savannah again, knowingly this time. She glanced over in my direction, but could have been looking at literally anything. Then she looked away. After looking away, I thought how awesome it would be if she was trying to see me. As soon as I realized how unlikely that was, the incident happened. Just then, I was in a headlock. Scott Hansen had me in a headlock and said, "What are you and your faggot friends doing, huh?" Kevin said, "Kevin ain't no." But Kevin was immediately interrupted by a sharp, "Shut up, queer," from Scott. I bit into Scott's arm, he released his grip, and I stood up. I pushed him into the wall, and he smacked my hand away. I yelled at him with some anger I didn't even think I had. "Fuck you, Scott. You want to fight like men? Or you want to keep getting me off guard like a fucking coward?" We stood staring at each other with intense anger in both our eyes. He scoffed and asked, "What? Want to meet in the parking lot to settle this once and for all? Ha ha ha." I said very angrily, but strangely interested in his sarcastic proposal, "Okay, let's do it. Friday in the parking lot after school." He let out a laugh and said, "You've got to be kidding me?" I said something that would have gotten me expelled if I had said it to literally anyone else. I said, "You touched me before then and I'm gonna go home, get my dad's gun, and fucking..." A look of shock appeared in my tormentor's eyes as I continued. "I swear to you that I'll blow your fucking head off in the middle of this cafeteria." He stared into my eyes, dumbfounded when he saw my psychotic gaze. Then he said calmly, "Fine then, you and me on Friday. See you then. Pussy." He spit on me and walked out. The lunchroom was completely silent. A guy who hadn't been noticed by really anyone in all my years of school, and nearly the entire first year of high school, had just drawn the attention of everyone. I was more expecting to fight right there, and was surprised he agreed to wait till Friday. Then I remembered that I threatened to murder him and sat down at the table. Sitting down, I thought to myself, I didn't know why Scott hated me. One day, out of the blue, he just started being a jerk towards Kevin, which was pretty understandable. When Kevin retreated to the safety of me, Brandon, and even Roger, he backed off but made an odd sort of eye contact with me. Over the past few days, I had been harassed by him enough to be in the current situation. Still staring at the food on my plate, I snapped myself out of the trance and noticed my friends and the rest of the lunchroom were still staring at me. Fully aware of my surroundings, I refused to look up. Lunch eventually ended, and I went through the rest of the day getting strange looks in the hallway until the bell rang. I took the bus ride home in complete silence. On the bus, everybody was dumbly asking me about why I challenged Scott to such a bizarrely typical fight. I just thanked God that nobody was close enough to hear me threaten him. Immediately, when I got off at my bus stop, I walked through the quiet streets of Georgetown. By 3 o'clock, I got home. I barged through the door, and my mom asked, "How was school?" Like she always did, but I ignored her and slammed the door to my room. I didn't bother with my homework. I was too upset with what happened at school. I lay there on my bed, looking up at the ceiling, just thinking. At 5 o'clock, I went into the bathroom, plugged in the electric razor, and gave myself a personal haircut. I don't know what on earth possessed me to do that. When I finally went downstairs for dinner, my dad asked, "Where did you get the haircut?" My hair was very short on the sides, short on the top, and spiked up front. I said, "Don't worry about it. I like it this way." I really did, and briefly admired my own miraculously acquired barber skills in my silverware. He and Mom looked at me puzzled for a while. We finished eating, and they didn't see me in the morning that Thursday. On Thursday, I avoided my friends and thought about my fight the next day. Thursday was normally my day to go to the gym with Brandon, but I completely skipped out on that. Instead, I went up to my room and repeated yesterday's routine minus the haircut. On Friday, I arrived at school. The entire day, people gave me the "you're screwed" look. Apparently, Scott told just about everyone what he was going to do to me, and so I was fairly ready to die. Finally, at the end of the day, I stepped out those doors, and standing in the thinning parking lot was a big crowd of teens. There in the middle, Scott stood. The people formed a large circle and watched me approach my supposed death sentence. It was like out of one of those awful teen dramas, or a stereotype of a grade school fight. Like I said, almost anyone who'd ever been to an American high school, or watched a show about one, can easily visualize this scene I was in. I reached the center of the crowd where I saw the bully I threatened to murder. Scott wore black shorts, a black sleeveless shirt, and a grin that said once again, "You're screwed." As I approached, I looked around the circle at all the spectators. The key people I care to mention were Kevin, who was brushing the hair out of his eyes trying to capture the whole scene. Roger stood there stupidly biting his nails out of either OCD-like habit or nervous anticipation. Then there were Savannah's friends, the blonde one and the black-haired one. It's been a long time, and I don't really remember or care enough to remember their names. The teen crowd was placing bets on who would win, and the few people who placed money on me were laughed at. Scott approached and stood less than a foot from me. He got up closer and said, "You ready to die? Nobody threatens me and walks away." I looked at the ground momentarily and then kneed him in the nuts. The crowd gasped as he dropped to his knees. From there, I punched him in the face really hard and he fell back onto his arm. Initially, I believed I won right there, but he got up and swung his heavy fist at my face. I miraculously ducked and he missed. He swung again and hit me in the gut, knocking the wind out of me. I looked up from my pain. His fist flew at my face and I was hit in the left eye. I didn't fall back, but I was disoriented as my left vision went slightly blurry. I fell onto one knee and looked at my own fists that hurt. I received an adrenaline rush and charged Scott. He hit me in the arm sharply, but I tackled him to the ground. The crowd gasped again, and the weight of my body pinned him to the ground while I pounded his face. He yelled in horror and pain the whole time while I delivered punch after punch to his stupid fucking face. Blood started to rise out his mouth, but I kept hitting him over and over again. I pulled on the collar of his shirt, head-butted him, and he was unconscious. I got up, still wired, upset, angry, sad, lost, and filled with rage. I gave a hard kick to the ribs of the unconscious body. Didn't feel like that was enough, and gave him 2 more. After spitting on his chest in the same place he did to me, my blurry red vision lightened around the edges and I saw the others. I looked around at each face in the crowd as my mind leveled itself out, still dazed and disoriented. All the people were wide-eyed. I looked over at Kevin and Roger. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were big as saucers. The same look was on the faces of Savannah's friends. I walked toward the 2 girls, neglecting my friends, and they parted, making a way out of the circle. I walked through them, and everyone was silent without a word to be said. Fair word of warning, the chapters set during the school days will be a tad on the cliché side. I do that for a reason that may become apparent. Just felt that would be fair to point that out. No need to review about that, I'm aware. Chapter 3. What's to come? I can't say for certain how I acquired that rage in me. Like I said, I was just a nobody in school who had been labeled an outcast for whatever reason. Nothing was particularly wrong with me, but as an outcast in high school who wasn't noticed by anyone, I certainly made a name for myself in that fight seen by the whole school. leaving everyone speechless after what I did to Scott and what that incident later led to. I still think about that with pride and thankfulness. I sometimes recall those first days in the war and that first fight. Comparing what you thought was bad with something you know is bad is something I do often. With that first fight I know led to something good, I remember thinking about how that first fight in Canada might lead to something good as well. However, the circumstances around that first time near Montreal had a completely different tone that I knew in my heart would lead to more bad. Age 18, August 2067. We fresh troops adjusted the best we could to the life of a U.S. soldier besieging a first world city, and carried our rifles with us all the time, always wearing our combat gear during the day, and even to sleep. The Canadian artillery grew more and more fierce over the days. The thump of our own guns was continuous, and the Canadian shells hit the siege line constantly. Every day, my squad would patrol the burnt forest to the west, going toward the river. On my fourth day in the Montreal region, something bad happened. I led my squad through the woods along the normal patrol route. I wore my gas mask there, especially because the thick forest still burned and released a ferocious gas and smoke fume. I looked back at my men who all looked the same, without a real identifiable distinction, and carried their guns lowered. Suddenly, a branch fell in the distance, and I raised my R91. Then I held up my fist for my guys to halt. The faint boom of the artillery grew in the distance, and the smoke layer in the forest became thicker. I asked our medic, Quinn Andrews, identified only by the red cross patch on his arm plates, "Did you see anything?" he asked in a hushed tone. "Like what?" I told him that branch fell in the distance. Was wondering if you saw anything. He looked around the forest, and our guys got into a crouched position. He whispered, "I think you're just being paranoid. We're too close to the line anyway." Just then, a jet flew overhead. It sounded so loud I couldn't hear anything else, and the rumble sent a vibrating wave through my bones. When it passed, I looked back at my squad. Peddler was on the ground dead with a bullet hole through the right lens of his mask. I immediately yelled to my guys, "Get down!" And another shot was fired. Miller screamed. We were all covered by a burnt log, so the sniper couldn't see us. I crawled along the forest floor over to Miller, while my other friends dragged the body of Peddler to our cover, and began uselessly checking for a pulse. Looking to Miller, the young man sobbed and choked on the tears that seemed to fill and fog the inside of his respirator. A bullet hit him between his shoulder guard. I panicked. I wasn't properly trained on anything my IFAC had for the situation, and I still had that sniper out there, so I said, "Andrews, see to him." Based on the blood, there was nothing we dumb assaultmen could do, and we were too green for any medical approach with that sniper out there. I was still processing the fact that Peddler was no longer with the living while Andrews was working on Miller, who was still bleeding heavily. My mind caught up to the present, and I turned my scrambling thoughts to what me and the rest of my boys got trained for. I looked over at my guys taking cover behind the trees and log, shouting with a voice I tried to keep calm, "Okay, guys, this sniper is pretty good. We gotta..." But then I am interrupted by Stiles. "Let's kill this fucker. Look what he did to Peddler." Mind-stirring, I had never been shot at, and who the hell decided to put me in charge? I scrambled to collect myself and shouted, "Hold up! Fucker has us pinned. Any move from any of us and we're dead. I'll see what I can do about it." I grabbed the radio off of Miller while being fixed up by Andrews. He had gone unconscious at that point, and everyone was calm, covered, and minds panicked, but calm and low. I turned the radio to our company's channel and said into it, "Hello?" forgetting the proper speech for military radio etiquette. Suddenly, I heard our company commander, Captain Morales, was on the other end. I said, "Captain, this is 3rd Company. 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad Leader, Corporal David Levin speaking." He heard the worry and panic in my voice and shouted, "What is it, soldier?" I said, "Mission Assignment India Sector, sweep through. Encountered enemy sniper. Request air support." He was less than happy on the other end and said, "Negative, Corporal. India is too close to Western Delta. Grow a pair of balls and take out that sniper by yourself." The radio went silent. I was fairly shocked that our commander told us to go fuck ourselves. So I conjured up a plan as fast as I could. I remembered that we were facing a largely ill-equipped militia force this close to our lines. The Canadian Regular Army was dug in around the city. That meant that this guy was probably not ready for an assault despite how fatal his first shot was. I said to Savarin, "Give me a smoke grenade." He tossed me one. I pulled the pins and chucked it in the direction of the sniper. Another shot rang out, but it hit nothing. The smoke cloud grew steadily but moved in the wind, and I ordered another one to be thrown to mix with the rising fumes of the scorched forest. Training spoke for me, and I told my squad, "Switch to thermal." I flipped the switch on the side of my gas mask, and my vision turned dark purple. I stood up and briefly saw the outline of a man, but he disappeared behind the trees. Savarin, our light machine gunner, released a spray of bullets from his position. After a few seconds of semi-accurate fire from the whole squad, Savarin said, "Got him." We all left our cover and cautiously approached the man, who took out Peddler and wounded Miller, leaving Andrews to his work. Walking forward, the breathing in my mask started to get more difficult, even after brushing the forest debris from the opening. I needed a new filter soon, since I could almost taste the toxic debris and fumes of the forest. We stumbled upon the dead body there in the middle of the woods. He lay there on his chest with a busted old hunting rifle in his right hand. Bullet holes from Savarin's light machine gun filled his back. I turned the man's body over. He was dead all right. He wore a breathing mask that covered his nose and mouth, and his eyes almost glowed red through the welding goggles around them. As I studied the body, I wondered how long the man had been waiting in the toxic forest, just to kill a stray American patrol, while the dark red blood pooled onto the ground around him. My guys then began to loot his body for intel or whatever. No folder of vital mission documents or maps of Canadian artillery positions. He had a wallet with a driver's license and 60 Canadian dollars. His name was Greg Feckmuller. We left the body there on the forest floor and headed back for our bunker, carting Miller to the nearest triage station and the body of Peddler. That day was August 2nd. The 5th would be when the Army launched the assault on Montreal. After that skirmish, and after our squad was relieved of duty, the shock of the day and the loss of nearly 2 of my boys stuck with me. Killed and wounded by a lone guy with a rifle and chemical equipment you could buy at any hardware store back home. I sat on my bedroll in the bunker, still shaken from everything that happened. The artillery continued to thump, and I wrote my first letter to Savannah by the lantern light. My first letter since leaving, basic and arriving in Montreal. Dear Savannah, I finished basic and combat training on July 22nd, but have still been unable to write to you. I am nearing the end of my first week here in the war zone of Montreal. I'm sure you've seen the place on TV. I'll try to say hello on one of the news cameras. Today, on August 2nd, 2067, I experienced my first taste of combat. I was scared. The sniper managed to injure my squad mates Lance Peddler and Barry Miller. Don't be scared for me, though. Nothing can stop me from getting home to you, so remember that. Captain Morales says we will try to take the city on the 5th. Hopefully this gets to you by then. Be praying for me in the next few days, and I will try to write to you the next time I can. Love you. Love, David Levin. I kept the true details of all that happened on the second out, but Miller got out of the medic unit the next day. Peddler's body was put in a box, and the next few days went by slowly. The bombardment by the Air Force was steadily getting even more intense over the following evenings, as the few days spent on the line never stopped shaking my nerves. And for good reason, too. I was on watch one day and saw Colonel Dawson giving his welcome speech to another new company when a Canadian shell hit near the platform he was standing on. The explosion killed 4 men in the audience, and the distant shockwave scattered more than a dozen others from their seats. Dawson was protected by the thick walls of the surrounding bomber structure, but the new troops got a real welcome to Canada. Chapter 4, the results, age 15, 2064. On my way home, I wiped the blood off my mouth and thought to myself as my body and mind leveled out from the fight. Those who bet on Scott winning sure were surprised when I kicked the fuck out of him. Mostly, I thought about Savannah and Brandon, the 2 people I cared to notice who weren't at the fight. Why hadn't they shown up? Just about everyone I'd ever seen in school was there. They didn't believe in me? I can excuse my crush not being there, but Brandon should have been there at least. Hell, Kevin and Roger showed up to the fight, and I briefly overheard those retards bet against me. Fuck them. The thoughts about the 2 not there occupied my mind for a while. Eventually, I didn't care where my friends were, present and betting against me, or somewhere else, and who knows why. Didn't matter. I finally found myself thinking almost solely about my crush. Why wasn't Savannah Andres there? Literally everyone else was? Those thoughts dwelled on me, and went in circle after circle the entire walk home. But then, as I went up the steps and put the key in the door, I realized something. Savannah must actually care about me. I'd long since disregarded Brandon, but Savannah didn't want to see me get hurt. Maybe I had literally nothing to base that conclusion on, but maybe was good enough for me. I ran in the door happier than ever, not caring about my cowardly friends. I was happy just naively believing that I had a crush who didn't want to see me get hurt. When Mom asked how school was, I said it was wonderful as I sprinted up the stairs. That night at the dinner table, there was a different mood. Dad eventually looked up from his plate to finally notice his son and said, "What happened to your goddamned face?" My old man studied my still-leaking face and bruised eye. I replied, "You know Scott, right?" He instantly snapped, "By God, if he beat you up, I'm going to go to his house and kill him myself." I cut him off. "No, Dad, it's not like that. I beat him up." Mom, who'd been unusually quiet and unobservant of my condition, put down her silverware in shock. After a short silence, Dad exclaimed, "Nice, son. How long did you get suspended for?" I told him giddily, "I didn't get suspended at all. It was after hours, and none of the staff saw what happened." That ended up being true. I faced no official repercussions for what happened with Scott, but school was about to change. Slightly, but different, nonetheless. That night I slept very satisfied, but the next Monday I was quite surprised. Over the weekend, I got some calls from people I've only seen before saying, "Good job." I knew Scott was a scumbag to everyone, but never thought people would look up my home phone number to thank me for knocking him down a peg. So, on that Monday, people looked at me in a new light, again thanking me in the halls, but at lunchtime, I still sat with my friends. Kevin and Roger sat quietly looking at me with confused expressions. I broke the awkward silence by nearly shouting, "What?" Then Kevin said inquisitively, "How on earth did you beat the shit out of Scott?" I looked at Roger and he was nodding his head, waiting for an answer. Brandon also looked at me with interest, and then I said, "I just want to know, why you two bet against me?" Kevin rolled his eyes and said, "Oh, simmer down. Everyone was thinking Scott would win. We weren't the only ones. Besides, I thought I could get an easy $30. If you look at Lewis over there, he threw down a shitload of cash on you and got over $200. You can see it in his shoes." Lewis walked by us wearing some posh-looking new shoes. He gave me a thumbs up and said, "You're the man, Dave." I wondered why Lewis said that before my first-hour class. I looked back at Kevin and warned, "Next time you two don't have my back, you will be where Scott was." Kevin rolled his eyes again, but Roger seemed to take the warning. Brandon was just silent like he mostly was. Then Roger recovered from his skittishness and threw in, "Anyway, I heard that Scott has 4 stitches in his face, 2 broken ribs, and a broken nose. You really did a number on him. Not to mention that he's probably got to go through puberty all over again after that knee to the balls." I learned not to care when he or Kevin were rambling on, so I looked over at Savannah from across the lunchroom, with my natural unconscious look of longing and dread. The 2 friends who were at the fight looked over at me. The blonde one turned around to point me out, but when she saw me looking their way, she immediately turned back. My friends were staring at me still, and I was tired of people watching me like a zoo animal when Kevin said, "Oh, that's right, Savannah. She has to go out with you now. You know, if she weren't so interested in Kevin himself." I disregarded his unfounded self-compliment and gave him a simple, "No, I wasn't going to make a move." I hated even talking about girls around my friends. At this point in my life, I had the naive belief that things sucked without a frame of reference. Still, I couldn't be the guy who goes around boasting about being in fights. I just wasn't that person, either physically or mentally. However, it was funny that he mentioned how Savannah would go for me, because that day I initiated something. I didn't know what it was, but it was something. Later on, I was walking through the halls on my way to the next class. I was looking at the ground as I usually do, and suddenly bumped into her. Literally. I looked up to see who I collided with, and there she was. I had only been that close to her maybe one other time. I still remember what she wore that day in late freshman year. She wore a black skirt, Converse, and a white t-shirt. She had a pretty yellow ribbon in her long brown hair, and 2 round earrings. I told her as one does when one accidentally invades one's personal space. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." She replied with a smile and said, "Don't worry about it, David. Say, I heard about your fight." I swallowed hard. thinking more about how a move that Kevin would have tried was accidentally working with me. I heard her statement in my mind again, and felt the appropriate thing to do would be to respond. "You did you? I saw your friends there. What? Nothing. What am I doing?" She smiled again. Well, thank goodness he got what he deserved. He's a real jerk. She paused for a moment, looking at me, and said, "Well, I'll see you around, David." Just like that, she walked away. I looked back at her and thought of her face and smile. Her voice repeated in my head over and over again, but I could only think of what she said at the start. "Don't worry about it, David." Oh my God, she knows my name. Was the only thing I could think. That shouldn't have been a surprise, considering most people in school at least heard of my name by this point. But that didn't matter. Kevin and Roger were over by their lockers watching the whole thing. Kevin, of course, was smiling wide while Roger looked past me in a weird daze. The school year ended in mid-May, and that moment with Savannah was the only real one for the rest of the school year. She would say hi every now and then, but that was about it. Scott got out of the hospital the week after the fight. He never even looked my way after that, and I never had any interest in gloating or even acknowledging his existence. We completely avoided each other, and that was fine by me. I went to the gym with Brandon over that summer, and we worked out all the time. I also hung out with him at his house quite often. I know I haven't talked about him much, but he and I really were pretty close when it was just us. I believe he was mostly silent at school, due to the issue of embarrassing himself and avoiding engaging in stupid arguments with Kevin. So, we were the kind of close that I even had dinner with his family on occasion. I liked his dad, Bill McNamara, who was an extremely high member of the government's National Security Agency. The man even went by National Security Advisor McNamara, with strangers, but I got to call him Bill. Anyway, he always had interesting stories about politics or the Pentagon, and got to work closely with the president. Dinners at his place were fun, and Brandon's mom was a great cook and a wonderful person. She even made enough for the 2 security agents who guarded their house 24/7. Brandon also had a little sister who was only 11 years old at the time. Her name was Ashley, and we used to mess with her a lot just because she was little. All that usually stopped when she'd cry, and Brandon's mom would scold us. It was all in stupid and boyish teenage fun, but she was really sweet nonetheless. So I hung out with Brandon mostly because he still lived in Georgetown. We got along best, and he was only like 2 blocks away from my house. I did spend a little time with Kevin and Roger over that summer. Roger lived in a trailer with his mom that was illegally parked behind a grocery store, so I tried to avoid hanging out at his place. Kevin never told me where he lived despite our friendship. He'd come over to my house sometimes and leave after saying, "Gotta go before it gets too dark out." Some people thought he was homeless, but he didn't smell, look homeless, or have any real homeless habits, so we never really knew. I always talk about the two together because Roger was Kevin's pet in a way, or acted as his shadow. They'd go around town to do stupid pranks on DC tourists and get in trouble with security guards. Those two were hardly ever seen apart, but Roger was easily manipulated, so I understood why Kevin kept him around. In August, school started again, and I was a sophomore. That first day I was introduced to my instructors. Throughout the day I looked for Savannah and thought about her all summer. Eventually I found my dumbass friends and sat with them at lunch. After lunch, I went over to my locker to get stuff for my next class. I was digging in my newly assigned locker, getting out some materials for the next class. I looked behind to see some new freshmen looking for their lockers and thought, idiot freshmen, as day one sophomores tend to do. After mocking them to myself, I glanced down the hall and there she was, walking toward me. I naturally shoved my face into my locker trying to hide. In the darkness of my locker, I thought, should I come out and talk? Should I stay hidden? Or should I look to see if she passed? I very slowly peeked out and she was right next to me. I thought, oh no. At the same time thinking, oh yes. I subtly looked back into my locker, but then she tapped me on the shoulder and asked sweetly, how do you work these locks? I didn't have one last year. My face was still hidden by the locker door, but I said, you have to rotate it around right 3 times, stop on the number. Then rotate it counterclockwise twice, stop on the number. Then go to the right and land on the last number. She did that and I heard the metallic lock open. She said a simple, thanks. Unable to control the volume of my voice, I shouted, you're welcome, into the locker. She put some stuff in the locker and started to walk away. I looked at her as she walked. Then she turned her head and smiled at me. I pretended not to notice and pretended to fix the hinge, then walked down the hall to my next class. I sat there in my chemistry class, half dead. 10 minutes into the class, she came in. The teacher asked why she was late, and she said she got a schedule change. Because of that schedule change, she had the last 3 classes of the day with me. She sat with her friend, the black-haired one. I remember her name now, Krista. Things went on stagnantly for a while, but a few days later, the elective classes and activity board came out. This is unrelated to Savannah and my friends, but that thing was a big board in the hallway that had a list of all the classes or activities you could take. I looked at the board with everyone else. The one activity that really caught my eye was the military training program. I grabbed the brochure, remembering that my dad took the class when he was in high school. It said that the class was available to sophomores, juniors, and seniors, so this was perfect. Reading more into the brochure, I found the brief intro to the class. In the military training program, our mission is to take ordinary American students and train them physically and mentally for their future service in the armed forces. It is the program's goal to keep the American student fighting fit for any invasion of the American homeland. It continued. The class will be taught by former Sergeant First Class James Maris. This program is not part of GROTC and teaches high schoolers about America's global situation, instilling America's youth with an unshakable sense of duty and patriotism. I read more into what the class involved. The program includes intense exercise, hand-to-hand combat drills, drill and ceremony, military history, and occasional exercises at the local firing range. No more. This sounded like the program for me. I'll talk about the MTP more, but feeling good from a great summer and supposed progress with my crush, I looked at that brochure with purpose. I was always taught that the world was a dangerous place, and the fight with Scott last year threw me into what I thought was the deep end. I eagerly signed up for the activity, and though I do not regret that, I regret my optimism in thinking something as simple as a class could prepare me for anything life would hurl my way. Like the assault on Montreal. Chapter 5. The Assault on Montreal. On the evening of the 4th, Captain Morales stepped down into the bunker and yelled, "Listen up!" Everyone in the bunker gathered around him, and he continued, "The assault on Montreal begins tomorrow morning." There was silence in the packed bomb shelter. The 98th and the 109th Infantry Divisions are beginning the assault. Luckily, our regiment and some bastards from the 109th will be the spearhead in the opening strike. Our mission is to take up defensive positions in the city under the cover of an intense bombing run. We are to hold positions so that the second wave of infantry can have a clear route of advance, doing our typical leapfrog. So follow your butterbars if you can and establish comms wherever you find yourselves. Get some sleep, men. I won't lie to y'all, many will die in this assault. So keep your heads on straight, remember your training, and you'll get out of this. Or not. See you on the other end. He then handed folders to his lieutenants, and we all gathered around our officers for more in-depth objective details. No days or weeks of planning for the individual units, just run towards that meat grinder, and try to jam it up for the next wave. The morning of the 5th finally came. At 0400, the alarm in the bunker sounded, as if the alarm was necessary, since me and everyone else in the company couldn't sleep and were watching the big clock on the southern wall every second. With the alarm blaring, everyone sprung up and grabbed their field packs and weapons. I fixed my gas mask on and tightened my helmet, waiting with the massed congregation by the blast doors. I took the moment to account for my guys, and we all waited by the blast doors to slowly creak open. The alarm faded, only for another alarm to rapidly beep, and the blast doors slowly lifted open, exposing the broad and dark 15 steps to the siege line. When the doors locked open, the whole company charged out, and my squad stuck with me. Going up those steps, I found myself transfixed on the sky. The picture above the dark world was reddened by fire, with dark clouds from nature, light jet trails and black smoke from the artillery. And my first thoughts were how this sky looked like a Renaissance art depiction of what happens in Revelations. Back in the world, the boom of artillery continued non-stop as it had for days. Jets roared overhead, explosions echoed. Men yelled screams of bravery or fear. High-caliber machine guns clattered at distant nothingness. Paratroopers poured out over the city, and hundreds of soldiers from the different siege bunkers streamed out of the ground towards several truck lines pointed at Montreal. Our company reached its section of designated trucks, and I filed in a vacant one with my squad. As soon as we were all in place, demo charges went off along the avenue of advance, clearing the way forward of barbed wire and tank traps. As the scene unfolded and the other First Strike regiments got in their trucks, our group started moving, going full speed toward the city. We drove fast in a formation of some 30 other trucks packed to the brim with infantrymen. The way between Montreal and the Army's line used to be suburbs, but had long since been leveled in the bombardments, making the ride to Montreal a rough and bumpy mess over the ruins of former homes. As the truck rocked chaotically, I looked at the city that drew closer and closer, curious about the absence of Canadian shells. Just then, a dozen flashes appeared over the city, and mortars exploded left and right. The trucks were getting hammered non-stop by high explosives. Another wave of jets flew overhead and bombed the city, but the artillery still fell. I kept my helmet in place by holding it down despite the strap as the truck tossed left and right. We drove at what felt like full speed with the other trucks through the suburbs, over the wreckage, and around shell holes, with one of the other trucks occasionally suffering from the rain of mortar shells. The closer we got, the higher the buildings began to rise, and eventually, we reached a point where the Canadian artillery ceased. Riding further into Montreal, the formation of trucks dispersed after the leveled suburban no-man's land turned into what could be a city. Going down a torn street, our truck group was only 3, and all was relatively quiet, even as our group crossed the river on the Pont Champlain Bridge, which was surprisingly unprotected by Canadian regulars. As soon as we reached the other side, we were in the real streets of Montreal proper, with tall buildings on both sides. Not even a block from the bridge, our truck was hit by a bomb. It toppled over and threw me out onto the asphalt, disoriented, but largely unscathed. While on the ground, I looked up and gathered myself, mask cracked and covered in ash. 2 men from our ride were dead, but the 5 men in my squad were okay, as they seemed to stagger themselves up as well. Just then, one of the trucks following us pulled in at the toppled side of our ride, and the soldiers jumped out. As the troops filed out of their truck, I looked up at the rooftops to my left and right when machine guns suddenly opened fire on us from ground level. 3 soldiers from the other vehicle instantly fell dead to the earth. Down the street, Canadian militants fired on us from behind rubble as most of us were still disoriented from the bomb. We blindly fired back while struggling to regroup, and some of our guys threw smoke grenades. As the cloud grew and thunder from ahead continued, one of our soldiers shouted an order of charge. The world was still cracked and foggy, and my instinctive soldier brain kicked in to follow the order regardless of who shouted it. We all left our cover and ran through the smoke. Once on the other side, I saw the Canadian muzzle flash, raised my R91, aimed it at one of the militants, and put 2 bullets in the nameless man's chest. I killed a person. I didn't even know how to take killing a person at that moment, but I remember a strange thought going through my head immediately after I did what I did. The effect of a rifle round on a person was astonishing. The effect on a person of a .556 bullet at 2,790 feet per second pierced right through the man's chest and left its mark in blood all over the wall behind him. I was in shock, and the world seemed to slow. Stiles tapped me on the shoulder in the middle of the firefight and shouted through the mask muffle and chaos around us, "Are you okay, man?" I shook it off, and we continued to discharge round after round in pure survival. Suddenly, another one of our trucks pulled in and unloaded its guys to join us. In the chaos and confusion of the fight, I killed another person. This was simply by pointing my rifle at a human-shaped outline, partially blocked by a concrete pillar, and then pulling the trigger. 1 round. That was all it took to bring down the other guy. Soon afterward, the fight was over. There were 3 Canadian, regulars in battered equipment who were wounded. Some of the soldiers shot them on the ground as they tried to crawl away or gave up in exhaustion. We gathered up for a collective breath, and I checked who was next to me. I couldn't believe it. My entire squad was still alive. As we collected ourselves after the shootout, I took the moment to take a good head count of who we got in this hostile city street. There were 31 or 32 of us in the group, including me and my guys. After everyone seemed rested up, a commanding American voice from up ahead shouted, "Let's get moving down this street! Y'all know your orders. Take a strategic point. This fucking alley ain't one of them. No questions." The mishmash of friendlies from the random truck groups had to get going. We moved down the street in lines, hugging each building along both sides. hearing the distant fights on other avenues and explosions from American shells landing further in the city. Knowing our group was alone in this part of town, we were all on edge, scanning the rooftops for activity and wondering when the next ambush or platoon of Canadians would show. A few minutes later, one guy in the front of the line held up his hand, ordering us to stop. He whispered down the line, and word was passed to each person. Canadian regulars up ahead. As soon as I got the word, a large burst from a howitzer cracked from just up ahead. Once the word reached the last person, the soldier at the head gave a motion to rally. We all gathered as a group in the center of the street behind some wrecked cars where our unofficial leader, a guy named Staff Sergeant Lisbon, told us, "Okay, fellas, there's an open square or plaza with a howitzer just up the street beyond the incline. It looks pretty heavily guarded by Canadian regulars. Here's the plan. All you machine gunners take the rooftops." He pointed up at the roof of the apartment buildings surrounding the plaza. He pointed towards the fire escapes, and a sergeant machine gunner rallied the others and immediately separated from their respective squads. Then he said, "The rest of you all take the street and rush them when the LMGs are set up. Squad leaders, get some smoke at the ready. We're gonna fuck them hard, really hard, and really fast once we got some fucking lead rain." Savarin separated from our squad to take the roof with the other machine gunners. The shelling in this part of the city masked any noise made by the gunners moving up the decaying fire escapes, and the resonating blast from the Canadian howitzer concealed our movement to the plaza opening. Maneuvering over the rubble and traveling smoke haze from that gun, we were soon all in place. The rest of my squad lined up with the other assaultmen while I readied a smoke grenade with the group of squad leaders by Lisbon. 25 of us took positions on the street, ready to storm the emplacement whenever the word was given. As soon as the last machine gunner disappeared over the roof, our forwards lobbed smoke grenades at the opening of the complex. Not more than 10 seconds later, the sound of our gunners spraying the emplacement echoed. The machine gunners poured bullets all over the regulars, and we stormed the complex. I entered the plaza through the smoke with the rest of our guys and jumped behind some sandbags by the lookout sentry's post. I focused my R91 on the artillery crew and unleashed a spray of bullets with the last of my magazine, which happened to only be about 10 rounds. I watched 2 of the crewmen tumble to the ground and let loose screams that broke through the chaotic sounds of gunfire. I clicked a new mag into place and joined some of the others as we jumped over the sandbags. Fairly certain that our rooftop gunners had the place suppressed, we blitzed through the still thick, smoky war zone to push the remaining regulars out of the square. Just as I broke through a dense cloud near the gun, I was shot. As soon as I looked over at one of the regulars behind a building column, bang! He shot me right in the frontal chest plate. I wasn't bleeding, but the force behind the bullet was enough to knock me down. I stayed there on the ground, staring up at the red sky through the cracked lens on my gas mask as my breathing was made ever more difficult by that bullet and another failing filter. The pain in my chest was almost unbearable. I'm not sure when I broke from my trance after getting floored, but I looked around and heard a big explosion. I looked at one of the soldiers in our group and watched him as he ran toward a rubble pile for cover with his rifle up and its mag well empty. Right there, a grenade blew up, sending his arm into the air, and the explosion made him pirouette straight into the ash and rubble he was trying to reach. I watched that man die on the ground, an armless and bloody mess. The way his head twitched upwards from the ground made it appear he was crying. He probably was, but nobody could tell through the sounds of gunfire and bombs, and the man's mask and helmet covered his face. Roland's face suddenly entered my vision. He grabbed me by the arm and started dragging me before I fell unconscious. I'm pretty sure that bullet denting my chest and the scene I saw made me forget to breathe for however long that was. I woke up only a few minutes later, but it felt like I was out for days. I was against a building wall. The battle for the square or plaza was over, but the fight for Montreal was still going on. Jets and bombers still flew overhead, and my senses came back. My guys stood over me. "Look who's awake!" I looked to my left and right. There was a line of injured up against the wall, and Savarin was back with us. Savarin held out his hand and helped me up. Each of my boys patted me on the back and helmet and asked, "Are you all right, man?" I asked about where my pain was, since my chest plate still had a dent in it from that bullet, and Savarin pointed to Andrews. "Andrews got you covered. Thank God for body armor, because that would have been one mean hit without it." Quinn Andrews pointed at the red cross on his armor, and I gave him a sincere thanks. He nodded, I nodded, and I was about to ask about what he used to help me when I caught a look around. The square was quiet now, but fights down the street continued. At that moment, I looked back up to see vertibirds started to fly over us. Vertibirds were a new vertical takeoff and landing vehicle, VTOL, that was equipped with a frontal minigun, 3 bombs, and was able to carry 8 soldiers into the battle zone. That was a welcome sight since it showed the flak and missile trails of Canadian anti-air. Defense were almost gone. All our men were spread out across the square securing the perimeter, but we still didn't know who was in the buildings. Apparently nobody was hostile, though, or else our group would have been annihilated in the open square. But I looked around and counted 26 soldiers remaining from our team. Then I found Staff Sergeant Lisbon talking to some of the wounded, so I approached him and asked, "What should we do now, Staff Sergeant?" He turned around to look at me. His armor was cracked and torn. It was covered in dirt and ash. He didn't have a helmet anymore, and his right gas mask lens was cracked beyond any ability to see out of. He breathed heavily and held up his R91. He clicked a new magazine into place and said, "Now, we lock this fucking place down." We all assembled in the center of the square, except for the wounded. Lisbon said, "All right, men. If any of the Canadians are alive, bind them up with your zip ties. Seems like a good spot to fortify, and we got a lot of cleaning to do in case the old fuckers roll through." We started to fan out across the square, account for Canadian equipment, move the dead, and check for captives. In the end, we had captured 4 Canadian regulars who were in the process of bleeding out. We bound them up and placed them in the center of the square by the howitzer. After checking in with Lisbon, 3 trucks pulled into the square from the way we came. All the troops in the back got out and assembled in front of us. I was still standing next to Lisbon with the rest of my squad and a few others, when an officer in a patrol cap and breathing mask came up to us. He wore full combat gear and bore the rank of captain. The name tape on his chest plate said Mosby. His cap nearly covered his eyes and was distinctly Ranger rolled. The mask he wore covered half of his face, and his tinted goggles concealed his eyes. As he approached, most of us saw the 2 black bars and saluted out of lower enlisted stupidity. The officer shouted, "You enlisteds must really fucking hate officers. Lower your fucking hands. Ever seen a fucking goose swoop in and fucking 03 before?" I did. Quebec City last month. Don't ever salute me again, we're in a fucking war zone, fuck. Habits die hard. Every soldier nearby instantly obeyed. After his rage, the captain looked around the square and studied the row of dead bodies we were responsible for while nodding. He resumed more calmly, "I'm Captain Mosby, with the 160th Regiment 3rd Battalion Delta Company. I see you guys secured this square. Good spot." The 30 men in his truck group began to form a perimeter around the square or aid with our prior setup efforts, while the jets flew overhead, and the noise of artillery still boomed. Before dispersing our gaggle, the acting captain said, "Good work, but the second wave of troops will be flowing through here, to push the Canadians out of the city within the hour. That means that we need to clear this place out for the vertibirds and drop ships." A few men started to fire down the street going north to the Canadian zone. One yelled, "We got contact!" Captain Mosby's men moved in to engage the enemy. Upon finally noticing the bleeding captives by Lisbon, he said plainly, "These captives wounded?" Lisbon nodded and said that they were bleeding out and waiting for orders on how to proceed. Captain Mosby looked puzzled even behind all that face covering as he asked, "You boys all new to the Canadian front?" Most of us, including Staff Sergeant Lisbon, nodded, and Captain Mosby said, "Well, fucking kill them. I think they've been bleeding out long enough, don't you?" I was standing next to one of the captives. Lisbon, Savarin, Stiles, and I held our guns to the heads of the captives. I looked down at my prisoner. He was only a boy, maybe 17 at most, only a year or so younger than I. He wore a ragged Canadian Army uniform, had blonde hair, and hung his head low, quietly accepting his situation despite the blood that silently streamed out of his thigh. I didn't know if the kid even spoke English. He could have only spoken French, but the look on his face and the cold steel pressed to his head was a pretty easy sign of understanding. We all flicked the safeties off our weapons simultaneously. I held the rifle to the back of the boy's head, wondering what if anything was going through the young soldier's mind. Lisbon stared at his captive, and then quietly said, "Fire!" Bang! The boy slumped to the ground dead. The blood leaked out and slowly grew, reaching the gutter. Chapter 6, What I Saw in Myself. At night, I asked my dad about the MTP or HS military training program, trying to see if he remembered anything about it. I asked him, "Hey Dad, what was the military training program like when you were in it?" He told me it was a great program, prepared me for my service, all through high school before I enlisted. When I was 20, I joined the Army, and several years later, I was shipped to Mexico for the Army's raid in 2052. You were probably too young to remember me getting deployed. On September 6, 2052, the UN officially disbanded, leaving the world essentially as a free-for-all. The EUCOM, or European Commonwealth, was in the Middle East for the resources, and nations across the globe were in a perpetual state of conflict. Except for America. An energy and resource spike brought about after World War II ended dramatically in 2027. The decades of peace after defeating the Axis abruptly ended, causing turmoil all over the world. In 2050, the UN officially announced that the resources on the planet were withering away, and gave up trying to settle global disputes through diplomacy. The official collapse of the UN in 2052 made the EUCOM send even more of its armies into the Middle East to dominate the declining oil reserves. Trade agreements canceled globally, and fights broke out for resource hotspots. Over the years, America was making tremendous strides in the field of nuclear energy, and began incorporating fusion and fission energy across the USC. America was largely unaffected by the resource wars that were consuming the world for a long time. One day I saw my dad reading a newspaper that said the fight for Jerusalem had claimed 30,000 military lives since its beginning in January, and the records of civilian losses was tragically lost in an Arab bombing raid. That lone article showed the brutality of the situation in the Middle East. The site of Israel had been a EUCOM stronghold since the initial invasion back in 2052. The non-stop conflict engulfed the region for many years at this point, and showed absolutely no signs of ending. The region that had at one point been home to solely religious wars almost completely switched to wars of domination over resource hotspots. The Europeans fought the United Arab Coalition, and the power balance was a constant seesaw. During that time in my sophomore year, the EUCOM was pushed back to Israel, and the threat of tactical nuclear strikes in the Middle East were higher than ever. About 2 months later, in late September, I was with my friends talking at lunch. I was eyeing Savannah as I usually and awkwardly did, when she looked over at me from across the room and smiled. Over the previous days at school, I talked to her in the hallway frequently because I mentioned earlier how her new locker was right next to mine. Of course, Kevin saw what happened that lunch and gave me crap about how she would never go for me regardless of idle banter. I knew he was right about that, but I wanted to hit him anyway, although something stopped me. I didn't know it at the time, but that day had something different in store. Later on, the bell rang to officially end the school day. I was at my locker, and the halls were bustling with students going to their activities or back home. Savannah was right next to me at her locker, when I found the nerve to ask her casually, as I usually did, "How was your day today?" She looked over at me with that smile. "Good. How was yours?" I only said, "Good." The people passed by hurriedly to get home or not miss the bus. Me, I didn't care about that the MTP didn't have any activities that day, and Savannah had a way of paralyzing me. Eventually, the awkward silence ended, and she stopped what she was doing to look at me. "David?" she asked. She paused, leaving me wondering how exactly humans are supposed to breathe. Mind buzzing with what she could possibly want aside from my usual meaningless weather prediction, she continued, "I like you. I have liked you for a while now." I waited for her to finish, still wondering how the lungs work, and completely unable to process the words, "I like you," coming from her mouth. I thought I blacked out, but thank goodness I didn't. Words made sense suddenly, and I thought every little conversation we had was out of pity or her own polite upbringing. Maybe it still was. How was this ending? Finally, she said, "Do you want to maybe do something sometime?" No confusion, I knew what she asked, and I was shocked. I was confounded, astounded, bedazzled, and stupefied. I stood there thinking with a confused look on my face. I thought, why on earth would she want to go out with me? Maybe she lost a bet. I looked down at my feet. When I looked up, I somehow managed to say, "Sure, of course. I would love to," in a rather high volume. 5 months later, age 16 to 2065. March 2065 arrived, and Savannah and I had been together for 5 months. Despite my initial embarrassment that she asked me out instead of vice versa, I was happy. I was incredibly flattered that she made the move first, but that didn't change the slight I originally felt about my manhood. That was erased not long later when I brought that up. She ended up explaining that she did so because she felt I needed a push to break out of my shell. She was absolutely right, and I felt so happy that she miraculously liked me enough to even make a move. That peevishness I had quickly made the rounds to her friends and mine early on. My friends and her friends even started their own pools on how long our relationship would last. Almost immediately after we started dating, Savannah and I outlasted all of them and most of those who cared enough to participate, which wasn't many. We really liked each other even from that first day of confession, and things were going great. I know I glossed over a lot for the romantics out there, so I'll back up. When she asked me out in the hall on that day in September, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know what I was going to do, how to act, or where I should take her. But after exchanging numbers and her specifically telling me to think of where to take her, I still didn't know. I called her home later on to inform her that I at least had a time to pick her up, which was the next evening. The day after it started, she and I talked a little more casually and confirmed our plan for the evening, which was still nothing but a time. I did get her address that day and knew where to go to pick her up, but something kept me from planning anything fun or interesting. I had so many plans for a first date with Savannah in the past, but all of those went out the window when she said the words, "Do you want to? Maybe do something sometime?" Regardless, school ended. I gave her a hug, went to my MTP activity, and went home with still nothing planned, but with thoughts constantly moving faster as the hour got closer. The night I went to pick her up for that first date, my lack of a plan boiled over into self-hatred about how dumb I am in thinking I could impress her in any way, shape, or form. The more my thoughts wandered on, I found myself remembering my first date with a squirrely little nerd girl in the beginning of freshman year named Margot. I thought about how horribly that went. It was the first date ever for both of us, and Margot and I met at an ice cream shop of all places. I dropped my cone and got really angry at one point, especially since it landed on my crotch. Being as shallow as freshman girls are, she thought I was too big of a weirdo even for her. I couldn't believe Margot had the stones to say I was. Too weird as she looked at me through her giant rimmed spectacles with her face that didn't match her body. So, over a year after that disaster, I was going to the doorstep of my crush's house, and a new thought of abject paranoia hit me. Stepping closer to her home, I was now half expecting her friends to pop out shouting, "Psych!" Just as I turned the last street corner, a new thought came to me. Although it wasn't a thought, it was like a calming wave washed over me as I walked the last stretch of the quiet Georgetown streets. I felt calm. I had finally reached her home precisely at 7:00 p.m., the time I said I'd arrive. Feeling calm about everything, even about my thoughts, my paranoia, my lack of a plan, and stupid Margot. I walked up the steps to her door. For some reason, it was in that moment that I surprisingly realized that her home was only 2 blocks away from my house. Halfway up the steps, she opened the door, standing there stunning as ever. I was stuck in mid-step looking at her in the doorway, all because she could make time stop whenever she wanted to. Now her friends would ask her what she saw in me, but at that moment I wondered what I saw in myself. I was pretty built-ish, wore crap-like jeans and a t-shirt, had a very short army-style haircut, and face described as not too bad. Still, I was an dog shit compared to her on a regular day. I was at a complete loss for words, but time began to move again as she accepted me with delight on that cool autumn night. Pardon the rhyme. Just as she grabbed my arm, her dad's shadow entered the doorway, and the large shadow threatened to murder me if I didn't have her home by 9:30 p.m. I promised her father that I was a gentleman, which I felt I was, and he peered at me through the window as I escorted his daughter down the steps. I forgot I didn't have a plan, but the calm I felt with her on my arm made that irrelevant. She had a plan, and it was all I subconsciously wanted. So, the two of us walked through the quiet streets talking. That was our date. We walked through the streets to a local park by the university, holding hands and talking away, connecting, through simple conversation that I didn't even know I was capable of having. Usually the simple act of saying hi to a stranger is hard for me, let alone how I'd spend days considering what to ask her while pondering every possible outcome. It wasn't like that for me when she was on my arm. We talked and talked. I asked her about her family, and she told me everything in that sing-song voice. She had an older brother named Gary, a younger sister named Gabriella, and a father whom I'd met named Lawrence. Gary was in the army and stationed somewhere near the north border, so he'd been gone for a while. Her sister Gabriella was 10 years old, and Savannah walked her to school every morning. Her dad, Lawrence Andres, was an electrical technician in Georgetown, and clearly a very stern man. She apologized for his demeanor, saying he wasn't always like that, but I understood. She said that she'd never gone on a date before, so her father wasn't sure how to approach the young man who'd be the first. That fact didn't hit me at the time, but later I'd wonder how on earth I was the first person who she dated. She could have had anyone she wanted on planet Earth, but she chose me for some reason. But, like I said, I didn't process that in the moment, and just heard the words escape those lips. When I asked about her mom, I noticed that smile leave and her face turned sad. Her mom died when she was younger, from the 2258 bird flu. This happened when her mom was in France working as a doctor for the UQAM Santé et Services d'Aide de Marseille, Health and Aid Department of Marseille. After hearing the way Savannah said and pronounced what her mom did, I learned that Savannah spoke a bit of French as a second language. My friends would later say that was hot, but I just had another reason to be in awe of Savannah. I did, however, take great interest in what her mom did because I kept up with the news as a sort of hobby and thought a lot about what was going on overseas. I knew Marseille was a military city for UQAM soldiers about to depart for the Middle East. Though we were both too young to really remember the outbreak of that European plague, the way Savannah spoke about her mom said she was proud of what her mom did, and the sadness of losing her mom still shaped her. Before I could go down rabbit holes in my mind about the chaotic world outside America, I was pulled back to the present by the warm, visible breath, leaving those soft lips and beautiful smile in the cold night. When she asked about my family, I told her that I was an only child whose dad was a veteran, and Mom was a teacher over at the Early Dawn Public Elementary School. There wasn't a whole lot to tell about them. Like I said, I didn't even know what I saw in myself whenever she was near. It was almost like I could talk to her, but I couldn't talk about myself with her. She could unlock those parts of me whenever she wanted, but she allowed me to keep them for that first date. So, we connected during that night, and I thought that Savannah was the sweetest girl in the world. Every word she spoke sounded like a gentle song, and every time I made her laugh, I felt a warm rush go through my body. Every smile she gave me made my cheeks burn red, and holding her soft hand simply felt like magic. We had no regard for the cold night. We just talked and talked as we wandered through the parks and streets of the part of DC we loved. The two of us talked for so long, getting lost in the topics, and I tried remembering every word she said in order to relive in my mind when I finally went to sleep that night. In fact, we got so lost in our talking that I almost broke my promise to her father. Luckily, by 9:10 we weren't too far from her home, and we raced to her house, still trying to keep the conversation going through our walk-turn-jog. Laughing all the while, we arrived at her steps and stood outside, talking more with a few minutes' time to spare. By the time her father heard us outside and opened the door, I felt like I had known Savannah my whole life. But once that door opened, I finally had to say goodbye. Disregarding her father watching us from feet away, she leaned in and kissed me on the cheek, whispering, "Just for right now." I didn't know what to say after that, or even what those words meant. I tried to piece together what they may have meant, but I still don't know, and can only remember that smile she gave me as she turned towards the door. As she walked past the dark silhouette of her father and the door shut, I was left there for a few long moments. Still feeling her mark on my cheek despite the cold, I came back to reality and finally had the ability to walk back home, remembering every word she said that night and what I said in return. I still don't know what she saw in me, what I saw in myself, why she kissed me, why I made her smile, why I made her laugh or anything, but that didn't matter. I was in love. So, all right, huh? Anyway, we still sat with our own friends for the first few days, but would be looking at each other periodically. She later invited me to sit with her and her friends, but each of the pretty girls she admired stared at me with anger, or hardly acknowledged my existence. She sat with my friends a couple times, but they were wrong in their own way. Roger would sit there with a 1,000-yard stare, clearly unaware of how to act around a member of the opposite sex. Every word out of Kevin's mouth was a flirtatious remark that went over like a lead balloon. Then Brandon had a habit of saying something bizarre that would send him into a near self-hating monologue. It was clear that neither of our friends were comfortable with the situation, but that didn't stop us from being with each other. Eventually, it got to the point where we both couldn't stand our friends, and we decided to sit alone together. My friends were still all over me, and frequently asked me to come back to them. but my friends pissed me off one too many times, so it was just her and I. Then came the second month of us being together. I would walk her home after school, and we would talk the entire way. Despite our differing interests, we were more alike than others would think. She loved tennis, cooking, reading, and so many more things. I was into the military training program, working out, and other stupid fucking shit that isn't even worth fucking talking about. I don't matter, and everything I do is fucked. She loved getting me to do fun activities with her. Name it. And she and I found the time to do it. She really liked tennis, and even played it after school for the team. So of course she tried to get me to play with her in private. I ended up being no good and too uncoordinated, but I'd do fucking anything to make her happy. Things were great for us, but I later started to feel bad that my old friends were lost. They were even using that guy Lewis to replace me. I spoke with Roger one day, and he actually referred to Lewis as New Dave. What a bunch of weirdos. I'm no different, just more fortunate, lucky, blessed, or whatever the fuck. I had her. On the third month, I got to truly meet her family. We kept our relationship on the down low because we didn't want our parents knowing too much. The publicity wasn't good. Despite my first interaction with her father, he turned out to be a good guy. Her brother was still in the army, so I only got to meet the dad and sister. Lawrence was a little suspicious of me upon first impressions, for good fatherly reasons. That suspicion was probably due to my awkwardness at first. When I got calmed down, I was able to talk to them naturally, and Lawrence got to accept me by the end of the night. Gabriella was just a fun and playful little girl who was too adorably happy her sister brought someone home. Here's what you want to know. Maybe. December 5th, 2064 at 2103 and 46 seconds was the night I had my first real kiss with Savannah. That was a long time to wait for such a simple act if we started dating in September, but I waited anyway. We were outside her house, and the snow was gently falling after another magical evening with just her and I. I told her good night and turned to walk home, but she stopped me saying, "Wait." I said in my dumb way, "Yeah? I forget something?" She kissed me right on the lips, a long and deep one that felt even more indescribable in the beautiful winter night. At the end, she said, "Thank you." I wasn't sure what she meant by that either. She had a habit of always ending the night with words that puzzled me. I think she just liked making me stay up all night trying to decipher what her cryptic words meant. So I awkwardly said, "You're welcome." She smiled, kissed me once again, and I walked home full of glee. School and life went on as normal for the months after, and I had the world on a string. I again understand that whoever is reading this may not be interested in a sappy teen love story. You probably aren't interested in my sweet dates with Savannah, the drama with our friends, or the day-to-day of school life. I am only describing this to show how perfect and happy life was compared to the start of the shit show. You've been reading about every other chapter. Some may know what happened to me where this story ends, but that isn't the horror. That was a fucking mercy. And not my purpose in writing this. You may not be able to even fathom a world where someone's biggest problem was not knowing if she likes me or not. But as you read, you will see the world through the eyes I was made forced to witness it. Chapter 7. Victory doesn't mean anything. It was 0530 when we shot the captives. Right afterward, Captain Mosby ordered all troops in the square to start clearing the place for the vertibirds. We dismantled all the sandbag emplacements and stacked them by a wall to one of the buildings. The battle for the city still raged on while we worked. We moved the dead bodies, sandbags, and rubble while Captain Mosby worked with his radio man. We were in the middle of moving the howitzer when a vertibird hovered over our area. 6 other guys ran over and assisted in pulling the big gun out of the way. It inched forward as we heaved. Captain Mosby yelled through the whir of the propellers, "Get this gun out of the way!" and did his officerly duty by ordering 3 more nearby lower enlisteds to help. We finally managed to get it out of the way. The vertibird hovered lower and touched the ground, allowing 6 power-armored soldiers to get out. Then the vertibird took off again, going back the direction it came. The mechanized infantry approached Captain Mosby, talked with him for several moments. I was nearby, and Mosby told them to mark the entire area with IR strobes. So, the armored team got their IR strobes out and threw them into each corner of the square. When we cleared the entire area, it was 0620, and that was when the second wave assaulted the city. After securing this spot in the city, defending it for almost 2 hours and digging in, the time had come for the next wave would move deeper in. IR strobes for the satellites in place, our site was a designated save route of advance. We had just cleared a path going straight through the square when we saw the first troops from the second wave roll on. A convoy of 20 trucks loaded with infantry started to pass through, going to the Canadian zone. The men sitting on the back cheered as they drove by, thanking and congratulating us for securing a spot in the city, as the square group wished them the best of luck. Behind the trucks came a dozen soldiers on foot, who stopped at the square and told us they were there to assist. We then approached the huge stack of sandbags from the dismantled Canadian fortifications and started to build our own cover for the entrances to the square, as the new guys were put to work. We set up machine guns and parked the trucks neatly, swept rubble and burned the dead on a pile just outside the square, making this spot even more fortified and orderly. We set up the howitzer facing the Canadian zone, and an artillery crew was soon dispatched here to man it, after Mosby argued enough over the radio. We then finally entered and thoroughly cleared the buildings, only to find some civilians hiding in the corners. They were not in opposition, though. We kept all the civilians in a corner of the square sectioned off with barbed wire posts and guards. Throughout the rest of the day, we had some firefights with Canadian insurgents, partisans, but the Canadian Army's front lines had been pushed far past us. The vertibirds landed in the middle of the square, dropping off soldiers and supplies, clearly showing that this little patch of heaven was quickly amounting to a legitimate safe zone for our forces rolling through. The fight for the city still went on throughout the day, but we saw less and less action as more and more troops marched on. The next day, the fight for Montreal was still not over. We spent all of the night before busting down the interior walls of the apartment buildings to make big open rooms. In the open rooms, we would lay down sleeping mats, and the commanders would set up their makeshift offices on the third story, conducting their administrative work through the rumble of artillery and passing jets. On ground level, we would set out more sleeping mats for incoming troops and set up ordnance. In the basement, we would eventually set up an armory, but at the moment, it was vacant and full of rubble. I was on watch on day 2 when one of the vertibirds landed. A hatch on the side opened, and out came a soldier with a video camera and tripod. I approached him to do the typical guard duty job of questioning his reason for being here. He was a squirrely-looking guy who didn't wear his gas mask and looked no older than 17. He introduced himself. "Hello, fellow Corporal. I am Corporal Dwelling. I am with the Combat Correspondent Battle Group 9109th ID, 83rd Regiment, 1st Battalion, Fox Company, and I have news for First Wave assets." Everyone, idling in the square, ran over to us after miraculously hearing his introduction over the whirl of propellers. There was a crowd of 60-some soldiers crowding this guy by the time the vertibird was gone when he turned on his video camera to play something. In the video, there were shots going off all around, and actual footage of our guys dying left and right along some huge roadway pummeled by artillery. He suddenly turned off the video and said, "That was the fight for the river along the Trans-Canada Highway Bridge." They reported that the entire Alpha Company of 2nd Battalion, 160th Infantry Regiment is dead. We all shook our heads. If this squirrely little corporal was correct, almost 200 soldiers died for the bridge within only a few hours. I knew that there would be revenge of some kind for all those who died after a loss like that, but what the fuck was this guy doing here? One soldier in the crowd yelled what all of us infantrymen were thinking. "Is that what you came to tell us?" Everyone started pushing the combat correspondent, enraged about the news and the man's still upbeat demeanor. The combat correspondent moved with the pushing and shouting until he pulled up a live satellite map on the camera, with an outline of U.S. territory shaded in blue. Everyone shut up to look at the new info. The map showed that the U.S. front lines extended all the way to the Western River, with almost all of downtown shaded blue. That meant that Montreal was more than 3/4 claimed in layman's terms, according to the feed. A giant black X was on the bridge, and indicators showed that all available units were converging on the dead zones. The good news was still shadowed by the fact that somehow the Canadians wiped out an entire company from the U.S. military for one bridge. How could that many men be killed? It was one thing during the opening strike, and when the Canadian artillery was still intact, but all the new troops that have flowed through the square passed news that the key artillery sectors had been eliminated. I thought the fight at the event of the bridge could have been a misplaced airstrike or unknown but concentrated Canadian bombardment. There seemed to be no way the Canadian Army itself was that fortified there. If it wasn't to some mistake on our part, what did that say about the resolve of the cornered Canadian Army? And what about the overall mindset of the populace? Nobody knew what to make of that. But some of the troops who'd been there for the assault on Toronto stayed unusually quiet. All I knew was that Montreal was the last major Canadian-held city. Still, that little event and the massive strike on Montreal stuck with me. Regardless, Corporal Dwelling caught another ride back to the U.S. siege line and was gone before we knew it. Still, on that second day, the jets, helicopters, and vertibirds flew overhead while the trucks and infantry still rolled past our little base at the square. A few days later, after 4 days of fighting, on August 9th, 2067, Montreal was in U.S. hands. On that day, the jets dropped red, white, and blue confetti over the major American outposts. The square also got a large load of it, and we fired our guns in the air to celebrate before getting shouted at by a group of E-8 seconds to cut that shit out. The celebration was very short-lived, though, and not just because of our superiors. Soon after the jets dropped confetti, the Canadian citizens emerged from their ruined homes and bomb shelters and started rioting. They smashed up buildings even worse than they already were, and ran through the streets causing utter mayhem as the U.S. Army consolidated its dispersed forces at strategic positions across the city. Like the square, in that time troops from our company who'd been fighting elsewhere during the first wave regrouped, and the whole company was together, minus those lost. However, any non-soldiers that came near our base during this time were shot at immediately by the sentries. The commotion died down with a show of force, but that wasn't nearly the end of it. Captain Morales eventually joined our area in the square, alongside Captain Mosby. Captain Mosby attended to his battle group, but Morales read the casualty report from the battle to our entire company. The outpost we secured became the first outpost for the 160th Infantry Regiment in Montreal, and the unofficial new home of the 98th ID. The stats basically read that, of the 31,000 USGIs to directly assault the city, 19,000 were still active and ready. I was shocked upon hearing the numbers. Over 12,000 were killed or injured within only 4 days. Then, Captain Morales read the casualty list for our company. He showed the 218 we had before the assault. Then he showed the list that had 127 still serviceable. There were 46 wounded to the point that they would be sent home, and 45 were killed in action, but about half of those killed were taken by the artillery on approach. Captain Morales explained quite enthusiastically how the first wave was entirely unexpected, which was why we had done so well in the actual fight. He couldn't admit for 1 second that we were simply decent fighters, despite most of us being fresh from training units. The entire company had a place in the fight, with all of our logistics units back at the siege line after days of moving equipment into the hot zones. Either way, the reports showed just how costly the whole battle was. 1 week later, the square became my home, in the middle of downtown Montreal, with the walls chipping, the buildings hollow, and 400-plus infantrymen from the 98th ID. This was our home. Shortly after the fight for the city, some administrative and engineering personnel from the 109th ID got assigned here too, to help coordinate the establishment of the square as a legitimate military installation. The roof of the apartments had guard posts erected, and soldiers lacking immediate assignments spent most of the day in the barracks. Though the square was relatively quiet, the streets outside the occupied zones were complete chaos, while the army was establishing itself and deciding on a plan for Montreal. The Canadians didn't like the fact that we won the fight to their city, and as the U.S. tide rolled across the rest of Canada, unrest grew. By this point, the army was still fighting up north against the Canadian army, since the major cities across the country were all under U.S. authority with the fall of Montreal. I was up in one of the guard posts on a dark and rainy day, looking out at what was done to achieve victory. The smoke and chemicals in the air were still very thick and showed no signs of lessening. Gas masks were required for all troops exposed to the direct air, especially in some of the artillery-destroyed industrial districts. The blasted carcass of those industrial zones and cloud of lingering intermixed chemicals above them was an ominous indicator that the city was completely shattered. From the guard post, I could see all across downtown Montreal the many skyscrapers that once stood tall and proud were torn apart or completely leveled. Some were even leaning on others. The entire city looked like a whole bunch of hollow Jenga blocks thrown across a table. In the opposite direction from downtown and towards the original siege line, there was nothing but a sea of leveled suburbs and short buildings that had a constant thin layer of smoke or mist just above the rubble and bomb craters. Helicopters and vertibirds still took off from there and flew over the city as occasional firefights with US troops ensued in the city proper. As more Canadians emerged from shelters to see their new broken city, it became very clear that the people of Montreal hated us. Every day since the last shot of the official battle, the people grew angrier and angrier. As command still considered how to handle the occupation of this giant city, I caught word that thousands of Canadian citizens and some anarchists were hidden in the Montreal underground city. The Montreal underground city was like an entire other city built underneath the actual city. The place was wildly popular as a tourist attraction in the early 2000s, but was currently the center of attention in a war zone. Savarin had a knack for getting information from people he shouldn't even be talking to, and told me that the US Army had all entrances to the UGC underground city surrounded. The Army wouldn't let anyone in or out as the higher-ups planned more and more on what to do about it. I stood there on the roof many days and nights thinking about all I had been through in only a few short months. I never had too much time to think about home, but as the square became quieter, I realized just how much I missed Savannah. I thought about her all the time as the situation at the square leveled out and the unrest grew. I still hadn't even gotten a reply to the letter I sent before the assault, although when I looked at the dead and violent city around me, I figured it would be a while for mail to become a priority. Atop the roof one day, I stood there yearning for home when Savarin looked over to me. A dropship hovered over the square. Its massive propellers caused a storm of dirt and ash as it lowered. Upon touching down, the dropship crew came out and unloaded its crates into the plaza before flying away. Savarin and I ran down some of the scaffolding after forcing some nearby lookouts to man the post in order to see what came in. We approached Lieutenant Royce, who was breaking the crates open with a crowbar, and grabbed up some spares to assist him. I broke open the lid on one of the crates and looked inside. I asked Royce, "Sir, what are these?" I held one up. It looked like a grenade, but appeared a bit more technical. I wasn't sure of the word. So Lieutenant Royce held it in front of his lenses and studied it for a moment. He finally said, "Oh, I know what these are. These are the new radiation bombs that the Army's been working on. Yes, they finally came." My squad mate, Miller, approached the gaggle and asked the lieutenant, "What are they for?" Royce looked at Miller and said, "Crowd control, of course. What you think they were for?" I jumped in. "Crowd control? I don't see any big mobs down the streets. Just some locals either looting or harassing us." He took a long look at me before saying, "Toronto was hell, kiddo. I know things seem somewhat calm now, but we ain't seen the brunt of it like some of the other fobs. You hear all that gunfire further downtown?" He paused, allowing us to hear the noise we'd tuned out since the assault. The sounds of steady gunfire echoed from the hollow skyscrapers only a mile from our place at the edge of downtown. Lieutenant resumed, "Give it another week or a month. Then the streets will be packed with thousands of angry Canadian motherfuckers who want our heads. You see, it's still early. Now that we got the city ourselves, the nationalist leaders are still planning on how best to fuck with us for the next however long they plan to keep it going. Toronto was bad enough, and the population of Montreal is nearly doubled. Yeah, as soon as the provocateurs start to really organize, things will get heated here for a while, you mark my words." I considered asking about the supposed provocateurs, but decided not to. I wondered for a while if Lieutenant Royce was telling the truth, and worried about the proposed growing insurrections. Since the battle was several days over, things were fairly calm, but like I said, their hatred of us was steadily growing. Every Canadian who emerged from their shelter and tried to settle into their former bomb-leveled home would know who was to blame for their way of life that was shattered in the first barrage. Other troops who've seen Toronto knew that a storm was gathering since it only fell a month or two before the Montreal siege was started. Many who spent time in the aftermath of Toronto saw the viciousness there and were expecting even worse in Montreal. So, the radiation bombs were in all the crates amongst other supplies. There was enough for everyone in the regiment piled loosely into old ammo cans and boxes of other supplies. In another crate were armor and weapon repair kits alongside odds and ends for every military type of purpose. In one of the miscellaneous boxes, I found fireproof casings for administrative folders or documents, so I snagged one for the diary I always kept and sometimes wrote in. Later on, me and my squad mates hung out inside the barracks, smoking or dipping, and passing some idleness away. I developed a smoking habit within a few days after the battle despite the already terrible air quality of Montreal. As I mentioned, gas masks were mandatory for going on patrol or just being outside, but still loosely enforced. To this day, I remember what the air smelled like because I was in Montreal for far too long. I have no idea what caused the dark gray clouds to permanently hover over the dead city, but the total ambiance stuck with me in ways you wouldn't believe. Without a mask, the outside air smelled like a horrible concoction of smoke, gasoline, sulfur, and in some places, decaying flesh. There were many corpses trapped under immovable rubble that seeped their rot into the city air for a long time after the bombardment ceased. Anyway, I talked about stuff with my friends, while I fidgeted with my new radiation bomb that same day. It was funny that I wondered what it did, because then Lieutenant Royce came in and asked in an unofficerly way, "You guys want to test these radiation bombs?" We looked at each other, nodding. We weren't doing anything productive despite our idle time, so why not? We walked with Royce over to the prisoner pen on the northeast corner of the square. We stood a few feet away when Royce popped the pin on the radiation bomb. He said, "Watch this," and tossed it over the fence. The bomb blew up around the feet of 10 downtrodden Canadian prisoners. They all started coughing from the yellowish cloud, but the invisible threat almost instantly consumed them, making their skin get all bumpy. All the prisoners exposed dropped to their knees and began to throw up all over the ground as the others backed further away from the detonation. Without saying anything, I walked away, afraid to know if they would die to the radiation or just stay sick for a while. No, Royce never got reprimanded for that because of the... I'll talk about that later. 3 days later, we heard news that the Canadian partisans were rallying people in the underground city to cause riots and start fires topside. This was all happening while the army still surrounded the UGC, so don't ask how they got word out. The Army Signal Corps jammed any radio waves that weren't our own, so word of mouth was really the only way. Though I'm sure the militants had their own secret entrances or knew which vents to crawl through. So, I was in between shifts while the noise of growing chaos from downtown echoed through the ruins. It was between that duty change that I rested in the barracks for a while. That day was August 20th, and Savarin came up the stairs into the barracks and told me, "Bro, you got mail." I had never even heard those words leave his mouth before, so I had to take a minute to process that. After realizing the only person who knew what unit I was in, or where I was, I became utterly ecstatic. I spoke of Savannah in the past to my squad mates, but I was more surprised that the Army managed to coordinate mail distribution even in the growing mess downtown. Savarin stood over me as I read the letter to myself. "Dear David, things have been going great back here in D.C. I have been staying a few nights a week with your mom, too. She has been really depressed lately, so I've been at your house whenever I can to keep her company. However, in a month I will be going to Annapolis, Maryland, to attend the medical program I talked about. I am so excited, but still very sad that I won't be able to see your mom too often. I'm sure she will be better in the coming weeks since she seems to go through phases now, but you should definitely send her a good long letter just to keep in touch and let her know you're thinking about her like you always do. As great as things are going, I can't even tell you how ready I am to go to Annapolis. I'm finally starting the road to becoming a doctor just like my mom was. I honestly can't wait. Anyway, just know that I have been praying for you every day and praying you don't get hurt. I love you so much and can't wait to hear from you again. Love, Savannah." There was more to it, but upon receiving that letter, I was the happiest guy in the world. I had spent the past several weeks emotionless and trying to mentally prepare for the coming chaos talked about by everyone who's known Canadian occupation. But that first letter was the first time my guys actually saw who I was. I wasn't always the focused and adrenaline-fueled guy responsible for their well-being. Sometimes, I had some happiness in me that only really showed when I heard from my love. What a bunch of shit. Chapter 8. Her Gift to the World. Age 16 to 2065. The last day of sophomore year was on May 18th, 2065. Over the summer, I would spend lots of time with Savannah, work out, and spend time by myself. I tried to hang out with Brandon, but he was always busy for some reason. I got to hang out a few times, but he was different then. During the school year, and shortly after I stopped sitting with my friends, it wasn't long before Brandon did the same. I noticed that Brandon started to hang out with one of the cooler guys in a different crowd named Trent, I believe. So Brandon sat with some of the cool guys even in classes and seemed to drift away from Kevin and Roger. I was glad that Brandon found acceptance with others, despite his own social quirks. All that was left of our old group was Kevin, his sidekick Roger, and new Dave. Since Lewis was regularly hanging out with Kevin and Roger, I wondered how long it would take for them to find a new Brandon. So that was what was going on in my petty, non-important life. But as for the world, in May of 2065, the US was in a small panic because the Midwest wasn't producing enough food for the entire country. Similar events happened from time to time since the Midwest struggled constantly to keep the soil fertile, but it wasn't too big a deal in 2065. This meant that the US had to expand agriculture throughout the Western Commonwealth. With the fighting in the Middle East, the oil wasn't being exported. So, in 2052, when the UN disbanded, the US stepped up drilling in Alaska. The massive increase of drilling in Alaska and the gradual transfer to nuclear power managed to produce enough to support the whole US energy grid. Then there was China. China had experienced a massive military buildup in the years after the UN broke apart. The China-American trade agreement was canceled when most of our debts were paid off, and other agreements were made. But we were never able to trust that country across the Pacific. Sometime last year, the Army started sending men to Anchorage, Alaska, to fortify the oil industry. By 2065, there were 20,000 soldiers there and growing. But still, the resources on the planet were slowly fading away. When the end of summer came again, I was a junior in high school. Savannah and I were all that each other had. Nobody else was normally with us in class or elsewhere except her occasional friend, who didn't like me. I signed up for the MTP once again. The school year went by fast. In December, Savannah and I went to the Washington Monument for a date after school let out, since the Washington Monument was my favorite and always held a strange spot in my heart for whatever reason. Up top, the view was amazing, and one could see out over all of D.C. On the far side of the Potomac, I could see the Pentagon. In the mall, there was the Lincoln Memorial on one side and the Capitol building on the other. I loved the top of the monument. I loved being able to see the city I grew up in, and it was only made better by my beautiful girlfriend. Scott Hansen joined the MTP that year. He was one of the new guys, so I outskilled him by a full year. During my time as a sophomore, I hardly ever saw him. I think he avoided me. After kicking his ass, he was too ashamed to look at me for a full year. Sergeant First Class Mares kept an eye on Scott right off the bat, but throughout the year Scott showed remarkable skill in intermediate sparring. Scott also had a different attitude toward me. He never picked on me, or really anyone for that matter. He left me alone and hardly spoke to anyone. Scott was the biggest bully in middle school and freshman year, but after my incident with him, he walked around like a recently neutered dog. Scott avoided me, and when we'd stumble across each other, we'd exchange brief nods. It seemed that there was an unspoken truce. Things between us were not hostile or friendly, just simply neutral. I was fine with that and very happy with Savannah. January, age 16 to 2066. I know I could have led up to this better, but in the end, none of the politics, global relations, or other bullshit mattered. I was so blinded by my own petty issues and love for Savannah that I didn't even notice the world until one day when it decked my country in the face. On January 13th, 2066, the tension with China snapped. Without any warning, despite all our spies across the Pacific, radar and fleets patrolling the ocean, the Chinese launched an all-out attack on Anchorage, Alaska. Chinese naval vessels launched missiles and sent in troops all across the Bering Strait. Nobody saw the attack coming. The 25,000 soldiers, Marines, and even Coast Guardsmen fought nearly to the death, and the entire Chinese Navy anchored in Anchorage Bay under the concealment of a manufactured fog cloud that was dismissed as a storm by our weather satellites. In less than 4 hours, the Chinese military took the entire city and reversed the oil pipeline to mainland USA. Only 1,347 soldiers managed to evacuate the city, according to every headline in every paper. The rest were either dead or missing. The next day, there was no school. It was a national day of prayer for the brave men and women who perished in the cold of Anchorage. The military didn't have a day off, though. All over the U.S., people were signing up for service. People in the cities panicked, but those with their heads straight were enlisting. The seniors at my school were mostly finishing out their last week at school before they would drop out and enlist. The highways were full of military trucks and soldiers. National Guard units were called up and put on standby, and Americans were paranoid. Nobody knew what China would do next during the immediate silence after the shock. All we knew was that one day after that, it felt the same. The US hadn't been in an actual war since 2025, when we led a 3-year occupation of the Middle East. The looting of Mexico in 2052 wasn't a war, so much as part of a militant insurance policy requirement to American oil companies operating south of the border. 2 days after the Chinese invaded, Chairman Cheng of the People's Republic of China visited D.C. His visit was a brief one as he consulted with the President and the National Security Council. Brandon's father was front row for that, and would describe it the same way the headlines did on the few times I got to see Brandon again. Basically, the talks got nowhere whatsoever. A lot had changed, though, in the days, weeks, and even months following the invasion. The Army experienced an increase in enlistment of up to 600% within the first weeks, and civilian factories rapidly made transitions to support the military. School was different, too, in those initial days of panic. Half the seniors were gone, and there was paranoia going around. The 2 Chinese exchange students at school were beaten nearly to death immediately following the first headline. I later heard that the exchange students were considered spies, not just by their classmates. However, because of their age, they were only deported back to China. Those Chinese nationals not considered spies were shipped back home through the excellent work of our diplomats despite the protest from frenzied lynch mobs across the U.S. The attack on Anchorage was more unexpected and deadlier than anything our country had experienced since World War II. So, for a long while after, if you weren't white, black, or brown, but had narrower eyes than your neighbor, it was a good idea to stay away from people. Didn't matter if you were Chinese or not. If you looked the part, you were in danger. So, I was a junior in high school during the initial invasion, but I still inquired about the Army. I talked to the recruiters at school, and they paid close attention to me because of my involvement in the MTP. The MTP would be noted on my forms if I enlisted, so they could see my history and make an informed determination on what MOS, military occupational specialty, I should have. The MTP also constantly monitored students' health, making for a quick entry process in the event of enlistment. Aside from school, the capital city was quite different. As I walked Savannah home, day by day, I would see different recruitment posters lining the walls and fences in Georgetown. What used to be fine painted fences and sunny skies seemed to turn into gray skies and bombardments of patriotic war images everywhere you could go in America. The posters covered the walls and constantly reminded us of what was happening in that far U.S. territory. I remember my favorite poster during this time was the one with a soldier in a beret saluting with a winter background. The caption for it read, "Sign up today and help us end this war before the springtime." We Americans were naive enough to believe such sloganeering at the start. The pictures on the posters after the first months of conflict were glorious, but unlike the actual thing. I remember shortly into the first weeks of the war, a Marine officer visited our school in, I believe, early March of 2066. The war had already been going on for about 2 months, and the officer gave a big presentation in the auditorium. He told us that he was on the front lines when the Chinese attacked the Anchorage line. The pictures he showed were horrific. The limbs of the men were torn up, dead men covered the soil, blood filled the trenches, and there were pictures of large flashes coming through the artificial fog cloud. There, I learned that the military captured samples of the cloud residue. I don't know all the science behind it, but the ships poured the toxin into the atmosphere, and the cloud completely hid the Chinese fleet from satellite and radar on approach. Accounts from soldiers at the Anchorage line said that the cloud just looked like a gathering storm. Little did they know, the synthetic fog concealed nearly 90 Chinese warships ready to invade. After the presentations, people went to ask the Marine officer all sorts of questions about what to expect in this new world of conflict. The world was up in flames all across Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and though for most of my early life I felt like America was safe from the rest of humanity, we weren't. Sometimes isolationism makes people think you're weak until you've woken them up and they snap. China took advantage of us and thought we couldn't handle a first strike. But the way our country got up from that blow showed that all our country could see as a whole was nothing but red. With the world up in flames and America already shifting national focus to the new front line, school wasn't even safe from conflict. Despite what my classmates did to those exchange students, you'd think the invasion would unite everyone against a common enemy. And it did, at least for a while. However, humans are still petty beings, so fighting over the stupidest things is inevitable at all times, and I'm no different. Even though Savannah was the perfect being, that didn't stop us from fighting when things finally took an unexpected turn. I was never mad at her, and I never blamed her for any of it since most things are my fault. But whenever I lost sight of her in my mind and heart, it not only killed me but her as well. You, reading this, may think that I am too obsessed with her and perhaps I shouldn't idolize her. I would have agreed with you if it weren't for that fight between us. After that, I learned Savannah has some sort of gift that I still don't know how to explain. Perhaps I overthink these things, but I know the way I felt and currently feel whenever I see her face. Anyway, here's what happened. Mid-March was when Savannah and I had our fight. After so long of pure happiness, it finally happened. One day we were in the halls talking to each other when her friend Krista came over. For some reason, Krista hated me and had been giving me bad signs since Savannah and I first got together. Krista and Savannah started talking when Kevin, Roger, and Brandon came over to chat with me. I still kept in touch with my old friends every now and then despite our new cliques. I sometimes started missing the usual bullshit topics and arguments. The egotistical narcissism from Kevin, the relative silence from Brandon in groups, and the blind agreement with everything Kevin said from Roger were somewhat heartwarming after spending 90% of my time with Savannah. Anyway, we were all having our own conversations, but then Krista walked up to me out of the blue and said, I honestly don't even remember what she said. I just remember I was really sick of that stupid fucking cunt saying shit about... Again, I don't remember. All I do remember was that it was something about me and Savannah, Krista's longtime friend. Feeling a way I'd only felt maybe 2 other times at this point in my life, I lost it with that bitch because that was the final straw. It wasn't much, or at least much worse than I say about myself, but I just had enough of Savannah's friends treating me like crap when I had been nothing but good to her. I felt angry, like when Scott approached me in freshman year. I don't remember what or how I responded, but it was probably something along the lines of how I described her 2 paragraphs ago. So, my longtime boys and I went out calling her bad names, even worse than her fucking pretty girl mind could top. I never even saw how Savannah took the way Krista started it, because all I could see was Krista's self-entitled fucking face. Anyway, we cussed her out, and my boys and even others relished the opportunity to join in. Most passers avoided the shouting match in the already noisy hall, until a passing normal guy overheard Kevin say something and said, "You tell that stuck-up bitch!" "Ha-ha!" Krista's boyfriend, who'd been chatting with his buds further away, overheard the passing insult and threatened to beat the ever-living shit out of the guy. From there, the hall went up in flames. All of Savannah's old friends who thought my old friends and I were losers joined in. Some other unknowns from the various classes got my back, and the shouting between the loser crowd and Savannah's old group took up the whole passing period, and even further. Brandon was escorted away by his new friend Trent, who didn't know for sure what the situation was about, and Kevin stormed off to class, trailed by Roger, who waddled along. The loser uprising lasted all day at every moment and spread from class to class, involving people who didn't even know the source of the fight. By the end of that first passing period, Savannah was nowhere to be seen, and she avoided me the entire day, even sitting with goddamn Krista in our last classes together. I felt unbelievably betrayed at that. I couldn't believe that after the conflict in the hallway, she preferred to sit through classes with her bitchy friends instead of me. I wasn't alone, though, since the shouting match essentially divided the whole school, all of us on the same side banded together. In case I wasn't clear in previous chapters, high school was like a caste system. Since I was a loser in middle school and freshman year, I apparently still wore that label 2 years later. I was dating the prettiest and sweetest girl in the goddamn fucking world. And even though I myself was confused about why, I was still a loser. So I sat through the last classes, unable to focus on the materials, and wondered where Brandon stood since he was now best buds with Trent, a guy higher up than the supposed untouchables. New Dave, or Lewis, took Savannah's seat next to me in the immediate class after the hall situation and said, "We sure showed those bitches what's what." "Huh, Dave?" I ignored the guy and looked down at his formerly expensive shoes, now withered from use. I thought about my fight freshman year and about Krista, who was in the crowd at the time. Through my days, I couldn't stop staring at Savannah sitting with that bitch, girl. After staring at the scene with resentment and hate for far too long, I noticed Savannah sitting distant and ignoring her friend completely, sorta like I was doing with Lewis. The only difference I saw between her and me was that I was seeing the world in pure anger, and she looked utterly depressed. When I was angry, I saw the extremes of what I wanted to do to the cause, but then I'd see her tragically beautiful face amidst the conflict and felt myself calm. I wanted to take my rage out on Krista and tear the world down with me, but Savannah's tears calmed me in ways that I can't explain. I want to hate her, but I can't. It's not possible, and that sadness is always there, making me happy. Happy to see her misery and hate-filled that I'm the cause. I can't see her. I hate loving my misery for hating the depression she cries when I'm happy and miserably angry. Don't try to understand the paragraph above. Anyway, once the day was over, she still avoided me. I caught up to Savannah walking home by herself, unsure of what to say. I wanted to scream at her for seeming to side with Krista, but seeing her made that puzzle of feelings start up in my head again. I simply didn't know how to talk to her or what I wanted from her. Myself, Krista, or anything. As I confronted her, standing before her, she yelled at me to go away, and I couldn't find the words, but she certainly had a few. She told me that I acted very immature, and that made rage come to me again, not at her, but at the situation. I told Savannah that Krista was a bitch, and it was Krista who was the immature fucking cunt. There was no calming wave when Savannah unleashed her wrath, only her rage at me, and my rage directed at everyone, not her. We argued on the side of the street for what seemed like forever until, in the end, she stormed off. For an entire week, Savannah and I avoided each other. She refused to even look my direction, and so I had to sit with my old friends, including Brandon, who was ousted by Trent shortly after the passing period conflict. Each of those days where everyone was sticking to their isolated communities, hating everyone who wasn't one of us. Savannah continued to stick with her old friends in classes and wherever, and each interaction with someone outside of their designated group was met with either a shouting match or even a fistfight. The school and even the world seemed to slow as each fight escalated with everyone hating one another, until the last day. Too many people had been suspended, and there was even an assembly about cooperation with each other during our nation's newest fight. But on that last day, I looked to see where Savannah was at lunch as I used to do before dating her. Me and my old friends talked amongst ourselves, and I turned to see where Savannah usually was, only to notice Krista sitting alone. She wasn't even sitting with the other girls, and looked like she was a mess of her old self. Like Krista had been forsaken by the world. I looked at my friends and knew they had my back despite the hostile situation around our circle. When I saw Krista in that condition, the rage I felt for the past week was gone, and I wasn't sure why. I wanted nothing more than to see Savannah's old friend alone and miserable since the start, but when I saw that she'd been forsaken by Savannah, I had no idea what it must have been like to have a friend so loving as my angel, since I had only really known her as so much more, but it must have hurt a lot if that look on Krista's face was any form of indication. For the first time, probably ever, I felt like maybe Krista and I had common ground. To be clear, I didn't feel like Krista, and I should team up to hate Savannah together. I just felt like I knew what it was to lose the kind of joy and warmth Savannah emitted through every smile she gave and every word she spoke. It wasn't just an effect on me because of my relationship with her, and this would prove to be the case after I got some confirmation from that dumb bitch sitting there alone like I deserved. With my burning hatred inside towards everything that got in the way of the only one I'd met who could calm my storm, and without a word, I got up from my band and approached Krista. I again didn't know what I would say, but as she got closer, I felt a bit more of that old wrath seep through. Krista didn't see me coming, so when I slammed my fist down on the table next to her, she was startled. I slammed my fist down on the table again, feeling the anger slowly settle as my prior unconscious purpose came back. I asked her in the strictest tone I could muster, "Why do you hate me?" She looked up and asked, "Why? Did Savannah leave you too?" I was puzzled and said, "Too?" But thought in that old rage, "Of course she did, you fucking bitch. Why the fuck do you think she's been hanging around your stupid ass lately instead of me?" Despite what I was thinking, having never spoken to her in a rational way, I held it together as my feelings leveled themselves. She looked at me and said, "Ever since our fight, she refused to even look at me." Krista's words went through me, and I felt myself calming almost instantly. I thought maybe it was from knowing that Krista was miserable too, but my mind changed when I looked up. When I looked up, I noticed where Savannah was for the first time all day. Savannah was sitting alone at a corner table, Her face was redder than it had been for the past week, and she appeared to be crying in that very moment. I knew she looked saddened every moment I saw her since the incident, but seeing her from where Krista was made something cry within me. So many days later, and during the peak of all that conflict, Savannah was still an upset emotional wreck. I thought to myself, the way Savannah was mad at me made it seem like she was on Krista's side. But even when she was surrounded by Krista and the others, she was apart from the entire world and finally felt the need to part from everyone else physically. The sight of Savannah alone and even more depressed when everyone else seemed simply angry made me think out loud to Krista, I thought she was on your side during the fight. She got really mad at me. Krista said, well, she got really mad at me. I looked at her and asked, why'd she get so mad at both of us then? She looked at me, puzzled for a moment, and when I caught her eye from my study of Savannah, she replied, you really don't know her that well, do you? After years of being her friend, I learned she absolutely hates conflict, like, of any kind. She doesn't like it when people fight each other. That's why she didn't go and watch you fight Scott back in freshman year. I don't know if you remember that. I did remember that, and thought back as she continued. Savannah is really something else, and has been my best friend ever since I moved here. I don't know what it is about her, but she seems to feel like wherever there is conflict, it's because of her. Ridiculous, I know, considering guys haven't even fought for her, but she takes responsibility for almost anything bad, and I don't know why she's like that, but she's always been that way. How she could feel anything is her fault when she's essentially nothing but quiet, pretty, and completely innocent in everything I've seen her do is beyond me. Still looking down at the table next to her, I thought about Savannah. We have never fought over anything, and when we were together, the only thing in the whole world was bliss. Despite what was happening in the world abroad or the world around us, nothing was more perfect when Savannah and I were together. The only time things went up in flames was when that world around us stepped in front of me, like Krista did a week prior. Something inside me made me say, it's all up to me, I have to fix things. Krista responded to my audible thoughts. Yes, you do. She's been an angry, sad mess ever since. Hearing that response from Krista, despite my knowing it was the truth, brought my anger back for just a second to say, well, what about you? You started this shit? She met my rage with a laugh and countered it with surprising calmness. I've tried, believe me. She has some other problems, if you didn't know. I wondered what she was talking about. And before I could say anything, she settled any other potential defiance in my brain. Doesn't matter. You have to do it. Simple as that. She needs love. Love that I can't give. At that, I stood from the table, but before leaving, I had to ask that first question again. Why exactly do you hate me? She replied in a way that I never would have imagined from Krista. A way that seemed to send a wave of peace through me and even make me smile. She said, not only did I lose the first pool, haha, she seemed to cast us aside when you two got together. You were even all she talked about, like all of freshman year, even before you two even talked. You weren't the only one to have a crush. We still aren't sure why. I didn't know why either, and the thoughts I had about myself, vocalized by someone like her, didn't hit me the way they did a week prior. I felt a grin crack across my face and started to walk away. Krista said, one last thing, Dave. I'm sorry. I gave a simple nod to her as I continued on, but admired her apology as I again wondered how a girl like Savannah could ever have a crush on me. I laid low the rest of the day, but at nighttime, I didn't have a single thought in my head as I snuck out of the house to go and visit Savannah. I reached her house, where the lights were still on, and crept over to her window to peek in. She sat on her bed reading a book, face still almost perpetually saddened. I knocked on the window, and she came over to see what it was. When she looked out, she saw me standing right in the bushes right below her window. For almost 1 nanosecond, I saw her face light up before falling back to sadness. She opened the windows and yelled at me in a hushed tone, "What are you doing here?" No idea what I was going to say beforehand. I only said, "I came to tell you that I made up with Krista. I'm sorry about everything. It's all my fault for escalating things, and..." I paused as the depression on her face changed to watery eyes and love. Seeing that, I choked out the only words I could. "I'm so sorry, and I miss you." She leaned on the window, holding back a tidal wave of tears and understanding as she said, "I know, David. Krista told me. Thank you, and I need you so badly." I couldn't handle anymore and just told her I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Nothing is your fault. I currently can't handle any fucking more. I have zero idea how to explain what she did, or how all this was relevant to what the incident uncovered only the next day, but I know what that night beneath her window did to me down the road. When I spoke of that bliss earlier, I didn't know what I was writing, because it was the night under her window when my life was changed, and I truly realized how perfect we were, but only when we were together. A floodgate was opened, and I am so fucking sorry you had to read all the stupid shit drama in the above, but I promise I did it for a reason, especially because of how all that culminated into something I never would have expected to impact me the way it did. It was a picture, a film, a looping memory that once there could not be removed, even if I wanted it so. It was that picture of her in those pink sweatpants, and that oversized long-sleeve gray shirt. And it was the way her long, soft brown hair framed her angelic face as she lay on the bed, buried in a book, before she noticed my arrival outside. It was the way she leaned on that windowsill, looking down at me with that soft smile and tears of utmost joy at the mere sight of my shit self after the simple words, "I'm sorry." It was the way her delicate hand looked in mine after she invited me into her bedroom, and I was truly alone with her in a setting I'd only been able to imagine since I first laid eyes on her. It was the way she giggled softly and smiled at me as I peeled her shirt off, and then her sweatpants. It was the way her perfect, smooth skin almost seemed to glow in the warm lighting of the lamp on her nightstand, as she stood there in that pink bra and panties. It was the way she blushed slightly as she revealed the rest of herself to me, the way her bare skin felt against my fingertips and bare chest, and the way she whispered those words, "I need you," just before her lips met mine once again. It was the way she appeared to weigh nothing at all, as I lay her down on her bed without any effort needed on my part to get her there. It was the way she bit her bottom lip and released that soft moan, looking up at me with so much joy and love, when at last she whispered, "I'm so nervous." I could only echo those words back as my heart pounded through my chest and into hers. It was the way she felt that first time, something that appeared to never change. And it was the gentleness of her moans as we lost it together, subconsciously, trying not to wake her father down the hall as we lost ourselves completely and utterly in each other. If she didn't love me more than anything else before, if I didn't love her more than anything else before, then, well, perhaps some of what I'll have to say down the line will make a bit more sense. Because, like I said, a floodgate was opened, and that would not be the last time. Has some other problems. If you didn't know, simple as that. She needs love, love that I can't give. I know what problems she meant. I know exactly what problems Savannah had. It was a problem that only I could fix, and nobody else. Certainly not Krista, and certainly not any other man. I may not have been sure of that latter fact or what I was to her until I saw those eyes when she whimpered and moaned full of joy. Felt her hot breath on my neck and face, felt her nails on my back when she mouthed those words at me that she could not yet say aloud. I knew what those words were, and I mouthed them right back. But the way she looked up at me in the aftermath, and I could not look away. She would say those words, but it was okay that she didn't at that moment. Like I said, I couldn't say them either, but she would, and so would I. We just needed time. We just needed the right moment. But seeing her mouth those words again and again as I felt her warm, smooth, perfect self in the aftermath, I couldn't imagine heaven itself being any better than the sight of those eyes, the feel of her innocence given to me, trusted to me entirely, and how I knew for an absolute fact and did not feel that I was everything she needed. Only I could do it, and the memories like that would replay over and over again, especially where they were not wanted, but they would drive me. And what happened after that night would prove to me that she wasn't just some girl to me. After that night, it was all over. But that wasn't the interesting part that made me see her for what she is. She sat with me at lunch the next day, and even though there was still a lingering cloud of conflict, she reached over to hold my hand for the first time in already too long. When her hand touched mine, everyone in school decided to take the moment to get along again, all at once. It was like everyone telepathically knew that everything was resolved, and that cloud of hate for everyone and everything was gone. Feeling her hand in mine, I turned to see Trent invite Brandon back to his table, and even some of the other losers. Krista and her girls were back together, and just started laughing again for the first time since before it all. Everyone else took the moment to stop every worry and come together in a supernatural way not achievable by a fucking school cooperation assembly. The divide was stitched back together, and noticing the moment, I noticed it in every laughing face and smile. Catching Savannah's eyes, I remember wondering briefly if Savannah had a superpower of dividing or unifying people. What was the world like before we were together? I didn't remember, but with the immediate world no longer between us, I never wanted to look away from those eyes again. Maybe it was all coincidence, but despite how peaceful the school turned in the following days outside of our school, the world was still in turmoil. I know for a fact that she had a gift now. She's fucking everything. Look at the world now. It's because of her and because of me and her. Love, hate, misery, and regret. The world continues on, and it doesn't change. All I know is the world is on its course, but she and I are on our own course, and the world doesn't matter, since she and I are the only existence of utopia. Chapter 9, Sherman Doctrine. The growing tension downtown had us consolidate forces with very little leaving for any reason. This led to even more fortification and cleanup of the square, which ended up turning into quite the lively yet dead and sad place it would be. We called this little period of cleanup and construction the Big Cleanup. It wasn't more than a few days into the big cleanup that the administrative area on the 3rd floor of the main barracks was all set up. When we weren't on patrol or watch, our platoon was helping to set up computer terminals, clear more rubble, and lay wire on the 3rd story past the officers' quarters. Once our own S1 was set up, I was called into the admin offices for something that completely skipped my mind my whole service time. I sat in front of a corporal dirtied from the Montreal air, but with a saddened admin face. He was likely called up from the reserves and thrown into a hostile city to do paperwork. Anyway, he had me set up my bank account info right there and showed me what I earned, at approximately $3,700. A paycheck over almost 3 months, and no expenses. I had a good amount ready to be sent back home. I sent a letter back home to Mom asking for her account details, and a week or two later got a response. After the emotional letter, I got the account information and set up my deposits to go straight home. There was almost no need for money where I was, and I knew that every dollar I sent back home was going towards helping my mom and even Savannah. Every letter I got from Mom or Savannah sent me back to the past, and waves of nostalgia hit me hard each time. Life outside of the letters was not as rose-colored, though. My days were dark gray, and every day I had to stare at the crumbling hollow skyscrapers and listen to the crackle of gunfire carried in the wind. Even though I missed home, I was looking at the world every day through the lenses of a cracked gas mask, carrying the weight of armored plates, and a mind full of bloodshed. A few days later, the cleanup was over, lockdown was lifted, and patrols were dispatched within the local vicinity to tame the surrounding neighborhoods. A couple days into that, I was sent on patrol around the block. That was the first time I went outside the square in almost 2 weeks, so the change of scenery was nice despite how scary the tension in the air was. The main street outside the square was usually dead even during the unrest. As we marched through the side streets, there was more civilian activity. There, another squad joined up with us for the patrol, and we talked amongst ourselves while the civilians ran to their houses. One of the guys said, "Thank God we found you, boys. Patrolling the streets really freaks me out. You know, strength in numbers, right?" I told him plainly, more focused on the hostile streets and ruins around us. "Yeah, man, but let's keep quiet." I felt safer with another squad, but the toxic atmosphere of downtown Montreal and the sight of those not in a U.S. uniform gave me shivers. Our combined gaggle turned a street corner, and suddenly, a fire bottle hit near us. The quiet streets were instantly interrupted by a crowd of 30 or 40 Canadians down the road. Andrews asks directly, trying to quell a shake in his voice, "Guys, what do we do?" The crowd approached us with makeshift weapons, and some hurled bricks in our direction. They were chanting anti-American phrases and glared at us with burning intensity. Even the children had dirtied faces with the look of hate. Our squad approached them cautiously. As a squad leader, I had the responsibility to talk to them if I could. So, I held up my hands with my R91 slung across my chest, turned up the voice emitter on my mask, and spoke to the crowd as diplomatically as my voice would let me. Patrol orders were to clear the streets along the designated routes and pacify any resistance. I didn't understand what pacify meant in the minds of U.S. annexation terms at the time. No real experience before this. So I yelled at the crowd, "Hold up! Hold up! What y'all doing? You're gonna have to go back your homes. This street needs to be cleared." One of the guys in the crowd shouted, "Fuck you, American," followed by cheers from the crowd and nervousness in my men. I shouted at them, "Back up! Now!" There were men, women, and children stirring restlessly in the crowd, and the numbers seemed to grow as more Canadians left the nearby buildings to join the mob. I looked behind at my squad. They all stood there in line formation with their guns up and ready. I saw the other squad leader who was talking on the radio, and I turned to the crowd again. I said to them, "Listen up! I'm not asking you all to clear the street. I'm telling you to." A different one shouted back, "Oh what? We lost our homes and many loved ones by your hands." I heard the distant whir of a vertibird and glanced back at my squad for a single second. Right there, a kid snatched my reserve gas mask off my belt and ran away with it. I yelled, "Give it back!" When I looked back at the crowd, I was instantly struck across the face by a sharp object. My men opened fire on the crowd as I laid there in the ash. A vertibird made its presence known and flew overhead, letting loose a spray of minigun fire on the mob. The crowd began to scatter, and my men stared at the scene in confusion. From my place on the ground, I was looking up at the aircraft, only able to hear the loud propellers and see the ash storm it kicked up. 5 power-armored soldiers then fell out of the aircraft with flamethrowers and assault rifles, and I watched each one touch down, unhooking themselves from the 4-inch rope. As the power-armored soldiers left my field of vision, the vertibird turned itself around and flew away, taking the noise with it. Savarin ran over to help me up while I collected myself, and I saw the remnants of the crowd fleeing. Taking off my helmet and mask, I lifted my hand to my face where the blow was struck, and felt blood start to pour down my face. When I felt the wound, I traced it all along my left temple down to my mouth. I fell to the ground again to collect myself, feeling the wound that hurt so badly and studying the mask that was punctured beyond repair by whatever they used to strike me. Then, I noticed the power armor soldiers started to pile up the dead bodies, and the crowd was gone. The other squad leader took a knee next to me, then said, "Man, you can't reason with Canadians. I saw this sort of thing in QC a month ago. You're lucky I called in that vertibird, or those locals would have swarmed us. I prefer swinging in a dance hall, not from a lamppost." While he spoke, I watched the power armor soldiers tossing bodies onto the growing pile. I asked the second squad leader, "What are they doing?" He looked up at the pile of dead people. "Just watch." The 5 armored soldiers stood there with their flamethrowers, and after one poured a steel gas can all over it, each one torched the pile. Though I had seen that sort of thing after the battle and with the bodies of Canadian soldiers, the fact those armored troops were doing that in the middle of the street astonished me. I asked him, "Why are they doing this out in the open? All of Canada can see this." The squad leader gave me a look of surprise and said, "You haven't heard? The Total War Doctrine was put into effect last month. It basically says that all U.S. military personnel have permission from High Command to do whatever needs to be done in order to fulfill objectives and pacify large populations. This includes the execution of civilians, military, and political personnel for the purpose of subduing a populace. In QC, they burn or hang the dead out on display to set an example. The commanders here in Canada are calling it the Sherman Doctrine. Sherman's March to the Sea. Maybe some have heard of that historical event. During the American Civil War between the northern states and southern states, a northern army under General William Tecumseh Sherman broke through its theater of war and marched on Savannah, Georgia. Ironic, I know. During the march through Georgia, Sherman implemented an order of his army living off the lands and resources of the hostile territory and burning as they moved forward. General Sherman had the belief that destroying every possible resource the enemy could use and eliminating the psychological will to fight of the southern people was the key to victory for the North. All that said, the commanders took that philosophy and cranked it up to 11 with the annexation plan for Canada. The Scorched Earth campaign of Sherman ended with the surrender of Savannah, Georgia at the coast, but nobody knew where the annexation forces' Savannah was. I knew where mine was, but us annexation forces were stuck in place, and the fires were just starting to grow around us. We mopped up the area by torching the already torched or crumbling houses, and then left back for the square where I was issued a new gas mask. Before we left that street, the other squad leader gave me a pamphlet and told me to talk to my platoon sergeant about the Sherman Doctrine if I wanted any specifics on how the army would be working in the post-assault insurrections. So we arrived back at the barracks and were granted liberty. I sat on my bedroll in the middle of the bustling barracks and felt the pamphlet in my pocket and decided to read the thing. The pamphlet was titled Canadian Military, 2050 Present. I saw the author and couldn't believe my eyes. Bill McNamara was the author. Seeing that name, I thought back to my best friend Brandon and his father. I wondered what they were doing at that time as I read through the thing that described our former closest neighbor. I'll explain more about how I first learned what Canada was later, but I learned everything I already knew or saw in the assault on Montreal. Here's what I learned. Canadians between 2050 and the current day. 1. They love chemical warfare in their cities and wildernesses. 2. They spent countless years despising the rest of the world and watchful of us. 3. They overhauled their military and installed a fanatical militia program in which every citizen between 14 and 40 had to be members. 4. Their government ran the papers and enforced national pride through focus on socialist civic policies and autonomy from the Western Hemisphere, as well as ties to their big brother in the Yukon. 5. They would rather die than be anything other than Canadian. There's more to learn about them, and more in that pamphlet. Some of those things were obvious when you look at the city, and the people who were in that mob, but others you wouldn't know unless you learned about it from a broad view. In the day-to-day, you'd see that mob, and you wouldn't think about what was instilled in their minds. All you'd think about is, those people want me dead. How do I save myself? And how did the Sherman Doctrine come into this picture? At the time, and when I took that squad leader's advice by asking more about the Sherman Doctrine, I thought the policy was horrific yet understandable. If the commanders who led the fall of Canadian cities and saw the aftermath referenced that with official statements like the pamphlet by Bill McNamara, certain aspects of the doctrine made sense. How do you annex a population that was force-fed uber-nationalism and just watch their homes get destroyed, or their families killed in a months-long siege? There would be no reason with people who lost everything and fell to a foreign army, so the commanders of the Canadian Front determined that viciousness would be met with viciousness. The rules set by the Sherman Doctrine can be summed up as peace is impossible until the last corpses are burned. I believed a policy such as that would lead to a quick settling of things if enough force is applied, until I learned what the occupation was truly about. More on that later. Anyway, I hadn't responded to Savannah since Savarin came to me with that letter, so on free time in the barracks of our crumbling rubble heap of a new home, I found the time to write a letter back to Savannah. Mind still on edge from that incident in the street, I wrote simply. Dear Savannah, it is so good to hear from you. I am so proud of you for getting into medical school. You must be so excited to go. I still miss you every day and think about you all the time. I won't go into details about what we have done, but victory was achieved in the assault. Just know that I'm fine and safe. Love you. Love, David Levin. During that free time or liberty between patrols, watches, cleaning, assisting in this or that, etc., I would usually sit somewhere in the lively barracks with a group of my pals or strangers and drink a lot. At this point, the Army was dropping off shipments of various alcohols for the soldiers across all fronts, regardless of age. It was as if the Army didn't even care anymore. Maybe they figured that we were all going to die eventually, or see shit like that outside from a hostile population. Might as well let them have fun the night before. As the alcohol worked its way through me and my mind became foggy with new incidents of shit, I found myself wondering if I was the sort of gallant hero everyone expected to return home with a shiny uniform and prideful heart. I'd learned just how much bullshit those thoughts were pretty quick, and waking up for watch, I saw that shiny uniform was replaced with a dust-covered and blood-splattered mess of a rag. No inspection, Senior Monty boys don't give a shit, huh? 4 months later, age 18 to 2067, on December 16th, 2067, life in the square had gotten pretty routine by that point. Although, outside the square, things had gotten much more hectic. Lieutenant Royce was proven more right each day since we committed that war crime with the rad bombs, ha! The provocateurs spread their propaganda and hid in the general population while the partisans or insurgents hit U.S. forces all throughout the city whenever was convenient for them. Nearly 4 months since we took Montreal and the people still completely hated us. And for good reason, too. Even months after the battle was over, things were steadily becoming worse. The troublemakers immediately after the battle grew into frequent crowds like the one I encountered that ambushed patrols, usually leaving before support could show. 4 months later, huge riots were held in the middle of major streets where they publicly killed captive U.S. soldiers. No signs of things settling at any time in the near future. And even a piece of good news was turned into bad news during a notable event the previous month. Before the big special December date, shh, be patient. I'll explain everything in the next chapter about Shit City. Now you'll want to read about why I'm me, when even the silly teen days were becoming even shittier. The world was on fire. Far too hot. Ouch. Too hot for me. I like Mexican food, but I think sometimes it can be too hot. Spicy hot usually, but hot too sometimes. I haven't had that in ages. Ignore the above paragraph. Chapter 10. The Worsening World. On April 11th, 2066, we celebrated my birthday. I turned 17, but still didn't have a car, even though I knew how to drive. It wasn't a big deal, though, because in Georgetown, everything was close, and so I could walk wherever I wanted. Savannah got a car when she turned 17 a month later. Her family was able to pay for one of those Corvega F1 fission-powered cars. With the price of oil being so high, research companies in the 50s started working with nuclear fission batteries to power cars and even some robotics. The cars were very expensive, though, because they didn't rely on gas at all, and her family wasn't wealthy by too many standards. However, enough scraping, and despite wartime America's limited resources, she got that great gift from her father. I pretended not to be jealous, just kidding. October, age 17 to 2066. My summer came and went like it had done so many other times before. The war still continued, and people were being drafted left and right. Getting drafted wasn't a big deal for most people because this war was on Alaskan soil and a lot of people would have enlisted anyway. It seemed as though nobody was against the war, which was surprising because almost all wars gain at least some opposition, whether in Washington or elsewhere. This was likely because this fight was on the home front, and a lot of Americans were still stunned from the initial shock back in January. If ever there was opposition to the war to take back our own state, they were shut up for the time being. I think everyone just knew that one can criticize any war they want when it's overseas, but when the fight is in your own backyard, you can't help but want to fight. So I kept busy with my MTP and all my regular classes. Having started my senior year of high school, I felt great but slightly overwhelmed. I didn't really know what I wanted to do afterwards. The war obviously didn't end come springtime. But none of that mattered when I'd find Savannah in most of my last classes. So despite school and that burden as a teen would describe it, times were tough. Rationing was tough for everyone since most of the resources and shit we took for granted a year prior were almost no longer available. People were still adapting to the transition to the Grand War for our northmost state, and every little thing that involved. Like, at a job, a person would be given ration coupons aside from or on top of their usual pay. Ration coupons were given to workers of all kinds, sometimes even in place of money, although some people could get paid at the end of the week in cash, and go to exchange some cash for coupons, which was the only thing grocery stores accepted. Basically, the way it worked was, the coupons would be given to the clerks who would then point out the foods a person was allowed to have. Since there were so many people in the armed forces in that time, the government had to limit what went on store shelves, and who was allowed to have what. It hadn't even been a year into the war with China, and the casualty rate was high. The armed forces had almost all assets on the Alaskan front, operating to their purposes. The Coast Guard was conducting operations to get civilians out of the battle zones. The Army was fighting on the Alaskan frontier and headquartered in Juneau. The Navy was fighting the Chinese Navy in the Bering Sea and the Arctic Circle. The Marine Corps had units in Alaska, but was concentrated in California at the moment. Nobody was quite sure of the Marines' focus around the home state, mostly because the Marines were pretty known for taking the fight anywhere needed in only hours. So the Marines weren't even really in the fight yet, even 10 months since the invasion. Brandon and I had been talking about joining the Army whenever we'd hang out. I lost touch with Kevin and Roger for the most part, but as I mentioned earlier, Brandon and I had that special sort of bond, especially during the summers. So I really considered joining the Army by the start of senior year, but I couldn't leave Mom, Dad, and Savannah. On the other hand, I had virtually no money for college. This meant I couldn't go. Also, my family was a little too poor for me to go there, despite our decently nice house in Georgetown. The idea of enlisting seemed perfect, until I'd remember the reality of what was happening on the front. Like, one day I looked at the Capitol Post newspaper that said the death toll so far was 29,500, including the initial invasion. That may not sound like much considering the devastation of the initial attack, but the first 10 months already claimed. A few thousand more, and things were steadily escalating. As for my love life, ever since Savannah and I got back together, we had been even closer. Over that entire summer, she and I spent nearly all of our free time together. Savannah liked my family after first impressions, and she'd been a frequent visitor to our house ever since. Savannah and my mom had an interesting connection. They bonded very well, and when she was over at the house, they talked to each other all the time. Dad thought she was great, and said the typical approving dad phrase of, "You hold on to her, David. She is something else." As fucking stupid as I feel recalling certain little things like that from Dad, and the happiness that still makes me disgusted, I don't know where I was going with that, but I feel things when I think about Mom and Dad in particular. Dad was struggling to support our family with the war going on. He had to take up another job over at a different utilities company in Springvale. After he got out of the Army as a combat mechanic, he was particularly good at working with electronics, or wiring and motors in particular. Needless to say, he adapted his skill, and was simply thankful to not have to do what he enjoyed to the sound of gunfire. Anyway, the cost of living in Georgetown was slowly increasing throughout 2066, in the government's need to squeeze all funds out of the middle class for the war. Not that it wasn't necessary for the times, but still, like I said, times were tough. So Mom still taught at school, and because of the economic issues, I took a part-time job at a grocery store on the other side of the Potomac over near Springvale. In the end, all this together provided good money for the family, and we managed to keep our house, still just not much better off than we would have been a day before the invasion. January 28th, age 17 to 2067. I don't usually mention the precise date that something happened unless it was significant in one way or another. Days usually tend to blend together with the routine of life, even when life is great. Still getting accustomed to wartime America, we found our routine even in the process of acclimation. It's interesting. With the world changing around you and even focusing on the anchor that keeps you in place, we forget that storms can come in an instant. We tend to forget that just because a big world event happened, that doesn't mean the old tragedies don't happen anymore. Here's why January 28th, 2067 is remembered by yours truly. On that day, the world taught me how the new problems don't get rid of old ones. It was simply what used to be a tragedy. I sat there on the couch watching TV at around 10 p.m., expecting Dad to come through the door any minute. I knew I was already up too late, but Mom and I were watching some awful reality show to distract us from the world. It actually wasn't that bad, but Mom was near passed out in the other couch. So, the calm of the dark living room and low TV volume was suddenly interrupted when the phone rang. Wondering who it could have been that late at night, I was expecting Dad to let us know he had to stay late or something. I picked up the phone and said, "Hello?" The voice on the other end was a woman who said, "This is Ann Wilkes with the Family Contact Service at Angel of the Potomac Hospital Emergency Dispatch. Am I speaking to the Levin household?" Shocked, panicked, and mind asking a million questions, I responded, "Yes? What is it?" The woman said, "We just received a Thomas Levin. He was in a car wreck on the western edge of the Potomac along North Fort Myer Drive. He is in critical condition and..." I hung up. I sat there stunned. I couldn't move. I tried so hard but couldn't. Mom was brought awake by the phone ringing. When she saw my state, she asked, "Who was that?" I looked over to her, finding my body unlocked just then, and said Dad's been in a car wreck. Without any hesitation, we rushed over to the hospital where he was taken. It's still all a blur, remembering myself running down the halls and checking the rooms for Dad in the ER. I finally found him in a room 4A. Mom came in shortly after I did, and we both stood in the doorway while the doctors or surgeons fought to keep him alive. A piece of the other car obviously hit him, and though a team of surgeons blocked most of what I could see, I felt what I knew was true. It was very bad. And a team of nurses or doctors rushed past us, bringing in one of the autodocs to scan him and see what needed to be done. As the docs turned to make way, they saw us in the doorway and shooed us out of the room, shutting the door and locking us in the hallway. Mom and I waited for 3 hours in the lobby of the ER until finally a woman in scrubs approached us. She solemnly said, "We tried our best." Those words echoed in my head over and over and over again. Mom broke down crying, and the woman continued, "His injuries were too severe, and he didn't make it. I am so sorry," She offered grief counseling brochures, but walked off when we didn't respond. We were alone in the lobby, and I held Mom while she cried uncontrollably. I stared up at the clock across the room, watching the second hand go around and around. No thoughts were in my head. I cried, but I wasn't thinking about what just happened. I stared at that clock, praying this was a dream. The funeral was days later on that Saturday. All Dad's friends and some of my distant family members showed up. Savannah, Kevin, Roger, and Brandon sat with us, and Mom looked straight forward at the closed casket, emotionless the whole time. Mom didn't say a word the entire week, and even a few weeks after. At the funeral, Savannah held me like I held my mom that night. My dad, my best friend, and the man I looked up to my whole life was gone. The shittiest thing about auto-wrecks is the fact that they can happen at any time and without warning. In a single moment, the world could alter the lives of everyone who knew the victims, and it doesn't even have to be their fault. When it came time for it, the lawyer read my dad's will. He left me two things, his wedding ring and a final message. The letter simply said, "David, you are the best thing to ever happen to me. I know I'm not the most vocal of men, but I pray you know that, and remember it even after I am gone. I want you to know that I am so proud of you and hope you never have to read these words for a long, long time. I also want you to know that you will always make me proud. I know I raised you right. I see it every day. No matter the life you live, I can go to my final rest with absolute certainty that you will make me proud and overcome life's challenges in the best ways possible. I love you so much, David, and I'll always be smiling down at you." Dad always was a man of few words, and though I hadn't really talked about him, he meant so much to me. Everything was all over just so abruptly. With the snap of a finger, life can sucker punch you, and sometimes the feeling is still there, even after you've long since stood up. Chapter 11. What the Occupation is About. December was a month of particular unrest, despite the normalcy I talked about in previous chapters, and it was all due to the events of November. In late November, the siege for the Montreal underground city was ended by us in an all-out assault. Command was tired of waiting around for terms and surrender from the isolated populace and their stupid fucking influence by the insurgent partisan fucks. Give the fuck up already! So, Command authorized the attack to put a swift end to the situation that plagued us since the first days after the battle. At first, a warning was given and was surprisingly responded to by the population. Surprising until those poor boys running the blockade learned why. After the warning, hundreds of starving people started to head out from all entrances, making our troops lower their weapons. It wasn't until insurgents hiding in the mob of starving people got close enough that they started firing on our troops. Fucking cowards. The guns on both sides went off, killing many residents of the UGC. The situation was quelled after several hours of intense underground warfare, at the expense of a lot of innocent. I say innocent because even those starving fuckers probably let the insurgents use them as shields, given the amount of fanatics that even attacked our troops who offered aid in the immediate aftermath. Once that issue was ended in bodies, Command ordered the assault. The infantry moved in and cleared the place out over several days. The civilian death toll was very high, and the number of captives we got was at a record high as the US cleared every corner and insurgents intentionally made more shields of those who didn't want to fight. The clearing of the UGC also cleared all rumors of the Montreal governor being there. No real intel, no real anything. The Montreal UGC was nothing more than a giant refuge for much of the Montreal populace and way of maneuvering covertly for the insurgency. The governor of the Montreal territory was still nowhere to be found, but our troops did capture a prominent militia leader. He was hung in public, and the partisans certainly exploited the death of every civilian caught in the crossfire to increase resistance to the occupation. No amount of the truth about hostilities from everyone there would change those minds out there. So the days went on, unrest grew, the people found new reasons to hate us, etc. Like I said in the previous chapter, even a changing environment becomes routine when change itself is the usual. It was almost Christmas time, and the instability was increasing since the events above. With the approach of the holiday, I got to thinking. So much had happened in only a few months that it felt like I'd been away for years. It was really hard to believe that I was only a civilian and holding my love in my arms less 7 months prior. Despite the increasing chaos and worsening situation in this hostile city, there was a lot of publicity in Canada that time of the year, and civilians from big news companies occasionally arrived at the square. The higher-ups told all soldiers in Montreal to show them that the Army's goal is to stabilize the situation and provide resources for people on the home front. That idea seemed crazy, considering what we had to do just to clear a street along a patrol route. Still, the arrival of the news people gave us soldiers on the Canadian front a new liveliness. Captain Morales even told us to smile for the cameras if we were to be interviewed or followed during a routine duty. It was hard to smile for a camera when every soldier exposed to the Montreal air had to wear a gas mask, but the idea and spirit of being in the news created a new fun mood amongst us and our usual stress and misery. So, with the increase of news people stopping by our firebase and giddiness from the soldiers, orders came to us from our officers, and everyone was given rules and guidelines about what to say if interviewed. Enforcement was strict. Saying the wrong thing to a news outlet could even result in imprisonment. That all seemed understandable with everything we've done during the battle and following unrest. However, that didn't account for the cameras rolling, especially the ones that followed the patrols. I suppose show don't talk was the general idea when it came to showing civilian news outlets how the Sherman Doctrine was working out. So, my experience with one of the news people came about in a way you might expect one would go in the annexation world I was gradually accepting. We were on a routine patrol one gray afternoon on a prominent December day. The Army had been expanding the routes of patrol slowly since the end of the fight for Montreal and that initial lockdown period. I remember looking up at the sky that was still blanketed by a dark gray cloud and thought again how I hadn't seen the direct sun since arriving in Canada. Anyway, we reached a neighborhood that was sprawling with U.S. troops. Our patrol route took us to the middle of an urban pacification operation in a hot zone or red zone. Our orders for encountering situations like that on patrol were to find the officer in charge and offer assistance since comms between different units from other firebases were still disorganized. If aid wasn't needed, then we were supposed to continue along the route and return to the square. So we marched on through as the operation continued, and soldiers detained or interrogated civilians or stacked breaching teams for designated homes in a display all too familiar to us by that point. The scene would be frightening to civilians both American and Canadian alike as shots were fired on occasion, followed by the short screams of victims. Upon entering the thick of the busy operation, I asked around as soldiers went about their business, and was pointed to the officer in charge. A first lieutenant asked us to assist with a breaching operation, and pointed towards a squad standing by a fountain in the middle of the intersection. What was really interesting about the squad was that the whole group seemed rather livelier than others going about their business. Getting closer and looking over a few shoulders, I saw they were surrounding a news team that was perched next to the fountain. Upon seeing that, the boys and I were eager to get some camera time. So we approached the gaggle of troops and news team whose person on the ground was interviewing a very large soldier in the standard dirty gear and mask. As we joined the entourage, I took the moment to study the news team that had cameras focused all around the intersection, taking in every bit of the mechanical war zone around us. Studying the crew, my eyes focused on the reporter, who was busy talking to the large soldier whose name tag and rank said he was Sergeant Grant. All too familiar with the sight of U.S. troops in ashy OD armor, I studied the reporter. His brown suit had Montreal ash around the pant legs, and overhearing a few words, I heard he had a nervous shake in his voice as he asked the sergeant questions. The elderly newsman had a shiny gray mustache that appeared to match his thinning hair and old-timer look, and sweat dripping down his wrinkled face despite the 30-degree weather. I caught the cameras again, saw them labeled New York 6, and glanced back at the nervous elderly reporter. The man's name credential badge said, Ronald Dobson. After studying the crew and surroundings, I focused in and really listened to the interview. Sergeant Grant was explaining to the camera and reporter why this neighborhood was being searched. I found myself distracted by the elderly man's shaky voice and background cameras constantly rotating to capture the whole scene, but listened in again and heard the simple and standard reason for this operation. This district was seen by scouts to be a hotbed of insurrectionist activity. Despite the fact that every U.S. soldier in this area looked the same under all that armor and chemical protection, me and my squad were still eager for some camera time. So, my squad and I shuffled closer in the background gaggle to where I found myself right behind the sergeant. Some of my idiot pals were even waving on occasion, knowing anything they'd shout would be too muffled in the environmental chaos. After getting my fill of anonymous background posing, Sergeant Grant concluded his interview with Ronald Dobson of New York 6 and told the camera, "All right, people of New York, you're about to witness how the Army eliminates Canadian partisans to keep the streets secure." In a voice that pierced through the background noise and mask, the sergeant then spun around to me, saw the rank on my shoulder plates, and asked while pointing at my guys, who joined his entourage, "You ain't part of my squad? You a backup team?" I shouted in an overtly military manner, "Yes, Sergeant. Lieutenant said you might need an extra set of hands." He racked his rifle and shouted, "Damn right. We're about to conduct a little of the usual fun." Grant then pulled up a box labeled New York 6 that was by his feet and said, "I need you and your squad to mount these helmet cams. Congrats on the front row seats." He gave each of us in my squad and a few in his helmet camera from the small box, and we spent the next minute fixing them on. We then started to walk over to one of the designated houses and stacked up while Sergeant Grant said a few more words to the reporter. Ronald Dobson followed us, holding a voice recorder to his mouth and explaining what was happening while one of his camera people followed along. Aside from my response to the SGT's questions, I kept quiet in an effort to hide my voice even though it was hardly recognizable through the mask and new Montreal voice scratch I was getting. We reached our position, waited, then stacked up against the door for a minute while Dobson's cameraman filmed us. I was third in the stack and tried to ignore the fact that I was both filming and being filmed when we did the breach. Sergeant Grant ran through a reminder of our basic roles when breaching and took his place on the right side of the door in the second position. As I said before, this type of thing was routine as well, not only in basic but during a couple notable patrols. Anyway, his man placed the slim explosives on both sides of the front door and ensured they were secure. Sergeant Grant then pulled the charge on the door and it blew open. We stormed inside, entering the house through the smoke-muddled entryway, and it was hard to see through my lenses in the dimly lit house. We cleared the living room entrance after the first breachers cleared the immediate corners, and I entered the front, scanning the ceiling while the rest filed in and positioned themselves on other entryways. The smoke was still so thick, and I considered flipping my thermal switch when the soldier to my right yelled, "Contact front!" He fired 3 shots. That sounded like howitzers in the quiet house. The smoke cleared in an instant for me to see a man tumble to the bottom of the staircase, leaving a large stain on the wall where he was hit. Close to the stairs, I went up them with 3 other soldiers, not knowing where my squad was in the house. Reaching the top of the stairs, the first thing I saw was a door on the right down the hallway. So, I took my place on the side of the doorway, while the rest of the breaching team searched the ground floor. The 3 soldiers tailing me came up the stairs and secured their spots for breaching or covering. I was the 3rd man in this team, so I'd be last to enter in that case. On a rushed count, I kicked open the door with 1 solid motion, and the others ran in. A single shot was fired, immediately followed by the screams of women. I entered the room. A man was dead in the corner with a bullet hole just below his neck and center chest. My eyes turned from the man to 5 frantic women, and dozens of Canadian Army guns scattered throughout the room. 3 more troops filed into the room, and they began to drag the women downstairs by their hair. I followed behind, watching in silent panic while trying to show that I was still alert. Once outside the house, the street was even more chaotic. Ronald Dobson trained the cameras on the women being dragged out of the house. He wiped his neck with a handkerchief nervously as he spoke to the camera, but he was too far for me to hear the words he was saying. I stood by and guarded the women to make sure they didn't move while taking in the scene. Ronald focused on me as a nameless soldier cuffed each woman with their arms behind their backs. Sergeant Grant and a few others came out of the house leading 4 Canadian partisans. Grant spoke to all of us, I called it. There's an armory in the basement, boys. These people are guilty by association with the Canadian insurgency. He stepped forward and stared deep into the main camera. His eyes appeared to glow red behind the debris and soot-spattered lenses of his mask as he said, This is what the occupation is about." He turned from the camera and chucked an incendiary grenade into the house while laughing like a madman. Sergeant Grant personally lined all the surviving men up against the wall while barking orders at the breaching team, but then looked over at me standing by the subdued and sobbing women. He yelled at me, "Bring them over here now." My mind said no, but my body acted for me. I begrudgingly stood them up and marched them over to the wall. I looked around for my team and saw that Grant lined me, Quinn, Savarin, and some of his guys up in the position of power. I glanced back to see Ronald Dobson petrified with terror. Sergeant Grant turned around again and looked directly into the camera once more, then shouted almost sarcastically, "You all at home are going to love this." He walked over to join our firing line himself. He didn't just want to give the order, he wanted to partake in it. On Grant's cue, we raised our weapons as he yelled, "3!" I aimed at the woman standing in front of me. She was in tears, and Grant's voice boomed, "2!" She mouthed the words, "Please don't. Please," behind a soot-covered face and tear-pouring eyes. Grant yelled, "1!" The young woman cried out loud, "Please!" The sergeant screamed, "Fire!" and the guns to my left and right clattered. Just as I pulled the trigger, I saw Savannah fall to the ground, dead. I stood there like a stone while the people collapsed, and the crackle of gunfire died. I shot the girl I loved in that moment. Even though she was far away and back home, the type of innocence I killed was hers. I hadn't had a whole lot of time to think of Savannah, and I thought back to that fight in junior year. When the world was in conflict, when I was angry, when I wasn't with her, Savannah was dead. Her misery was very real, and I knew it because pulling the trigger, I knew I was changed. Something so simple as an ordinary street patrol, pacification operation, and breaching made me realize that shouldn't have been normal in my world or anyone's. Savannah manifested herself in the woman I killed just to let me know that I was no longer myself and would never be myself again. After what felt like minutes of being lost in my head, I found myself completely stuck in a trance, locked with my rifle aimed slightly above where I shot my fallen target, and utterly stuck in mid-recoil. I saw the vision of Savannah fall to the ground lifeless 1 billion times, like a short video caught in an endless loop. What the fuck was happening to me? My state ended when Savannah tapped me on the shoulder, asking cautiously, "You okay, man?" I looked around to see only a few seconds had actually passed, and nodded to Savannah. The firing line dispersed to go about their way, and I walked away feeling different. It was the kind of different where nothing seems different, but something deep inside and barely visible knows that it is. Things would never be the same again. An engineer scorched the bodies with a flamethrower, and Sergeant Grant's team went about their business. As the activity in the intersection slowly died, I regrouped with my squad and approached Ronald Dobson in person after he threw up and calmed down. The cameras turned off, and the news crew sat on the edge of the fountain in the center of the intersection, unsure what to make of their news coverage. The entire operation was still dying down as trucks pulled up to load captives from the other buildings. The corpses of the op were burning, the captives boarded trucks, and troops rallied to account for everything that happened. I took a seat next to the aging reporter, pulled off my helmet and gas mask, but still concealed my face with the green balaclava beneath it all. After several moments sitting beside the old man, I interrupted his own trauma by asking him, "Sir, is that footage going to be shown to the people of New York or the world?" He broke his 1,000-yard stare with a curious eyebrow and exclaimed, "Good Lord, I hope not. It's up to the station and several hundred federal regulations to decide that. The government is very picky about what gets shown on TV nowadays. It's hard to show pictures of fights in Alaska, let alone videos showing the execution of captives. I didn't even know what to make of that in my own clouded mind. But I told him, sir, it's not always like that in the streets here. People of Canada hate us, so we make examples of the ones who resist." I paused, wondering what I was getting at, looked up and continued, "Believe me when I say we want peace. The whole world is on fire right now, and all of this seems inevitable." I still wasn't even quite sure what I was trying to say. The old reporter just studied me for a long while, then finally said, "Good God, you're just a boy." I turned towards the man and said sternly, "I'm 18, sir. And I have done some things that nobody should ever have to do in the few months I've been here. Just know that the only reason we're doing what we do is to get back home safe. No matter how bad it looks, it's hard to bring peace and love to a people that hate everything about you and want you dead because of the uniform you wear. I didn't sign up for this, Ronald Dobson, but I just want to get home. I'll do anything to get back to home," Ronald Dobson said simply. "Thanks for that, kid. That definitely seemed like a much more honest chat than the other ones I heard. I know the world is on fire right now and country is important, but all the footage we shoot and all the interviews I conduct explain everything going on as duty. Good to know that there's at least someone who shows some humanity in this nightmare, even if they partake in this mess mankind put itself in." He sat there reflecting on what we had both said, still shaking from the horror he witnessed. I began to get up to leave, but as I was putting my mask and helmet back on, I realized that I still had that helmet cam attached, and the little light was blinking. I turned the thing off, removed it from my helmet, tossed it to the man, and said, "Merry Christmas, sir." That's what the prominent December date was, Christmas Eve, the day before we commemorate the birth of the Savior of the world, an incarnation of God, a man who spent his entire life being nothing but good to people, helping people, and ultimately sacrificed himself for everyone. A picture of pure innocence, killed horrifically because he wanted to bring love to a world that had no desire for that. I suppose I already killed that kind of innocence. Been there, done that. I think my spirit was a Roman occupier in a past life. Makes sense. I would be one of the guys to kill the Son of God if Sergeant Grant was just carrying out the Sherman Doctrine. Chapter 12, Officially Normal. February to 2067. Mom had been absolutely silent since Dad died. She wouldn't smile and she wouldn't talk unless I asked her very specific questions. She quit her job when she didn't show up the following week after Dad's funeral, and she had no desire to do almost anything. She simply wasn't herself anymore. Mom had always been relatively quiet under normal circumstances, but following Dad's death, I never really knew how he seemed to hold her all together. I guess that was just one of those things you never really thought about until it was gone, because the woman I lived with since was a complete shell of her old self. Since Mom had essentially abandoned all her responsibilities, I had to take another job as an assistant clerk at an appliance store alongside my grocery store one. Aside from the financial difficulties of having a 17-year-old take that responsibility, we kept an okay functioning household. I did the grocery shopping when I got off in the late evenings, and Mom made meals with whatever I got. No words, no nothing. Mom was so depressed that she wouldn't want to leave the house hardly ever. Due to the extra work and late hours, there wasn't much time for homework, and my grades took a hit for a while, but everything else was going all right in classes and with Savannah, whenever we'd have some time for each other. Our personal time was less and less, but that didn't make anything difficult about when we would see each other. My school day would end only for me to walk home with Savannah and immediately get ready to go to my jobs. She was even angelic enough to assist where I was lacking in my homework, and even kind enough to take me to and from work on most occasions. Speaking of Savannah during that time, she had been coming over to my house and staying around much more often with the passing of my father. Even though I mentioned how busy I was, she gave me somebody to talk to since Mom was out of the question. After school, I would go to my jobs, and Savannah would usually go right back to my house to keep Mom company. She'd tell me that Mom wouldn't really talk to her either, but I think the fact she was just there with Mom was absolutely incredible. Mom was in a very scary place for a long time after my dad died, and I worried about her every second I wasn't watching her. With Savannah staying at my place until picking me up from my jobs, I felt a large chunk of that worry get lifted from my shoulders. When the days were over and I'd get home from an exhausting work and school schedule, I'd kiss Savannah from the passenger seat and head inside to kiss Mom on the cheek and go to bed. I'd hear that low TV volume and see the blue light from my cracked door all night as I tried to sleep, or even just think or worry about the future. I would often lie in my bed and think about what I'd do with my life, and what options I had in dealing with a depressed mother and more responsibilities than most American teenagers would have had 2 years prior. There was simply no way that I could pay for college, and so I wondered what high school graduation would even mean during this period of sadness for everyone. The war still raged on in Alaska as fires across the Middle East and Europe grew. Every option or idea about the future seemed leading only to the global bloodshed. Nowhere to turn, nowhere to aim. I thought about my exhausting new life, about the father I lost, the mother I'd essentially lost, and despite my incredible girlfriend, the only vague conclusion my mind could conjure was escape. I didn't know what that even meant when I thought that night after night. All I knew was that I would be graduating in a few months, and soon be possessed to decide on a vague idea of the future that got me away from everything I felt was stressful. Notice I said, felt was stressful. No idea what stressful meant either. February 18th, 2067, the Canadian government paid a visit to Capitol Hill. Nobody knew what they wanted, but in the end, the newspaper headline read, "Canada declares war on us. Perhaps you expected a better lead-up to the part of our nation's war that consumed me?" Sorry, I'll explain a little more, but it really was pretty much that simple. As you may expect, some Americans forget that Canada was even a country, which is why the general thoughts after the headlines were who declared war on us. Even though the prep work for that front would be massive, Nobody really cared about that war since every propaganda, poster, and news bulletin was about the communists in Alaska. They say the War of 1812 was a forgotten war, but the war against Canada would truly be forgotten since the glory was buried by a goal of annexation and triumph over the Reds in Alaska, as my story may indicate. As much as the public tend to forget that war happened, it really did happen for those who were there. No honor, no glory. You've been reading about why it was forgotten. Anyway, here's how it started. The Canadian government didn't like how U.S. troops were passing through the Canadian territory and airspace en route to the Alaska line. So Canada ordered a complete stop of the U.S. troops and demanded that the U.S. find an alternate route to Alaska. Perhaps a foreign country's sovereignty being violated for our pursuits would have been a big issue for the initial planning after the Chinese invasion. However, Canada didn't seem to mind at the start, but I suppose they felt peevish over a year later with the escalation of troops. With Canadian land and airspace being violated, our military looked to the Navy after the first threats from Canada, although the Navy was too busy throwing everything they had at the Chinese fleets, so literally nothing was done about the grievance. When the Canadians arrived in D.C., the U.S. essentially told the government of Canada to go screw themselves, thereby starting another war. The upcoming conflict was thought to be settled with minimal forces in the first couple days, but a Canadian attempt to sabotage the Alaskan pipeline ignited the use of the Army's move into Canada and a new draft. Over the next few days, new propaganda posters were printed, and the new draft called for 72,000 more troops to be used in Canada. Within hours, the U.S. Army reserves were called up, and they stormed Canada. The Army strode across the northern border from all angles in a matter of days. Canada wasn't expecting that kind of response from us, and the Canadian Army moved to counter the invading troops. This also meant that Savannah's brother was moved into the wild north. Canada was a different animal than some older folks probably remembered at the time. In the years before and after the UN disbanded, the Canadian Army experienced a massive growth in military development. They were no longer the loving US-reliant neighbors to the north. In 2055, they invaded Iceland to strip it of petroleum products. They occupied it for a few months but left when they had exported everything valuable back to Canada and waged a war with the Confederation of Scandinavia for a few years afterwards. With the collapse of the UN, Canada also installed a militia program that included men, women, and even children. They printed propaganda that claimed every other nation to be a threat, and grew to be the hostile, ultranationalist, quasi-socialist nation I'd been talking about in previous chapters. Canada would put up a big fight against the US, and after the initial curiosity about what war with them would even look like, the government was really stepping up our armed forces even more for that front. In case I wasn't clear already, this was a particular time of awfulness, and it was about to get even worse. On the Thursday after the declaration of war on Canada, I remember getting the Capitol Post from the front porch. I blindly took it inside to read before school, and when I sat down to actually look at it, the first thing I saw was the new headline, USMC joins 6th Fleet to invade China. I couldn't believe it. The United States High Command was sending a large force of the Marine Corps to China for what they called a counter-invasion. I was no military tactician, but how could they counter an invasion with another invasion? The paper said that 47,000 Marines were going to be sent into the Chinese countryside to strike fear into the Chinese people. That was the hot topic at school, and nobody could believe that the United States established 2 more fronts in less than a week. This was on top of the fact that we were already fighting the world's largest army for our own lands. A war that was already draining America's spirit was nearly tripled in scale within that week. Despite the ignorance of what we were headed towards, you never would have even considered defeat when you saw the spectacle of our forces in posters, on screens, or even parades that seemed to eradicate the last traces of civilian life in our minds. Like on March 17th, me, Mom, Savannah, and her family went to the St. Patrick's Day parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. There weren't any big floats for iconic symbols, brands, or American traditions since the war. Hundreds and hundreds of soldiers marched down the street in their dress uniforms. There were men in combat fatigues in formation, and their banner said 64th ID, Infantry Division. The symbols of American success used to be supplemented by companies and innovations that aided the world, but no more. The sole symbol of American exceptionalism during this era of global conflict was displayed by soldiers destined for the old or new fronts. However, the real eye-catcher was still no different from the war display I described, but with an innovative twist. Following the soldiers in dress or combat apparel was a company of power-armored soldiers. Power-armored soldiers gave new definition to the phrase mechanized soldiers and were more than impressive. I had only seen some pictures of that armor in magazines and newspaper articles, but there they were for all to see. No more secrecy. With the new fronts, America wanted her enemies to know what was coming. They passed by wearing their large ballistic steel helmets with the built-in gas mask, the night vision lenses, and reinforced oxygen recycling tubes. I was a dork for cool military shit like power armor. Anyway, the armor was made of solid ballistic steel and had big shoulder plates, reinforced arms, legs, and chest with the integral joint padding atop a large fusion-powered exoskeleton. The soldiers inside those big armored exoskeletons made them tower at least 4 feet over the other troops, and the parade looked like one of knights in dull gray armor. As knightly as they looked, these guys carried miniguns, flamethrowers, and large tubes I recognized from the magazines as the newest advanced missile launchers. All their weapons were shouldered, or port-armed for the parade, but I just knew that when those guys got to whatever front they were going to, they'd triumph. Despite the glamour of that day, reality soon hit us again, and the easy win over Canada turned out to not be very easy at all. I sat front row for proof of that. On March 20th, I was over at Savannah's house after school because I had the night off from work. Her dad just got home and forgot to get the mail. He asked me to get it, as he usually did since I was a courteous one and a semi-regular sight around her house. I got up. Savannah and I weren't doing anything, so I jumped up and walked down their steps to bring in their mail. When I opened the box, some junk mail fell out. Inside the box, there was a folded American flag, and I immediately knew what had happened. I brought in the flag and set it on their counter. No words again. After a moment where the girls entered the kitchen and Lawrence saw what I brought in, there was pure silence. Barely a month into the new war with Canada, my love's brother, who was stationed along the Canadian border the past few years, was dead. I never got to meet him, surprisingly, but I really did felt like I knew him since Savannah seemed to glow a special way when talking about him. Needless to say, Savannah and her sister Gabriella started crying after the silence to process. Lawrence saw the mail and tried very hard to hold back his emotion before starting to cry himself. I never saw a guy like Lawrence cry before. A man who was tough, a man who was viciously protective of his daughters, and a man who worked very hard to keep his family comfortable. As I stood there unsure of what to do except comfort Savannah, I remembered hearing that people used to be visited personally by an honor guard to deliver that type of bad news. Those days, folded flags were shipped to affected households like unwanted court summons. However, after enough staring at the pile of mail for far too long, I noticed something. On top of the flag was a letter that didn't quite match the rest of the mail. I knew it was something special, so my love and her family gathered around me as I opened the letter and removed a message. It said plainly, "Sergeant Andres, Gary was killed in combat on March 15th, 2067. He died bravely in the siege of Toronto at approximately 1830. Then there was a brief handwritten note from some of his closest buds. Dear Andres family, Gary was one of the best guys we ever knew. He always had nothing but the best things to say about his family. Not only was Gary a fantastic sergeant, but we were his brothers in the field. Just know that we loved that guy, and we took good care of him until his final hour. Our deepest condolences go out to you all, from Drake Stahl, Herb Delmont, Keith Wickett, and Joe Butcher. Signed by Captain Gilbert Vandeville, 17 ID, 100th Infantry Regiment, 2nd Company Commander." This was a sad time in my life, for everyone's life. After being there to bring in Gary Andres' flag, I didn't even know what to think. Everywhere I turned, there seemed to be more misery, and the weight was almost too much. The night after that incident, Savannah and I felt like the world was beginning to crush us. I stayed quite a while in her house that night, and Lawrence didn't even mind, notice, or care when we shut the door to her room. Not that anything happened, or anything worth stopping took place. I just held Savannah in my arms as she cried, and the moment reminded me of when she did the same for me after my dad died not too long before learning of her brother. Still, even as I held her and felt her warm tears seeping through my shirt, I thought. I continued the thought I'd had since my father died, and continued it even when I eventually had to leave. That thought was still escape. I wanted to escape the world, my responsibilities, my suffering, and my past. But then I thought of her again. I thought of Savannah in my arms and brushing her hair, consoling her, and felt something different. I wanted to escape, but I needed Savannah. She needed me, and I still didn't know what exactly escape meant. I know what it meant now, but when surrounded by constant misery and worry, there were many places of success and overcoming hiding right in plain sight. The posters on the walls, the commercials of our gallant soldiers, and the parades down Pennsylvania Avenue showed exactly what stepping up in the face of hardship and overwhelming odds was supposed to look like. Looking back, I think it's kind of funny, scary how inspiring a tragic death can be if you give it the right twist or emphasis. At least Gary got to escape this world and seemingly go down fighting. I knew what good life was, and I thought I knew what tragic life was. And it was, but God, universe, or whatever was like, you think that's tragic and stressful? Watch this, kiddo. Either way, you saw this coming since you've been reading about it every other chapter, but there were 10 billion reasons I enlisted, and I couldn't tell you really one of them in particular. I could tell you the theme, though. You got it. Escape. As if you can escape life by jumping into a coffin prematurely. I suppose you could, but you'll always forget something. Like, you ever rush out the door to make it to school on time, only to get there and realize, oh wait, I forgot my bag with all my homework and that big project that's essentially my entire grade. In other words, my entire reason for fucking being there. That's what happened with me. I was in such a rush to get away from the world that I forgot to pack my reason for living and source of sanity, Savannah. You can buy the school lunch, but it's never as good or sufficient as that perfect sandwich you left on the counter. You can write to it, sure, but it still isn't there with you when you want it or need it. Savannah is food now? Not sure what I'm writing, ha ha ha. So, March was almost over, and soon I would graduate. On graduation day, I would tell everyone what I planned to do with my life. Coffin, sandwich, HW. That's my abbreviation for homework. Shh, stop. You're sick of this. Anyway, that was all too normal for everyone in America. Fuck it. Don't matter. You want to hear what was so fucking normal where me and Gary ended up? Not him. Would have been, though? Maybe. If he stuck around after Ronto fell, he and I would have had a lot more in common than Savannah let on. Savannah said he was tall. Probably would have been great to spoon with like his sister. You read that right. Interesting stuff happens when it's cold in the field. Don't tell her I said that. At least we got something in common, though. Both killed in a part of a war everyone forgot happened. Just you wait. Lots of fun, but not nearly as fun as it would be. Chapter 13, Life at the Square. Back in the lively barracks that Christmas Eve, we sat together on our bunks and talked while the other troops were doing their own thing. I was sitting on my lower bunk beside my team leader, Stiles. Zavarin was reclining on his bunk next to Andrews. Both Miller and Rollins were on their top bunks with legs hanging down. All of us had been passing around our third bottle of cheap Killian's Scandinavian vodka when Zavarin asked me about Savannah, and my thoughts from earlier stunned me for a few seconds again. He took a long swig from his personal flask and said, "Yo, how's Savannah doing, bruh?" Zavarin tended to turn into a sort of overly chilled-out douche when he had enough drinks. The other guys were buzzed enough to be interested as well. So I told him, "She's fine. She's still in Annapolis for medical school." Now, Roland had a girl back in Virginia who he concluded was cheating on him. Zavarin was about to say something when Roland said from the top bunk, "She's probably taking it every day from those Navy boys over at the academy. You know, if they ain't too busy fucking each other. Ha ha ha." The others giggled at the Navy jab, but I focused more on that comment about Savannah. My buzzed mind couldn't handle the insult at the love of my life, or his casual attitude when saying it. So I clenched my fist and shouted, "No, Roland! She wouldn't do that shit ever. I know her better than I know myself. Besides, I don't think she would visit my mom or send me half the pictures she does if she was taking it from possibly homosexual sailors." Just then, Quinn sat up next to Zavarin and cut me off before I escalated my own rage into a fight. "You have pictures?" They all got up or slid off the top bunks and started hitting me while asking aggressively, "Where are they, David?" The cavemen had heard everything about Savannah at that point during our Liberty Squad briefings, drinking sessions. They even reluctantly heard about our romantic first date when I had too many. After enough hits and interrogations, I pulled 2 of my favorite pictures out of my arm pouch and unfolded them. Stiles snatched them, and they looked over the pictures like Neanderthals seeing fire for the first time. All the while, they were saying aloud, "Yes, son, she's hot. Haha, cool. And haha, you get it in there?" Until I put the pictures away. I was just thankful I still had my less decent pictures of her hidden. 2067 was the first Christmas I spent away from family and all things familiar. On the 27th of December, I got a letter from Savannah and Mom wishing me a Merry Christmas with sentimental photos and all that. On Christmas Day, the Canadian militias launched attacks all across the city. Some insurgent channels did so religiously, saying that the conduct of the American occupation was directly against the laws of God or whatever. That didn't inspire a whole lot of insurrection for a largely godless population and our occupying force that already gave our farewells to holiness upon arrival in Montreal. Nobody had moral superiority in this world, so none of that mattered to us but the Canadian insurrectionists would take any cause or reason to kill US troops. Luckily, the square wasn't targeted on Christmas. Although, the sound of gunshots could be heard down the street. I just thanked whatever was listening, God, Universe, or Lieutenant Royce, that I didn't have another street patrol that day. That Christmas Eve was truly memorable, though, and not just because of the horrifying incident where I shot Savannah in front of New York 6. All our alcohol ration tickets were used, and the barracks was one big party the whole night. We all got drunk as hell that night and were surprisingly uninterrupted by the officers upstairs. They were probably having their own party, knowing that the square's fun that night was at the expense of those poor fucks who drew guard duty and firewatch. The simple thought was, sucks to be them, at least until the next morning, when Captain Morales came down to our level on Christmas morning, clearly suffering from his own fun night. He saw the condition of the enlisted barracks and we got PTD to high hell. Despite Christmas morning push-ups in full kit with masks and pounding headaches, Christmas Eve was worth it. 5 months later, aged 19 to 2068. I dream about her. I think about death. And I live in a toxic urban hellscape surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people who want me dead. On my free time, I drink booze, smoke cigarettes, chew tobacco, gamble, and curse. If Mom were to see what I had become, she would have gone right ahead and had a heart attack. If Dad was still around, he wouldn't care if I was in a war zone. He would have still come over and beat my ass. It wouldn't even matter that he did a lot of the same shit when he was in the service. By this time, killing had come to be one of those ordinary things. I did a tally a few weeks prior, and it turned out that my hands had killed 8 people since I arrived in Canada at that point. Maybe it was more. I didn't really see the results of every suppression burst or grenade hurled at a possible sniper position. I used to hear that people could go their entire military career without firing their rifle once in self-defense or in the line of duty. Not us in Canada, though. I killed 2 in the assault, the young blonde captive boy, the woman against the wall, and 4 other confirmed whoever's during our many patrols through the streets over the months. The situation on the street was still terrible. The civilians were even more violent, so it wasn't just the militia killing US troops anymore. There had been reports of troops getting separated from their units on patrol, only to be offered shelter by Canadian civilians who killed them in some brutal or creative fashion. Some fire bases had perimeter patrols during nights where Canadian insurrectionists would abduct lone soldiers just after the spotlights pass. The soldier would usually be found hanging from a street lamp when morning came, and typically with a sign on the body saying something along the lines of, "Go home, Americans." Fires still let loose across the city, and the anarchists enjoyed setting fire to military installations, as well as the homes of their fellow countrymen. The square was relatively untouched since the companies stationed here still continued the policy of shoot anyone not in US uniform. However, sometimes the Canadians were clever and used our gear collected off the fallen to try and infiltrate our square. I wasn't there for one of the incidents, but I heard they killed a Canadian in US uniform. Not only was the guy's accent a dead giveaway, but he had the corporal's chevrons upside down like he was a jolly old chap from a section of the King's Fusiliers. Whatever. Don't listen to me. But, since Christmas, I'd been in 3 legitimate firefights. A few of my guys were shot on those occasions, but we didn't lose anyone, and we walked away with more blood on our hands and nothing that couldn't be fixed by a stay in the sick bay or a stimpack and bed rest. Anyway, I got promoted to sergeant around late April, so I was no longer a corporal. My time in the MTP during high school and good performance in basic allowed me to make corporal after basic. However, the Army operated strangely in Canada. The idea of someone making sergeant after less than a year of service was unheard of in the military during my dad's day, or even on the Alaska front. Canada was different in that soldiers were killed or placed elsewhere, so sporadically that gaps in unit command structures needed to be filled quickly by people accustomed to the environment of annexation forces. In other words, the Army in Canada needed troops and commanders used to killing indiscriminately or witnessing horrors in cities full of rubble and hatred. My new rank didn't change much, though. I still had the same old position with my guys and enjoyed the same barracks life. In the barracks, we mostly gambled, drank, smoked, or engaged in other sins. My favorite game or pastime was Texas Hold'em. This was because the game could last for hours if everyone was willing to pitch in. Before you knew it, you lost half your semi-worthless Army script and started another game. Army script was a new thing we were paid on top of actual money for various assignments or jobs. Since most of the military sent their cash back home, we got Army script as a way to ration things within the units. For example, volunteer for an extra guard shift equal to get 50 Army dollars script. You get the idea. Or buy a bottle of whiskey at the commissary for 30 Army dollars. When it came to assignments, the money was typically used where rank couldn't be used to give orders. Example, Sergeant Lucky's squad could use extra hands to move supplies, equal to volunteer and get 60 Army bucks. Some guys took full advantage of the Army currency and were quickly becoming Army millionaires. Because most of the currency system was based on rationing, people exchanged shit for cash to be spent on goods for their squads or groups of friends. I always thought it was funny to see some private auction off a clean picture of his naked girlfriend to a bunch of E5 seconds just to pay for a drinking night with his bud. However, most of those Army millionaires had the right scheme, and typically got all that Army cash by asking to cover people's guard shifts or patrols. Some even went as far as advertising their services through the use of posters on the walls like, "Do you think guard duty blows major balls? Hit up PFC walk-ins at bunk 7A. If I ain't there, leave a note with your name, rank, scheduled shift, and bunk number. I'll hit you up when I can to negotiate a price. Note, I can't cover slots for E-4 and above. No punishment shifts. I ain't getting court-martialed for your stupid ass." The barracks was much better after it went through a brief period of renovation post-Christmas. An engineer team was dispatched to the square from Division HQ, where they sealed up the walls so the rats couldn't get in. They installed proper lighting. They put a few tables to go with the surplus of chairs. A crappy old TV was plugged in, and we got new iron frame beds to replace the broken ones we found or made after the battle for Montreal. When on watch, not many Canadians were stupid enough to attack us. As I mentioned earlier, we also still kept the policy of shooting at anyone who approached, so we would take pot shots at civilians even if they were just walking by. That might sound screwed up, but they hated us anyway, and we didn't typically shoot to kill unless they got too close. The shots just scared the piss out of whoever was walking by and served as a warning that they were not welcome near the square. When not on patrol or guard duty, watch, janitorial work, etc., the area outside the square was dangerous beyond all belief, so off time was spent in the barracks or the plaza if there wasn't anything going on outside. Not saying there wasn't anything to do in the barracks. I illuminated a few activities earlier, and if nothing else, there was always that crappy TV in the barracks playing porn almost 24/7. Nothing quite like watching people fucking to pass the time with your pals in a war zone. I'm currently under the belief that you aren't truly friends with anyone until you've exchanged commentaries throughout a 3-hour-long porno with them. Although, on certain occasions, the Canadian propaganda station was playing on the TV, and that inspired all sorts of fun bonding. It was funny to watch the propaganda station and see how the Canadians portray us on their official programs. Any TV studios were leveled during the siege, so the Canadian propagandists were recording in what looked like a basement. As much as we soldiers enjoyed the station, the Army Signal Corps repeatedly took the channel off the airwaves, only for it to show up again after a few days on a new channel. The anti-American station showed us as horned devils in gas masks, and many of us laughingly agreed. Sometimes, people watched the channel and clapped or laughed while pointing at the atrocious scenes depicted and shouted, "Look, it's me!" at one of the dozen masked men with assault rifles. The station closely hid their supposed knowledge in regard to government officials' locations. They said that the famous governor of Montreal was still nowhere to be seen, but was most certainly alive. He was suspected to have fled to the countryside to seek the battered remnants of the supposed Queen's Mountie Regiment or whatever the fuck it was called. Either that, or he took shelter with the partisans. Another interesting thing the propaganda station reported on occasion was about the intervention of Canada's big brother Britain. That worried some people for a while until an officer fratting on the enlisted level saw that and reminded some conversationalists about the station being for propaganda. I thought back to what I knew about Europe even before leaving, and found another reason to laugh. The Brits were totally pussy-whipped by the Yukon, and the Euros didn't give two fucks about Canada. Sorry, Canada, you're on your own. So we didn't get much news about the other fronts. I didn't even know how the army was doing against the Chinese in Alaska since I left for basic. One thing we were getting, though, a couple months after Christmas was comics. At some point, they started to send comics to the soldiers stationed in Canada. Once again, I didn't know if it was the same for those in other fronts. We received 3 issues, Tales from Fort Bearclaw, Marine Corps Marty, and Toronto Times. I liked the weekly issues of Fort Bearclaw. That one told the story of the Alaskan National Guard unit that fought like guerrillas up in the mountains. In the comic, the fort was the only installation to remain unaccounted for by the Chinese invasion force. Since then, they set ambushes against Chinese troops, work with Alaskan locals, and help the Rangers in fights for the Alaskan wilderness. The main characters were based on actual men from the real Fort Bearclaw that fell when the Chinese first invaded. Though the characters were based on names of soldiers who perished there, they were memorialized in those comics to boost our morale. Whether the events of the comics were based on what was actually happening in Alaska, I again don't know. My favorite one of the new comic series was Marine Corps Marty. It was my favorite because I never heard about what the Marine Corps was going through over in China. The stories followed Martin Sandusky of the USMC 294th Mechanized Infantry Regiment. His accounts showed the brutal conditions in which the Marine Corps was supposedly undergoing in their fight along the Yangtze River. I also liked it because the character was in a mechanized unit and got to wear one of those super cool armored exoskeletons and carry a big gun into battle. There weren't too many mechanized troops in Canada, but every time I saw one of those huge suits of T-45D power armor, I wondered what it was like to feel nearly invincible in a combat zone. As for the last magazine, I didn't really care for the Toronto Times because I lived it every day. That one followed a platoon of infantrymen who went day to day in the ash heap of Toronto. I only heard a few things about Toronto from some of the guys in our company, but both their stories and the comics depicted the same shit I've been in since the assault. A lot of it was very relatable, and I understood all of the inside jokes, but it was just a reminder of my circumstances. Women were a real problem in the square. There was a serious lack of them. Women were slowly being integrated into combat roles, but few were sent to Canada. Our square was considered a prime firebase in Montreal, so there were no women here, per se. Occasionally, we would get a team of nurses and logistics chicks. Women in logistics, stupid name I know, but that's what we called them, to roll through. But once they were done, they'd head back to HQ for rest. I imagine those gals were pretty tired after doing their job at the square while simultaneously fending off a horde of soldiers who just about demand pussy. That reminds me, on the outskirts of the city and near to the site of the original siege line was a collection of buildings relatively untouched by the Carnage Army Headquarters Montreal Division. The Army HQ had plenty of women, and not only military ones. They were primarily desk jockeys, but I heard that some fire bases outside of major hot zones were getting female medical staff permanently stationed there. Lucky fucks. Although probably pretty terrible for those poor gals. In the face of boredom, I always had Savannah to keep my mind occupied. I wrote her all the time, and she sent me pictures of herself, Mom, or when she was out with friends. Some of my personal pictures of her went missing later, which pissed me off. I think some dipshit stole them from my pack to go pound off in the bathroom and forgot to give them back, with a murder-worthy reminder of their borrowing. Probably for the best. However, I'd been considering selling some of those pics for some army cash, but the thieves foiled that for the time being. Regardless, my squad mates always wanted to know what I was writing to her when they weren't on their own assignments. As good as things seemed in the letters, negative influence takes its toll on the mind, and I often thought of Roland's situation. I mentioned Mark Roland's cheating girlfriend earlier. He knew it was killing him inside that she would do that, even though I had no idea what the two of them had been through before he left for Montreal. I only spoke of Savannah when people asked, but Roland never talked about his girl, only a few times in basic, and during the occasional outburst when he drank too much or let something slip on an eventful patrol. For instance, our squad was securing an intersection one day and we had a captive with us. We were waiting for a response from command over the radio on whether a truck crew was making the rounds. A lieutenant from some other fire base walked past us with his platoon following and shouted, "That fucker militia? I gave a yeah?" The LT was still leading the march and shouted back, "Just kill him?" It sounded like the officer was going to explain his reasoning, but before he could, if he was going to, Roland shot the captive in the back of the head. The officer turned his head to the front and kept marching with the platoon following. There was a moment of silence after that, but just before the shot, I thought I heard Roland mutter under his breath, "Stupid bitch." It was obvious that he wasn't talking about the captive. As the blood from our captive's head flowed slowly down the street, I began to worry about him, and even myself. Suspicion and paranoia are contagious. I loved Savannah very much, and the dried tear marks on her letters made my heart ache. I slowly began to lose myself as my 1-year mark got closer. I had gone almost a full year away from the love of my life, Mom, and all that I knew in the world. Memories of a pleasant life were slowly fading from memory with the non-stop worry of the day-to-day. I'd killed many people, and that weight was always on my shoulders. Each letter from home made me happy, but the constant misery in my mind was building. I daydreamed about Savannah, and beautiful memories of her were getting a darker tint. I thought and thought about her in the best of ways, but Mark's own situation was encroaching on my own. Almost every day I'd hear about someone who got a final letter, Dear John letter, from their own love interests, occasionally causing psychotic episodes. Love, war, paranoia, and suspicion were a dangerous combination that hung over the heads of everyone in Montreal. As euphoric as the letters from Savannah were, I was beginning to go crazy at 2 recurring thoughts. Any day now, I could get my last letter from Savannah, and I'm going to be trapped in this toxic city with no one back home to love me. As it went on, it'd get worse and manifest in different ways. And though I believe everyone who was in Montreal can understand, I can only speak for myself. The rosy memories of what was were starting to become sickening compared to what was normal in Montreal. So, Mark unintentionally gave me scary thoughts. But in the subject of women, Quinn Andrews had his own peculiar situation. Quinn Andrews had a girlfriend back in D.C. Quinn's girlfriend, Julie, was of Chinese descent. She and her family had to go through a process where the U.S. government supervised them for an entire week, interviewed the family, quizzed them on U.S. history, U.S. ideologies, and had them declare their loyalty to the U.S. in front of friends and even neighbors. After that, their house was ransacked of anything possibly communist-related, and their finances underwent several audits looking for ties with Chinese institutions. This entire process happened to Asians of all descent, not just Chinese. In this time, I thought to myself, a lot. I used to enjoy thinking to myself and even considered it a hobby of mine. Now, thinking was nightmarish, and I tried to distract myself in a myriad of ways. Although, when the thoughts inevitably came, I tried very hard to think good thoughts of home before they made me sick. As my time in Montreal grew longer, the vision of home became more and more blurred. Eventually, I would wonder if Savannah would even recognize me if she saw me. Some months down the road, I looked at myself in the mirror and I did not like what I saw. My face was scratched all over, the scar on my face reopened, my eye was black, my armor was shredded, and my hands were covered in more blood from ever-increasing and unending war. Chapter 14, you saw this coming. I know I mentioned in the previous chapter how thinking was nightmarish, but even before Montreal, the thoughts from before were their own brand of sickening. The longer I was in Canada, the more horrible those memories of home were in contrast with what I was going through. On the other hand, back in those days when I thought things were bad, the thought of those soldiers out doing what I wasn't doing was terrible in contrast with the image of Savannah and even feeling love. There really were a billion reasons I enlisted, and that overarching theme was still escape, but being stuck with an unfortunate mind, losing my father, and feeling that need to stand up in the face of conflict were big reasons. Then I'd see her again, feel love, and immediately hate myself for not having earned her in any way. I've never been entirely healthy in my head. May 16, age 18 to 2067. On May 16th, 2067, the graduation ceremony took place. The entire high school threw a big celebration for all the seniors, where they read the names and handed out diplomas. Most of those people were going to go to college or starting jobs elsewhere, since anybody who was going to enlist generally had already dropped out. I had my own plan that wasn't dissimilar to the common one. All my friends were at the after-party, and my mom came too. She was so proud, but she still didn't say a word for the entire celebration. Throughout the evening, I couldn't find Brandon or Kevin, but Roger was there. It was sorta nice to see Roger, since I'd spent most of high school focused on Savannah, and remaining friends with Brandon on the semi-frequent occasion. Seeing that goofy fucker there made me feel oddly strange. Roger just stood by the punch bowl and tried his absolute best to hit on girls, having developed some pseudo-confidence since spending so much time with Kevin. That dorky old friend of mine was still the same guy I was friends with while in middle school and freshman year. Even after everything. Still trying to emulate that egotistical Kevin, even when he wasn't there. And still seeming overall content with the fact that the world didn't much notice him. I know I hadn't talked much about my old friends, but there was something endearing or almost magical about that kind of guy who could remain in his own way with his own nonsensical priorities, despite a world that had changed and affected almost everyone else. Not sure why that was relevant. Maybe it was because that was the last time I saw or noticed a guy who I used to be close with before finally vanishing from the relevance of my life. Sorta sad how that tends to happen sometimes. So, the celebration lasted almost until midnight, and then Savannah parted from her own family to walk home with my mom and I. When we got to my house, we showed Mom inside, and I stood out front with Savannah for a while. We talked and talked like we normally did, getting lost in each other's words and other lubby-dubby shit you don't care about. I'd known what Savannah's plans were for a long time, but that part of the conversation came again. I had no idea what I planned to do with my life even up to that point, and Savannah knew as much. We never avoided that topic about my end, but she knew I was rather lost. My 2067 almost started with the death of my father, and having to take care of a depressed mom while going to 2 jobs and keeping up with school was taking a toll on me that she saw. I hadn't had the luxury to think about the future that year. Fresh from the graduation of high school and caring about me so much, I remember her asking in her timid, sweet way, "What's next, David?" No idea. Out of consideration, she always had a way of making me talk with words, expressing thoughts that were lost in my own buried subconscious. "Savannah, I am going to join the army." Uttering my own words about my future path shocked even me, but I was too tired to think about why. Perhaps I was simply calm in finally stating my destiny I didn't know I wanted. That was it, though. That was why I had been so at peace. I didn't even consider the idea of being away from her. After all, she was there in the moment, and I had finally spoken the solution to that vague idea in my head. Escape. Savannah didn't say anything at first. When I finally considered what I said, I expected her to burst out into tears and probably cry about her brother, who was killed in the army 2 months prior. That never happened. I underestimated her yet again. She just wrapped her arms around me, and we held each other under the street lamps, not saying anything for almost eternity. I couldn't even think about what I said, how she responded, or anything irrelevant to her warm body holding mine in those long moments. Finally, she looked up into my eyes and whispered, "I love you." That I thought about. I didn't know what to say to that at first. What we felt for each other was very strong, beautiful, powerful even. I had no way to ever describe what we shared whenever we were together, but the closest thing I could think of was love. I said to myself, I love this girl. That's what this was, love. This wasn't some kind of teen moment. I loved her. I actually knew what love was when I was with her. I suppose I knew it from that first date, but that simple sentence was another one buried in my mind, until only she could unlock it. Looking at those wet eyes, I never knew why she cried all the time, but I think that passion in them was almost always ready to pour out. I finally leaned in and whispered in her ear, "I love you." Together we caught my mom before she went to bed and told her what I was going to do, and her reaction was calm. She cried to herself, nodding in simple understanding. Both women in my life had a way of simply understanding me in ways I couldn't comprehend. Mom knew what Dad meant to me and seemed to see much of his character and even sense of duty in me. Although I again don't believe it was necessarily duty that made me want to serve my country. I'm sure that simple motive was one of those billions. Later, after graduation, I spent the remainder of that week working. I was going to talk to the recruiters at the end of the week on the 21st. Uninterrupted by school, I was able to work a lot longer and get a little more money before quitting soon. It was in that time that I realized I was actually thinking about the future despite what I was doing. I still had most of the old burdens, but somehow found the thoughts to spare. I thought about enlisting all that time, but the more I thought, the more reality set in. I was in conflict with myself. I came to the realization that I couldn't be separated from Savannah for more than a day, but the other part of me was being dragged into a new, vague eagerness to involve myself in the national conflicts. Still unsure of my thoughts, I surmised that eagerness was the part I got from my dad. I remembered conversations where he told me how country was the most important thing because it affected individual concerns such as family, religion, possessions, and freedoms. I recalled Dad's stories of the service and thought of his characteristics in the image of the propaganda posters lining the streets. Everything we held dear was only available to us because of our great nation and the amazing people who stand up to protect it. As true as that is, the thoughts like that tended to take over when my mind inevitably rolled around to, but what about Savannah? I had a great life with a great mom and incredible love. Maybe my motives were initiated by the wartime fear in the air that moved everyone like a force of nature. But like I said, my reasons were a billion, and largely still unknown to my conscious mind. Despite how great my life was, and despite all the tragedy, I was scared. Those thoughts of Savannah were always buried, so I'd find myself asking, what am I scared of? My brain of new goals and recollections of my dad answered that question in ways I'm not sure were real to me, despite how real they were in truth. Everyone in the US had a giant weight on their shoulders called Communist China. This wasn't even mentioning the fact that we had only recently opened up a front against our neighbor to the north that wasn't going quite as smoothly as initially planned. Either way, all the fear had a shadow that was overcome by bold print saying, "Every day I awake, and everything good in my life was all because of those who perished on the cold Anchorage line in 2066. I was destined for that, and fear disappeared when I knew of my upcoming role in the world would be realized soon. The voices, regardless of how true they were in reality or my clouded mind, were right. I saw images of soldiers marching down Pennsylvania Ave, and saw the inspiration of people gloriously standing up in a world at war. Then I saw myself, my pathetic, victimized self who lost his dad and lost the soul of his mom. Then there she was, out of the blue. Still not aware of even leaving her. I still knew I didn't deserve her for 1 second, yet there she was night after night. So understanding and faithful. She always had more faith and confidence, and blind love for me that I never once had in myself, and I couldn't understand why. Pictures of her admiring my worthless being changed to images of those soldiers again, and those moments of self-doubt were cast aside once more by seeing myself there, completely clouding the fear of not being with her. Thinking, and even more thinking of thoughts about thoughts, regarding thoughts of thoughts. I only really waited until graduation because my dad always stressed how important even the minimum education was. I knew from his last letter that whatever I decided, he'd be proud, but I had to do the simple act of graduating high school for both him and myself. That's why I stayed in school. I realize that now. I bet Savannah held off on that future topic because she wanted me to make my dad proud. That makes sense, she's perfect. With the minimum educational achievement complete, the weight I felt was lifted, and that only led to destiny. I spent too much time on my post-graduation thoughts. Stop thinking so much, David. Haha, just like Kevin used to talk in third person, remember him? On that Friday after graduation, I finished up work and went home to Savannah, who lived with us more than her own family by this point. I loved having her over. Mom mostly slept on the couch and still never spoke, plus my dad's death made her a lot more lax with the household rules. Also, I was the man of the house, and I had just been freed of my dead-end jobs. Also, I was going to enlist the very next day, so I had goals, direction, a plan for the future, the whole shebang. Needless to say, Savannah and I came home by 7 p.m. I kissed Mommy goodnight, took my love upstairs, and fucked her pretty little mouth again. Sorry, that was vulgar. Savannah deserves better respect than that. She's so sweet, so classy too. She'll forgive me. There's no back key on this thing I'm writing this on. Careful what you say, David. Shh, I'm fine. Promise. I'm also done referring to myself in third person. So that weekend, I went to the Army recruitment office over by the National Guard depot in downtown. I waited in line for an interview with the recruiter for an entire hour. As I looked around, I saw people from all backgrounds. Most of them looked like me, fresh out of high school, but I didn't recognize any of them. My peers sat there on the benches looking around with their short hair and clueless expressions. I knew what I was getting into from the MTP, so I was all business. I watched each person go into the room one by one until it was finally my turn. I walked into the office of a Sergeant Major Sean Clark. He took a good look at me and said, "You look like someone who knows how to handle himself. Look at that posture, clearly trying to butter me up." I replied, "I already know a thing or two about the Army, if that's what you're saying, Sergeant Major." He said with a grin, "Let me guess. Straight out of high school and a senior member of the MTP?" I responded confidently, "Yes, Sergeant Major," and handed him my portfolio. He looked over it briefly and then said, "Yep, just as I expected. Fresh out of high school, and what do you know? You were in the MTP for all 3 years available." He paused for a minute and looked up before saying, in a semi-sarcastic way, "Let me ask you one question. Why do you want to join the Army? You already read about all my crazy thoughts that focused on one thing while always clouding another. Everything from my father dying to his sense of duty, to stress, to all that other stuff. You know my brain at that time was a propaganda reel in regard to service at that point. So it was no different in front of the unusually high-ranked recruiter. No regard for Savannah, who consumed every other thought outside of these ones. I told him what every other person who entered his office probably said. I need to do my part in this war. I also need to provide for my family somehow. He asked me what I wanted to do in the Army, and all I said was wherever they need me. So he put me down for infantry, telling me that there is always a need for more infantry. He asked what front I preferred to serve in, and I immediately said Alaska. There were other fronts. All the glory and best posters or news articles were about the Alaskan wilderness. I almost forgot that there was a Canadian front that recently became a thing. I wasn't in a Marine recruiter, so I didn't have to worry about shipping out to Chinaland. He marked Alaska down, but told me, "We will keep this open for the time being, so just know that this is not guaranteed. The Army will most likely put you wherever they need you, like you said. But you seem flexible. My mind didn't even consider the possibility of serving in Canada. But I remember thinking about it afterwards and concluding, the Canadian front is probably heroic too, so what if I end up having to go there, and then considered a recent headline saying the assault on Toronto just started. That headline was just below one, about Rangers in the Yukon, but I was sure after the first big victory in Canada, there'd be some good stuff about boys over there. The next intro question came, and that was, duration of service? I knew the options. After all, I was in the MTP through a lot of wartime America. No thinking duration of war. Which war, you ask? No idea. In the end, he stamped my file approved. I spent 45 minutes signing a bunch of forms, and he concluded by saying, "Be at the DC International Airport's bus bay on May 30th. I went to the recruiter on the 21st, in case you forgot. The U.S. Army really needed people, and fast. So they had people shipped out to basic training or standard wartime infantry school Swiss within a week or so. It was after that when the ceremonial boulder of reality was dropped onto my head again. After that, I found myself asking questions I hadn't even considered in the week leading up to the meeting. I asked him for more time, but he said I could take it, leave it, or stop by again in 3 months if I wanted to attend basic training in the DC local recruit training facility. Otherwise, he said he could ship me to another basic training facility, but it could be in a different state or coast. My mind raced with the narrow timeline, and I was on the verge of remembering something scary. Thank goodness that calming, crazy brain won the moment over. Something seemed comforting about attending the local recruit training facility. With that thought, all thoughts were satisfactorily eliminated. I agreed, and signed the last form. The 30th was when the next group was headed to Fort Bannister, an impromptu training facility 50 miles west of DC. I went home feeling very strange. Something was crying in my subconscious mind, but that was my subconscious mind. My present mind was just glad to be on the road to a glorious future. I consoled any white noise with thoughts of service. There was no more maps. They found out if you were qualified at basic training, or the Suisse route with a quick medical screening and rigorous drills. Despite the craziness in my head, I still loved Savannah first and foremost, so I immediately called Savannah when I got home. And I still can't forget that first night. I had begun my 8 days of heaven. I spent all my time with Savannah, almost completely unaware of how soon I'd be leaving her. What's odd is that she didn't seem aware either. Time stopped when we were together, and I lost all sense in my mind whenever I saw those eyes. Anyway, I spent a little time with Mom only when she let me. She loved me dearly, but her emotions were all over the place. Mine were too, but I was too happy, in love, and full of purpose to remember my feelings. Savannah and I went on long walks through the parks holding hands like we used to. She told me of her acceptance to medical school in Annapolis, Maryland. We talked about the moments we shared together and how much we meant to each other. I relived that first kiss, my latest kiss, and everything up to the first day she actually talked to me with her by my side. No regard for my very close future, I cherished every second with Savannah. At night, she and I would go to the most expensive restaurants in all of DC, but ordered the cheapest stuff, due to my meager savings after Mom and I's rent. Mom came out a few times, but when she did, she didn't need a whole lot. Savannah spent every minute she could with me, and violated her father's curfew more than once. She would get a talking to when she did that, but after explaining that I was leaving soon, he turned a blind eye. Also, Lawrence Andres became a little more lenient after learning of his son's death. There was something about death that made people a little less caring about old values. In that time, I spent some notable evenings with Savannah's family, whom I'd gotten to know very well in those years. As I mentioned above, when I brought in Gary's flag, something changed in my love's father. And it wasn't just his leniency. Lawrence started admiring me, and treated me like one of his own. He was never hostile before that, but usually made sure my hands were to myself when he'd come home from work. I got praises from the guy quite often, and he frequently commented on my gentlemanly behavior. Not that there weren't times I could turn off the gentleman in me, but I really was a fucking gentleman to Savannah outside of what I accidentally put earlier in this chapter. I was so happy to have befriended the father of my love, and I knew that only added to her love of me. Like even on that last day before I left, Lawrence gave me a long hug and told me, "Be safe, David." But I honestly think there was some part of me that knew I'd end up the way I was. I can't trace it all back. Probably since my love for her was only amplified to 1,000,000 in that last week. I talked about the magic of that week, but even though you haven't seen nothing yet in the Sherman days, I know what I became. I would think about her smile as I went to sleep in the square, during the start at least, but the memories of our loving times were shit compared to the true parts I remembered away. I loved the way it merged so perfectly with the life on the street and in the square. I also know I've gone on and on about her lovely voice, her innocent eyes, her sweet laugh, but it was what I haven't talked about yet that really made the terror of Montreal absolutely wonderful. Fucking shit. As I've said, though, time simply disappeared when we were together, but still, it was a tragic time for all. She had only just lost her brother, I had lost my dad, and my mom was still too depressed to leave the house most days. My body and mind sought escape, but she would never escape from either heart. I could speak again about that night we lost our virginities together, but even such a thing as special as that didn't seem to weigh anything when there was nothing to infer our separation. The final days were liberating. No work, no responsibility, no school. It was these days that kept me going in Montreal, not in a good way, but in a beautiful way, a haunting way. A disgustingly, psychotically happy and terrible, amazing way. A haunting picture of tragedy that would only get replaced with an even more tragic picture, but one that was so perfect when she was behind the tragedy. There was something new and foreign that came over me during that dinner at the Statesman Hotel's rooftop restaurant. Maybe it was the fact that I had just finished learning my scheduled day of execution by signing those papers the recruiter put in front of me. Maybe it was the night breeze and the way the city looked all lit up, and the lights illuminating the Washington Monument. But I can honestly say, I wasn't really looking at that when she sat across from me in the glow of the candle between us. Maybe it was that innocent smile, those soft brown eyes that stared at me full of undeserved love. Or maybe it was the little yellow ribbon she almost always wore in her long, flowing brown hair. The image of that ribbon would almost always be the most vibrant thing I can see, even in the ashen gray. With what I really know about Montreal, I think that feeling that first night came from the way that tight, short black dress clung to her body. I'd remember the feel of Savannah's soft and delicate hand in mine as I led her up the stone steps to the front door of my home. The lights were out, but the faint flicker of the TV through the curtains implied Mom was awake. She looked so fucking gorgeous, and a brief glance back at her before opening the door would burn the image of those stilettos in my mind forever. We were quiet. Oh, so quiet as we entered. Of course, Mom had fallen asleep on the couch again, the woman yet again surrounded by balled-up tissues and her face streaked with dry tears. "She's been crying again," Savannah whispered, a sound so sweet if the meaning wasn't so sad. I finished the work in the kitchen, placing the leftovers in the fridge before joining her side and feeling those arms around me. The sight of my mother in that state, and the feel of Savannah's arms around me, the tears welling in her eyes as she pressed her head to my shirt, made me terrified of leaving yet terrified of staying. "You think that's sad?" I feel her hold me even tighter, and then I ask, "How's she been lately? When I'm not around, she's been trying to get past it, David. She still almost never speaks, but she's been a little better overall. I'm sure today was especially hard on her with your official enlistment." Savannah's voice cracks slightly, and a single tear tracks down her cheek, one I feel through my shirt and one that makes me horny. "I really miss your dad, too. And Her breath catches as she thinks of her recently killed brother. I could only imagine what my own enlistment was doing to her internally, but I was too stupid to consider that. Although I would soon learn what she'd do with that terror. And oh, fuck. Let's go wake her for bed and say goodnight to her, she adds. Her hand finds mine again, and she gives it a reassuring squeeze. I never need to think when she's with me. She makes me human, just by her words alone, especially when she and I both know what I really am. We approached my mom, her chest rising and falling steadily with sleep. "Hey, Mom," I whispered, gently shaking her shoulder. Her eyes flutter open, and she looks at us through bleary vision. "Oh, David, you're back," she says, her voice barely above a murmur. She sees Savannah beside me, and the faintest smile of happiness grows across her face. "And you brought Savannah in with you." She sits up slowly, pushing the tissue box aside, saying to the girl who's been the daughter she never had, "Oh, sweetie, you look absolutely stunning." Yes, she did. Who'd have thought that the death of the only man I looked up to and admired would give birth to such a beautiful relationship with my mother and my love? Savannah leans over and kisses my mother's cheek with a gentle whisper. "Hi, Mrs. Levin," she says softly. I add, she wanted to say goodnight. I also put some leftovers in the fridge. Mom hugs me tightly, a silent plea for me to stay, and one I of course ignore. She just needs to go to bed properly. Mom pulls away, her eyes watery with tears as she looks at me, and then Savannah. She stands up from the couch, her movements slow and deliberate, like a sleepwalker. "Thank you for the leftovers, Davy," she says, full of utter exhaustion from even such a simple movement. "I'll try to eat some for lunch tomorrow." She turns to Savannah, wrapping her in a warm embrace. "I love you two so much." With one last look between us both, she says, "Thanks for everything." She releases us both and starts shuffling towards the stairs and up to the bedroom she shared with my father for decades before dying and leaving us on our own, her shoulders slumped with the weight of the death of my father, the coming departure of her only son, and this whole fucking world. "I'm just going to go to bed now. I'm really tired." Her words hang in the air, and there is simply nothing to say, even though the instinctive words slide lifeless out of my mouth. "Good night, Mom," I say, completely dead. Savannah softly echoes me as well, her beautiful voice filled with a soft life I could never even attempt, even before Montreal. "Good night, Mrs. Levin." We watch as she slowly climbs the stairs. The door to her room clicks shut, and we're left standing in the quiet living room. I wrapped my arms around Savannah's waist, pulling her gently into me. She feels so warm, her skin so smooth and perfect. The clock ticking in the corner of the room slowly grinds to a halt, ever so slowly, as my hands move up her back. It stops completely when I am cupping the back of her neck, looking into her wet eyes, staring at me like the very image of perfection. Her lips tremble, and the thought of my departure never even exists. I know what she is going to say. She'd said it so many times I felt that way myself, but it'd continue to echo 1,000 times over there, especially between the gunshots and especially in the crackle of fire. "I need you, David." The tear breaks free and runs down her cheek, but then she says, just as she said so many times, "Can you make love to me?" Time is stopped between us, even though the world goes on, but every sense is occupied by her. The door to Mom's room is closed. Mom is asleep, and not even a car drives by. The door to my room is locked, and there she stands, her bare body illuminated by the warm glow of my bedside lamp. All she wears is those heels and that ribbon. Her eyes begging me to take her, to never leave her, to fuck her fucking brains out. I had no idea what that picture alone could do. It's okay. I'm okay. It'd get worse. I mentioned she could make me a human being. I'm not, but when I was, the end was the same. Every night during those last days, she'd break curfew to be with me every single night. Every day was love. Every night ended with our bodies and souls and hearts together where they belonged. She'd fall asleep in my arms at the house. I'd carry her up to bed. We would wake up in the middle of the night together and make love, only to pass out again in each other's arms. I would hold her tight after that, and kiss her gently, not really thinking about or able to think about my fast-approaching future. All I could think about each night was how innocent and perfect she was as she slept. All thoughts of her, even as the day drew closer. I remember a few nights I seriously considered proposing to her. I loved her a lot, and the thought of going to war was almost like a pretty dream. Despite how pretty that dream was, there was one really dark thought that hit me. I thought, it's now or possibly never more than once, but a few different thoughts kept me from asking the question. I couldn't make her a widow if the worst happened, and I couldn't be a good husband so far away. I can't leave her alone in the world if I die. It was on the nights that I had this particular thought train that two thoughts took shape in my mind. The first thought came in the naked image of Savannah, whether awake or sleeping against me. This thought, of course, being one that required no thought when looking into her eyes and hearing that lone sentence over and over again during sex. "I love you, David. I love you. If I was not leaving so soon, this would have worked. If it didn't take more than a week, I could have gone to my concrete and rubble grave at least partly rooted in sanity with the knowledge that she was carrying my child. It didn't matter if I could be there. It was what she wanted, what I wanted. And as I alluded to, if it didn't take time I didn't have for her birth control to wear off, part of me may have been saved. And so, the next choice was marriage, eloping, or whatever. Long distance hardly ever works, even in marriages. I briefly considered telling her to move on when I leave for basic, but even thinking that made me violently physically ill. I felt like any other woman would have understood if I said that. But Savannah was different. As I said, she cried passionate tears when we kissed, and said, "I love you, David," over and over again when we made love. No, I knew her feelings. She carried that message in every motion she made and every word she said. She loved me more than anything in the world, and I loved her even more than that. Then, I myself would tear up knowing that I was going to war. Only every now and then, maybe it was only for a few seconds when she was in the other room, or when things were so calm that the clock was able to resume ticking. Those were the only times I ever considered the idea of leaving her. But, as I constantly said, she had a way of completely capturing me. It's only when her body is motionless, when she's in dreamland where I know she's with me in that realm, that I could think of what was to come, even if it was for only a second. But then, her sleeping body nestled against me in the night, and returned me to her presence. She was the very picture of innocence, beauty, happiness, and love. None of those were things I'd get to see for a long time, even though they would always haunt me in the reflection of a pool of blood, or the stack of bodies. But then it happened. Finally, my last free day had come, and I was still blissfully unaware of the reality so close. Savannah and I went to the DC Mall, the center of our great nation's power. The day was cool and only a slight breeze was whispering by. This breeze carried us to the Washington Monument. The day was mostly a blur since I was almost constantly looking at her. Up we went into the top of the tower to overlook all of DC. I do remember the entire Capitol looking calm and motionless from up there. As I pressed my forehead against the glass, I looked, but didn't quite see. The image was a foggy, no possible conception of negativity anywhere to be seen in all of America or the world. Just feeling my arm around her waist, and thinking about nothing. I sometimes get tired of looking at things that aren't her, And when I did just then, she turned to me and smiled. I looked into her eyes on top of the city, and through the face of her unparalleled beauty, I pictured her sleeping against me, and felt a strange and foreign sense of determination. The image that made me tear up the night before suddenly made me ready. I again have no idea why, but the image of her innocence had somehow merged with the foggy picture of my proud future. In that instant, I was ready. Ready for my future, and ready for war. On the 30th of May, my time had come. I stood in line with 50 other men waiting to board the bus that would take us to Fort Bannister. I knew what to expect, so the only thing I had on me was my wallet. Some of the others were loaded up with bags, and I couldn't help but think to myself, what are they doing? Savannah and Mom stood on the side watching me wait, and when my line started to move for the first time, she ran over to me. She threw her arms around me and said through pouring tears, "You come back safe, okay?" I kissed those lips so passionately, and felt myself go on forever, until the world stepped between us for the second time. A guy behind me gave a light push for me to move with the line. Savannah stepped back. Savannah whispered, "Goodbye." But that was it. Just as I saw those words leave her lips, I stepped through the doors, and one thought made my world begin the spiral downward. I never said goodbye. Stepping onto the bus, the doors closed. That ceremonial reality boulder fell once again. Innocence left me, and humanity itself began to decay even further. Chapter 15, ready for war? Haha. I believe it was around April or May of 2068, and the unrest was still going on, almost stronger than ever. We were sent to the main entrance to the underground city as reinforcement for a situation that was growing out of hand. Almost the whole 98th was in a convoy of trucks heading down the main highway into downtown. Captain Morales ordered our company to assemble in heavy riot gear, not because of a riot, but because he deemed the extra protection fit for the situation described the night prior. So there we sat in the back of our truck covered in armor as we rolled down the highway in a column of 20 others. The heavy gear consisted of all black ballistic plates, a crotch and neck protector, as well as extra leg armor and gauntlets on top of our standard gear. I couldn't tell who was who in the truck because we were all completely covered, and I knew my squad was with me, but there was no telling which was which. Our heads were concealed by a black reinforced combat helmet and regular mask. Below that was the standard ski mask, and the model of those protected gas masks didn't have a good voice emitter. So, the truck rocked, and even sitting was almost exhausting due to the weight of that added gear. Our heavy armor was almost as protective as power armor, but without the weight assistance of an exoskeleton powered by a nuclear battery. I heard everything that everyone else had heard about where we were going, but wondered what exactly was happening. When the convoy pulled off the highway, 3 vertibirds flew overhead going toward downtown. Not that we even could, but nobody spoke as we approached closer and closer, almost like we were going towards the original siege line from that airport south of the city. The situation facing us was only described as a big fight between the Canadian freedom fighters and the U.S. Army. It started out as a standard riot, but grew into a full-on battle when 8 U.S. soldiers were captured, beaten, and hanged down the street from the shield wall. The Army wouldn't stand for a display like that, so the rioting mob dispersed at the first shots, saying it went too far. As the guns burst, the mob broke apart, only to return with weapons and openly fight our guys. The match was struck at 1,900 the night before, and rapidly escalated till our square across the city was put on standby. After getting the official order around midday, it was 1,300 when we arrived on the scene. The fight proved to be more than just pacification, and more than the 2 nearest fire bases could handle, so companies from all over the city were being sent to put the resistance down. We were one of them. The skyscrapers grew taller and taller as the convoy approached the battle zone. I still couldn't hear very well through all the face protection and thick helmet I was wearing, but I heard the gunshots growing louder and louder. The trucks pulled off the highway, reached an army position, then the convoy halted and we dismounted. Our company started to march down the street toward the war zone, and I remember fidgeting with my gun, undoing the safety catch that appeared to spark a few hundred clicks of the same noise, intermixed with the heavy steps of so many. A nervous energy surrounded the whole formation all the while, until we reached a staging area where dozens of our soldiers were preparing to enter the brutal fight. On the other side of a large building, we could hear the chaos, and watched soldiers from all over the city readying for something. The whole company took a knee in the open plaza behind that building, and Captain Morales stood up, took off his mask and helmet, and gave a similar brief to the one before the assault on Montreal. "All right, soldiers, listen up." He got handed a poster with a layout of downtown and pointed out 3 highlighted skyscrapers on the map. "These buildings are the main targets. Be aware that there are dozens of armed fighters in them and fortified emplacements pinning our guys in the intersection. Stick with your squads and reinforce our holdouts along the line. Squad leaders will be briefed on when to move up, but our objective right now is to clear the area before going anywhere near those skyscrapers." He paused briefly to collect himself after a string of distant explosions. He continued, "I said this before we took Montreal, so I'll say it again. I'm not going to lie to y'all. Many will die. So, make your death worth something." After that motivational talk, our lieutenant spoke to the squad leaders, and I was given my own objective to carry out in the assault. All of this seemed like déjà vu, but there it was. 8 months later, and we were about to launch a second assault in an already claimed Montreal. We all assembled into our squads and moved towards the carnage on cue, while a bulk of our guys moved into the building separating the staging area from the chaos. After passing a sentry position and relaying our objective to the soldiers manning the sandbags, me and my assault squad moved forward. As soon as we entered the street, we came under intense fire. I dropped to the ground and crawled to a crater in the middle of the street, really feeling the weight of that armor. Upon reaching the crater, I peeked over the shell hole and uneven piles of rubble across the urban war zone, and some bullets went over my head. Feeling one nick the side of my helmet, I ducked instantly and looked back over at my squad to see them stuck nearly back at the sentry post. They were awaiting orders and unable to move as the bullets continued whistling inches above our heads. I laid on my back, gripping my R91 tight, and facing my suppressed squad by the staging area, I frantically thought what to do. I surveyed the area around me and saw some dead soldiers among a distant sandbag emplacement, with 5 troopers being pinned down. What was happening? Stealing glances across the intersection, it seemed like the entire occupation force of Montreal was pinned down in that one ruined intersection at the heart of downtown. I tried to yell at my suppressed squad laying in the street, but my mask, their helmets, and the constant stream of bursting guns made any commands I wanted to give impossible. I tore off my helmet and gas mask. When I put my helmet back on, I yelled over to my guys, "Radio a vertibird! Suppress them ahead!" I had to repeat that a few times, and made all the relevant hand signals. I couldn't hear the response I got from Miller, our guy with the radio, but the message I understood was, "No dice. We were pinned." I was stuck in a crater in the middle of the street, and my squad hadn't been able to hardly leave the staging area. There was almost nothing to do, and I didn't really feel my death would be worth something if I just stood up or got my guys killed. Stuck in the crater and alone with my thoughts, I listened to the gunshots for a while and stole a glance of the war zone on occasion. After enough time in suppression land, I found myself wondering why we were sent into the streets, and wondered where the bulk of our guys went in the dividing building. Not more than 2 minutes into my hopeless thoughts of the shell hole, we still couldn't move. After pondering that last thought, I blindly fired down the street, and my squad did the same, hoping another squad could draw the fire away from us. Less than a minute after that, a siren blasted really loud, interrupting the chaos of the war zone. With that came an answer to my question about where the rest of the army was. Almost 100 US soldiers stormed into the area towards the first Canadian-occupied skyscraper from that building, dropping all the while or moving forward. The emplacement pinning me and my boys turned to the wave of US troops, so I yelled for my squad to join in the move. We sprinted down the street toward the Canadian position, accompanied by others from the sentry position or staging area. The Canadians started to fire on us when they realized that we were flanking. I reached the middle of the intersection when I was shot. I found myself in a daze, watching my team shatter the emplacement with concentrated machine gun fire, and the others who chucked volleys of grenades into it. Just then, I was hit 4 times, twice in the left arm, once in the chest, and once in my left leg. I fell to the ground, watching our men swarm the building and the last of the militants fall back. Resting in the comfort of a pile of cinder blocks, men were dropping left and right onto the asphalt of the intersection war zone. It was complete anarchy. Feeling unbelievably bruised, I picked my head up and saw half of my squad get gunned down from the exposed 3rd level of the skyscraper. The machine gun knocked my squad down and began spraying lead all over the troops still moving across the intersection. Still on the ground, I felt my left arm. I wasn't badly hurt because of my armor, but I felt like I had been smacked by Scott Hansen several times in the same spots. Then, I was hit once again as I laid there. That bullet wasn't kind enough to put me out of my misery. Instead, it ricocheted off my chest and chipped a part of the face shield. No eye damage, thankfully, although I took that cue to don my gas mask again just to be safe. As I stared up at the gray sky, 2 vertibirds hovered into position above me and fired rockets into the 3rd level of the building. After the explosions, the aircraft sprayed their machine guns on the Canadians down the street, and those remaining around the base of the 1st building. I watched the hot brass rain down on me from the sky, pelting the visor of my face shield. It was actually quite magical, despite the pain from being shot repeatedly. In any event, the Canadians on street level were dead, but they continued to fire sporadically from each floor of the building, as the soldiers in back repelled out of the vertibirds to join the fight. Still pretty battered, a medic saw me wincing on the ground and approached. At sight of the medic working on I recalled what I saw happen to my squad and felt the adrenaline. Shrugging off any pain, I jumped up and led the medic over to my squad that was still taking cover in the street or remains of that emplacement. Miller and Stiles were lying on the ground losing blood fast, while the others' armor protected them enough to try patching the 2 less fortunate boys with assistance from Andrews. The 2 medics sterilized the wounds and injected each of the wounded with morphine. Then, the nameless medic shouted to me, "The rest of you all move up. Our guys will need all the help they can get securing those buildings. Don't worry, Sergeant. We'll take care of them." I grabbed my rifle and led the remainder of my squad over to that first skyscraper where the army was preparing to breach. My mind raced about whether my guys were going to be okay, but realized I was still in a lot of pain. I ripped open my med pouch for something to block the agony of 5 bullets shattering protective plates against me, and soon lost track of my men in the sea of helmets all around me. Half of the U.S. troops were in the heavy gear, and the other half were in standard kit. There were still too many of each to track down my men, while officers and higher NCOs moved idle soldiers to and fro. At the foot of the skyscraper, I found Captain Morales. He was stacking up a dozen guys to lead the breach, while many more were stacked in places spanning the length of the enormous building. Soldiers fired through the windows into the big financial institute, while more and more American bodies fell to the cracked pavement. Captain Morales snatched me and several other soldiers, placing us in the breaching team. We stood there for 5 minutes waiting, while soldiers fired in through the shattered glass. I watched more of our guys charge across the intersection from the staging area, when suddenly 3 rockets flew out of the window of the building, leveling the main entrance to that big building they came from. 40 of us stacked against the entrance when Captain Morales' voice pierced the deafening anarchy breach. I couldn't see the men who initially smashed the enormous lobby doors open, but I saw the explosion. There was a massive explosion at the doors, obviously showing that the Canadians rigged the entrance to detonate. I looked at Captain Morales. A shard of the steel door was sticking out of his face. The whole world was in slow motion as we moved in, but I watched my company commander fall to the ground with his head nearly split in half. I moved in the line slowly while each soldier poured through the blasted entrance and into the lobby. For some odd reason, it occurred to me right there that there was nothing tactical about this battle. There was danger, close air support, infantry charges, and bodies left in the street. The army was essentially throwing us at the enemy. It reminded me of the initial assault on Montreal, but without the glamour of giant howitzers, paratroopers jumping out over the city, or bombers dropping their payloads deep behind the lines. Before I could wonder which general was in charge of this strategic disaster, I entered the building. Upon my entry, I was shot in the shoulder, but the angle of my pauldron deflected it. So it again only felt like I was punched really hard. We overwhelmed the lobby, and I fired blindly toward the shadows on the mezzanine, aiming high to avoid killing one of our guys still filing into the lobby. I sat there behind a column while the ground level filled with our guys until the place eventually fell silent and hazed in smoke. No time to think about anything. There were still 20 more floors to clear. So I stood up and joined a group of soldiers headed by someone with multiple chevrons and rockers. I had no idea where my squad was, or which group I was following. I didn't even know if my boys survived the door explosion, or the fight in the lobby. I tried not to think about it as the group I was with moved up to the second floor. There was almost an entire platoon in tail, and I considered again how strangely normal it felt to be running towards a wood chipper with the intention to dive head first. The stairs had an opening to the second floor that was full of office cubicles. Moving across the open office space, a dozen heads rose out of the wreckage and guns tore down a dozen of our men in an instant. The whole second floor was in another firefight, only standing out from other battles by the influx of papers getting sent into the air with each gunshot. Peeking up, I saw one of the Canadian partisans rear his head up in the midst of the fight. I lined up the sights of my R91 on his head and pulled the trigger. I saw the nameless man's head jolt backward as the bullet shattered his skull, and felt something just start to warm inside me when that feeling was interrupted. Within that second, I was shot 3 or 4 more times in the chest and fell over into the wall of another cubicle. I sat there gasping for air, watching papers flutter around, seeing bullet holes appear on the wall next to me, and hearing the endless rattle of automatic weapons. I had been shot almost a dozen times within a half hour. Dazed from the pain of my shattered chest protector, I weakly removed the heavy plates that had been saving my life in an effort to breathe a little better. I kept the heavy leg plates on, but removed the excess plates from my torso, arms, and helmet back down to my usual level. As soon as I was done, I leaned my helmet back onto the wall and refitted my gas mask for the second time in that eternal battle. Just as I tilted my helmet back, I saw 4 of our guys with miniguns running up the stairs. I didn't even see the dark green soldiers, only their CZ-57 miniguns. We were pinned, but not for long. Once that first minigun went off, I went deaf. Then the other 3 went off, and I watched the empty casings pour onto the ground just like from the vertibirds. I couldn't see from my seated spot, but I knew the damage those guns were causing. The whole floor went silent when the last minigun stopped. The second floor was clean of Canadian nationalist life. Some sergeant greater than me was making the rounds, and I stood up still feeling my wounds. I took notice of the executive offices on the left side of the room covered by a glass wall. Something strange stood out in that, despite the hell of gunfire moments before, none of the office walls were broken. They were all seemingly bulletproof. I was wondering why a pre-siege Canadian office building would have bulletproof private offices when I went over to secure one. I opened the door as more soldiers entered level 2 behind me, and stepped inside. Faced with nothing but a near-pitch black executive office, the door shut behind me, and I heard the click of an electronic lock. I was startled at that, and when I turned around, a man emerged from the shadow of the room. The man before me wore a thick bulletproof vest, heavy leg armor, and a lot of patchwork items of U.S. Army gear. He took off an M90-issued gas mask and drew a rusty combat knife from his belt. He wore the rank of sergeant and lieutenant, likely trophies of U.S. troops he killed. Once his mask was off, he took another step forward and said, "Hello, American. I'd seen partisan insurrection leaders before, and if this guy didn't just look like your average Montreal insurgent, his calm but confrontational demeanor said he was something else." At those words, I aimed my rifle at him, shouting through my mask, "Get on your knees! Now!" He told me he was something more, if not by his tone, but by his own admission. He defied my order and shouted back instantly, "No, I will not. I am Jacques Marchal, captain of the French-Canadian National Militia. America has destroyed my life." He lunged at me with his knife at lightning speed, and I let loose a spray of bullets before the rifle was ripped from my hands. I reached for his knife hand and held his fist tight. He tried forcing it down on my neck, but I held on. He punched me in the stomach, and then dragged the knife downward. It sliced my hand open. My hand poured blood onto the floor, and with my right hand, I swung and felt my knuckles crack on his face. I hit him twice more, and he stumbled into the corner. I took the opportunity to dull the pain of getting shot a dozen times and cut. I ripped open my medical pouch again with my bloody hand and stuck a syringe into my arm. The syringe contained a drug called Med-X that almost immediately blocked out all the pain, but the blood continued to pour with my pounding heart. I looked up from my arm and felt a sharp new pain in my side before the dulling could react. Jack drove his knife into my stomach right between my standard plates. The blood pumping, I tackled him and rained both fists down on his face. He gripped my neck while I slammed my fists onto his face, but with one blow from his free hand, he knocked me off of him. I felt the knife. It was still in my gut and snug between the polymer plates. I looked around from my position on the ground. On the other side of the glass were a large group of soldiers pounding on the wall and door. They were watching the whole fight while trying hard to break it open. I stood up but cringed at the faint and dull pain of the knife. So, I ripped off my helmet and chucked it straight at his head, and he stumbled back into the corner. I chucked my gas mask at him, and it smacked him in the knee without any effect. He ran toward me again, but I blocked his arm and shoved him into the glass of the office. I pinned him to the glass wall and decked him in the face. I kept throwing my fists into him, feeling my knuckles break, while my other hand poured blood all over him. The man was weak by then, wounded and sore, but he uppercut me in the jaw with tremendous force, somehow landing another blow on the scarred side of my face as well. As the punches sent me to the ground, I dragged him with me. After 2 seconds of rest, I saw him crawling away toward my rifle in the corner of the room. Despite all my open scars, bruises, pouring hand, and knife in my gut, I leapt onto the guy and hit him one more time in the face with a nearby broken stapler. Then, I pulled the utility knife that was strapped to my boot and drove it into his neck. He sputtered blood and coughed all of it onto my face as his eyes bulged in terror. Then, I twisted the knife, and he convulsed his way into oblivion. That was it. The adrenaline was fading, my rage was settling, and the reality of what was done to me was coming back. I stood up and stumbled over to the glass. All the men were watching me from the other side, still pounding on the glass, and a few new cracks in it showed their effort wasn't entirely unrewarded. I looked at my allies through the blood-smeared glass, only seeing the illuminated lenses of their respirators and the smoke cloud beyond. I fumbled with the doorknob, but I was locked in. No idea how to unlock that door. Switch above the knob, remote on Jacques' body, didn't matter, I couldn't even think. I was losing more blood every second that passed, and feeling my side where the knife was, I looked back into the glass and saw myself. Everything I was wearing was absolutely shredded. My hands still pumped blood onto the floor with each heartbeat. The knife stuck from my side, but I couldn't feel it, and the scars on my face had reopened through repeated punches to it. I looked like a walking corpse, but I was alive. Just barely. I thought of the most recent man I killed, and then thought of what he was trying to keep me from. At that, I felt a smile crack its way across my face, saw a blinding flash of light, and dragged my bloody hands down the glass as I went to kiss the floor. Chapter 16. Beginning Decay. I don't want to ruin anything if I haven't already, but I am the very picture of horror and... Good lord, how I fucking love her. And I couldn't even say goodbye at a fucking bus station? What the fuck? What a fucking pussy. Anywho, boarding that bus, abandoning my beautiful and amazing girlfriend, and still grieving mother was when I started to see what this world was, and how she held it all together. We spent an hour and a half on the cramped bus after we got outside D.C. The fort was in the woods of Virginia. Everyone on it looked frightened, except for a select few like me who had a general idea of what they were getting into. We traveled down the long road, going to this fort where we would become soldiers. I didn't even have the ability to think about Savannah, or that little goodbye issue that started everything. I was too focused on the future I was realizing based on the road signage. I did recall asking the Sergeant Major about Fort Bannister since I never heard of it as a training facility. He said that it was an intel station, but after the declaration of war from Canada, it was given emergency provisions for recruit training operations. No surprise, all the main basic training installations were very overcrowded. So, all across the U.S., local training facilities were erected to support the influx of draftees and volunteers. At approximately 4:30 p.m., we arrived at the chain-link gate of Fort Bannister. There were 3 buses in our group that rattled down the dirt road to the center. The fort was rather small. It had 3 three-story buildings on the corners of the facility. There was a small command building, a warehouse-looking building, a few Quonset huts, and a small building embedded in the side of the cliff. Patrolling the yard were a dozen soldiers with assault rifles, ominously watching as the bus inched further past the gate. I would learn more about the fort later, but it wasn't built to train soldiers for war. Overcrowding at training facilities across the country gave birth to new ones erected from even the tiniest and most desolate communications outpost. When the bus door opened, we all stayed seated while a man in the signature DS hat/cover shouted at us in nonsensical gibberish. Every phrase that sounded like a possible question, telepathically if not verbally, ordered us to respond, "Yes, drill sergeant." When the first guy stepped off the bus, we heard, "Move, get off this bus right now," or something to that effect. And so it began. A group of sergeants was standing there yelling for us to get to the first triple-story building. All the buses unloaded and filed at quick time over to the barber shop of the building, which was pretty much just a row of fold-out chairs, where a scowling man shaved each head within 15 seconds. The waiting lasted a while, and when it was my turn, they didn't have much to cut. After that, we were taken to another part of the building with rows of payphones. Part of me was excited to let Mom and Savannah know how great things were going so far, but I must have dialed the special number wrong, and instead just spoke from the script to a dead end. I didn't really mind that at the time. I was more focused on just sounding engaged on the phone in order to avoid spit in my ear. Then, there was more shouting and yelling as we all assembled in a big open room where a formation was made and the recently shaved soldiers were aggressively given instructions on how to stand. We stood at attention for what seemed like an entire hour as the barbers and calls home were finished up. The 50-some men on my bus assembled into one platoon, and the rest of the bus groups assembled into their respective platoons. They put us in alphabetical order, and we waited. Soon enough, our platoon's very own drill sergeant introduced himself to us. He shouted to our platoon, "My name is Sergeant First Class Morrison, but you will address me as Drill Sergeant. Understand?" We yelled to the top of our lungs, "Yes, Drill Sergeant." He continued, "It is my mission to train you all for 8 weeks to get you ready for Canada or Alaska." I glanced around. The other drill sergeants were introducing themselves to their platoons in a similar loud fashion, making it hard to hear what D.S. Morrison was saying. However, I caught all the right moments, responded accordingly, and managed to hear the end. By the end of all this, you will all be trained killers. Killers who have the skills, the physical and mental ability to do what needs to be done for Uncle Sam. Is that understood? We shouted. Yes, Drill Sergeant. The Army was not messing around when it came to training. This was especially since our bus group was all infantry, which meant on top of the regular basic shit, we'd be fully submerged in the Swiss program, standard wartime infantry school. So we received just about everything we'd need in the first few hours with zero rest. On that first day, we received a set of combat fatigues or coughs boots, and a fully packed rucksack with God knew what in it. When we got our coughs, we were ordered to put them on immediately, and a lot of that issue was a blur of chaos and shouting. Immediately from the armory, we marched for 1 hour over to a training course. When we reached it, we were ordered to drop the rucksacks, and we started PT physical training. We were already worn out from the march and hours of more stress than anyone would have believed going in. When they PT'd us, a lot of people were throwing up left and right. They even made us do most of it with our rucksacks, and I'll admit that a little vomit was great for waking you up with the acidic aftertaste. That first day, we stayed up all night PTing and drilling with our immediately issued R91 assault rifles. Again, things moved fast. The moment we stepped off the buses, the industrialized process of creating cannon fodder was well underway. When breaks weren't for water, they were used for more drilling and ceremony. You'd think that we wouldn't have been able to learn all the different positions, marching turns and knowledge after the day we had spent by endless PT. However, most of that trickled into our dead subconscious minds, even after the PT turned into sparring with rifles. Literally all day and all through the first night was spent up and going through complete hell. Although when it finally turned to 0400 the next day, we marched back to the fort. There, we were introduced to our barracks and bunks for the first time. The barracks were on the top floor of Fort Bannister's northeast corner building. After meeting the new home, we were all stripped, sent through all the showers, and dressed in our unders for cleanliness inspection before bed. Half the people seemed to be nearly dead and ready for a bed or a grave. By 0500, the order was given, lights went out, and I thanked God that I wasn't one of those poor fuckers assigned to fire watch that first night/morning. We took full advantage of the 5 hours of authorized sleep. Training was intense every day. We would do a lot of exercise in our M90 gas masks because recent reports showed that the Chinese and Canadians had been using a lot of chemical weapons during our offensive operations. Some days we would run in the gas masks for hours on end, only to remove them in the middle of a march and be quizzed on Army history. I know I talk a lot about the boys in Montreal always wearing gas masks, because that really was a signature of the place. Plus, if it wasn't for Sergeant Morrison being adamant about conducting much of our training in them, it would have taken me a lot longer to get used to wearing one almost all the time. There were times far later when I'd almost forget how to breathe without one. So, as good as that was for us in the long run, that was probably just a bad memory of basic for those who got to go elsewhere. Either way, Sergeant Morrison was a tough and mean asshole who was always doing something to get us angry, test our coping abilities, or just for fun with his junior staff. To illuminate the type of instructor he was for wartime training, I'll give a small example. One day further down the road, I was standing in formation when we were doing ceremonial rifle drill when he shouted, "Right shoulder, arms." At arms, I moved to the position and held it firm. All in unison, we did the movement. On that particular day, I made a mistake, being somewhat tired from some multi-mile march immediately beforehand. So he yelled, "Port!" but before he said arms. I made the mistake of moving to the port position. There's no hiding that. One lagging or early rifle moving in a unified formation sticks out like a sore thumb. Even more so if you're a DS who gets off on punishing the perpetrator. Morrison walked right through the formation and confronted me. I did not say, "Arms, soldier!" Just like that, he grabbed me by the collar and dragged me to the back of the platoon. His second-in-command, Staff Sergeant Croscoe, then took over the drill. Morrison released his grip and said, "Front-leaning rest position. Move." On move, I jumped down to the push-up position. When he said down, I went down. When he said up, I went up. Every time I would count off. All the while, he understandably shouted mad shit at me regarding how garbage of a person I was for executing the command prematurely. He, of course, made most of it about how I was most likely a premature ejaculator as well, or how I couldn't satisfy my girlfriend. You learn to tune most of that out in a basic or Swiss environment. However hurtful or rage-inducing his comments were, I did each push-up without question, all the while hearing stuff like, "I bet you're the kind of fucking loser who blows his load just seeing 2 plump watermelons at the market." Or what? "You can't satisfy your girlfriend, so she sent you here to fuck up my drill?" Or, "I'll bet you get that quick trigger from your dad or some shit. Send your mom over here and I'll fuck her till her should-have-been aborted is actually worth something." Or simple insults like, "Doubt you even got a girl back home. Who would want to get disappointed by a slimy, ugly fuck like you?" Drill sergeants really know how to berate you with all your private insecurities. Not that I was a premature ejaculator, but still fuck. Anyway, I did exactly 50 push-ups. After he stopped and was still in front-leaning rest position, I asked for permission to recover. He gave me the answer with a kick in the chest. The wind was knocked out of me, making my arms collapse. Breathless and exhausted, he got right up to my face as my limp arms struggled to stand myself up and yelled, "Don't anticipate the command, soldier!" before walking back to formation and signaling for me to fall in. Throughout the first, second, and third week of June, we trained in drill, uniform, PT, sparring, and knowledge. Most of it was with masks, and all of it was hell. We marched over to the mud pit sometime during the third week, and to the mud pit almost a mile outside of Fort Bannister. Just a quick note, our original number was 56 soldiers in our platoon, but when I did a head count as team leader for 2nd Squad, I counted 48 in total at that time. The Army didn't drop people easily anymore. After the UN disbanded, the Army toughened its program and only let people quit if the wound was severe enough. So hopefully that shows just how rough Suisse was. 8 of the guys we started with were beaten or tortured badly enough to go home. All our Week 3 brains could say about that was pussies. When we arrived at the mud pit, we were ordered to pair up and put our gas masks on as usual. We'd been to the mud pit a few times, but this incident stuck out because of what I was saying about Morrison and the guys injured badly enough. Anyway, I stuck to my new friend, Kenneth Savarin, since we'd been getting along all right, and I'd yet to take him on in a sparring match we all knew was coming. Morrison or one of the juniors walked around and gave each of us a dulled combat knife. Once all was in place, he told us all to fight it out. We fought each other in the pit, grappling and slipping in the mud, and beating on one another with dull steel for what seemed like hours. Early in, Morrison and the other drill sergeants started firing off their assault rifles into the air sporadically to add to the battle atmosphere of the brawl. Some other drill sergeants also threw in gas canisters to make use of our gas masks for a battle that would have been fun if it wasn't for the ruck march along the scenic routes just to get to the pits. So, all of us in the company beat each other and grappled with the knives far past the point of exhaustion. We kept going anyway. At one point, I glanced away from Savarin for a brief moment and saw a pair standing around resting. We were all exhausted, and wondered if Savarin and I had missed a break order that was given. No. Morrison approached one of them as soon as I stopped to see the resting pair. Morrison grabbed the private's mask and slammed the guy's head into his knee. He then grabbed the other private by his shirt, threw him to the ground, and then proceeded to kick him roughly in the helmet and neck multiple times. Both of the privates were lying on the ground after having the shit beaten out of them. Morrison then knelt down and tore their helmets and gas masks off despite the pathetic protest. The men screamed as the tear gas filled their noses and mouths, and Morrison looked around to see that. The rest of us had stopped to watch the affair. He yelled at us. "I didn't say stop fighting!" Right there, I got the drop on Savarin. I punched him in the mask and held the knife to his neck, only to reset and begin the exhaustive brawl for who knew how much longer. By the 4th week, we began our actual rifle training. Before that, our rifles essentially just served as props for drill, heavy sticks we carried on marches, and clubs to beat each other with during certain sparring exercises. During that 4th week, we attended the shooting range twice every other day, once at OH 1200 and again at 2200. We would each practice with 2 magazines of 24 rounds. We would, of course, practice every other time in our gas masks to improve our accuracy in them. Again, that was wildly helpful for my destiny. The first range was simple accuracy with targets at differing set distances, where marksmanship was paramount, leading to long afternoons. The second range consisted of combat shooting that usually involved the firing of a couple of shots in short succession, immediately followed by a fast reload and another burst. So, I know I talked about the kind of rifle I used in Montreal a little bit, but we were all issued an Army Standard R91 assault rifle. The R91 was a long automatic or semi-automatic rifle with a wood stock and barrel cover. It had adjustable iron sights, and some had a system to attach one optic and one side mount on the left. The kick on the rifle was surprisingly smooth, but that was likely due to the weapon's weight. Firing it on automatic was an intense experience that we weren't allowed to try in training, but I would learn was relatively calm to handle due again to the weight. There was virtually no free time throughout training, sunup to sundown, and even many nights were all training for the intense combat described in both fronts. I miss Savannah. I really missed her and Mom at the end of the first month. It was terrible that I couldn't write either of them due to the rush of Swees, but that again put them on the back burner. The back of my mind missed them sincerely, but I was too focused on the challenges of day-to-day to really get sad. As much as I missed them, I didn't in that time. When everything is perfect in life, it is really easy to fall apart at the slightest issue. The Army's basic, or SYs, was completely different. All of life in training was absolute shit, so the tiniest opportunity for happiness wasn't generally spent writing letters. Instead, happiness came from savoring the little moments like being able to sit without getting screamed at, or lie down without fire watch on the mind. With the fast-paced stress of training, I was free from having to think about home, and held that for quite a long time with the siege of Montreal. Although I mentioned in previous chapters how even a world of misery develops a routine, and that's when the burden of thought comes back. Back to it. In July, we were nearing the end of our training. Morrison lit up on the 4th of July, in a sense. The mess hall had a cake, so all the soldiers of the 3 companies could have a piece if you wanted to be killed immediately afterward. You eat fucking cake? Want some milk from Mama's tits to wash it down, birthday boy? But the next day, we began the specialized courses. Throughout the first month, it was all PT, along with basic shooting and combat drills. July was when we started working on the special scenarios and putting our skills to the test. Morrison assigned me as a squad leader by that point. This just meant that I was in charge of 6 other guys. Tony Stiles was my team leader. Kenneth Savarin, automatic rifleman. Quinn Andrews was our team medic. Barry Miller, rifleman. Mark Rowland, rifleman. Lance Pedler, rifleman. As you've read in previous chapters, that would be the squad I would have on the field, and not all of them would survive what I described of Montreal so far. Although we'd stick together after training, we'd likely have been added to an existing squad in some unknown company, battalion, and regiment that we ended up. That didn't happen, as you may recall, so upon arrival in Canada, I was simply the man in charge of those guys fresh from Swees. The organization of annexation forces was all kinds of fucked, but I digress. I explained more about why basic training groups were kept together in Chapter 1, but there was a reason for that. We all trained together, might as well die together. Andrews was the one unique case in our squad. He had medical training in the civilian world, and when the DSS learned about that in around week 3, he was pulled aside with the others like him, or simple designated medics, to be taught combat first aid by Staff Sergeant Granger. The only reason I was assigned a squad leader there in Swiss was because of my time in the MTP. Morrison and the other DSS, of course, shat on me for that and accused me of being high and mighty in order to match the ego I didn't have. So, the specialized combat courses involved the CQB, Close Quarters Battle Course, the Assault Course, the Crowd Control Course, and the Explosives Course. The Crowd Control Course was brand new for East Coast training units, for reasons we didn't know at the time. However, when news was finally available, Crowd Control was implemented because of situations regarding the fall of Toronto, only a few weeks into training. Either way, our platoon squads had to pass all the courses to graduate, or that graduation would be postponed until we did pass. Over a period of 2 weeks, we would get all the courses done 3 times each, and train in between. The tone was a little different in the last 2 weeks, so nearing the end, Morrison and the other campaign covers loosened up slightly. During a training session between runs on the CQB course, I even saw Staff Sergeant Croscoe laugh or smile at a dumb thing a private said. It was always funny to watch a DS take off their hat and cover their face, obviously to conceal a smile. You'd never call out that obvious act, though, or else they'd show you what death looks like. Anyway, after all runs on the CQB course, we got an 85 out of 100 because Pedler and Miller were shot in 2 different runs. Of course, we used simunitions or fake bullets, but they still hurt even though we had our combat armor. For the assault course, we used suppressive fire and smoke grenades to storm the designated building and apply our CQB skills to take the interior. On that, we got a perfect 100. No negative incidents. For the crowd control course, we had to work with 3 other squads to get a formation wall of shields. We formed the wall and initiated tactics to disperse and detain the crowd of volunteers with rubber bullets and padded batons. We got a 100 alongside the other squads. The last course was the explosives one. For that course, we had to lob dummy and live grenades in multiple situations and positions, then wire door charges. Implementing basic demo work with C4 was pretty fun too. Not real C4 though. They didn't have the range or resources to do that across so many of us. On that course, we got a 100. Finally, our company graduated on July 25th, 2067. The look on Morrison's face during the promotion and final ceremony said that we were all going to die. He still had a hint of pride in that face, but I'm convinced that look was thinking more about terrorizing the next batch of cannon fodder in a few days. During that little training company ceremony, I was promoted to corporal, again primarily due to the MTP in high school, and good work with my squad throughout training. The rest of my squad earned PFC or specialist ranks, and it turned out our platoon's role in the SOS program was for assault infantry. So, in the receiving room of Fort Bannister, and after the promotions, we all formed up to be told where the Army was sending us. Our original bus group or platoon of 48 guys kept its unit designation as 3rd Platoon, while the others training alongside us were 1st and 2nd. No grandiose spectacle, no parade before time with the families, none of that nonsense. No Class A, B, or C uniform ceremonies to look glorious in front of crowds. Hell, I never even learned about the dress uniforms in all of training. We were simple Swiss soldiers. 8 weeks of infantry school was mixed with a horrible concoction of what used to be basic training, and we held our noses and downed it. There was no glory in the training, just marches to mud pits, endless fighting and getting tormented so that we'd better be ready for the real shit. The only pride resulting from training was the pride in feeling we were the meanest and angriest motherfuckers America's enemies would have the displeasure of facing. Despite how green we knew we were, that didn't matter. I had innocence, but I wanted to kill. Only time would bring back the normal thoughts, but when it did, it would mix with the rabid nature within that only began surfacing in Swiss. Once the formation was back in place, there the news came. The steady stream of casualties on all fronts made the military start dividing up training companies into smaller platoon levels for easy troop replenishment of larger regiments and even divisions. What this meant was, all 3 platoons of Fort Bannister's training company were going in different directions, wherever was needed. This was it, the reason I joined the Army and threw aside those thoughts about leaving Savannah. I was going to go fight the Reds in Alaska. I was finally going to get sent into the fray and take part in the enormous conflict that impacted every American. Major M.C. Gregor entered the room. He stood on a platform and our sergeants called us all to attention. The Major shuffled his papers and read aloud without introduction or congratulations. First platoon, Juneau, Alaska. Second platoon, Quebec City, Canada. Then he got to us, third platoon, Montreal, Canada. I'll admit that I was surprised, or at least didn't know what to make of that. The only thing I heard about that was a few idle words from some DSS I overheard about how they knew some guys recently sent that way. Once it sank in, I figured, so what? The war with Canada was only a few months in, and from what I heard, most of their major cities had already fallen. I'd get there, help end the little war up north, and then move over to aid in the real war against China. Those were my initial thoughts, as ignorant as they were. After the ceremony, there was no leave or week with the family, only 50 miles away. No chance to tell them about the past 8 weeks or where I was going. The rest of the day was spent gathering up our gear and getting our real-issued weaponry for the front we were headed. 2 days later, we were sent to a small airfield in Virginia and waited one more day for a couple of new platoons from the East Coast to rally there. As the day turned to August, a large cargo plane landed, and our large gaggle of troops from across the eastern seaboard boarded that plane. Then, I believe you know the rest. I talked about that shit in Chapter 1. If you need a refresher, go back and reread it, because now we're all caught up. Chapter 17, all caught up. That does it. Next part after that was where I flew to Montreal, got in truck, siege, sniper, assault, all that blah blah. And if you were looking for more about my pre-Montreal days, why I loved Savannah so much, perhaps in more detail. Fuck you, you ain't getting it, haha. I see her face, and I see it everywhere all the time. Montreal already got its hooks in me, and I relive every little moment with her every night. I see her face in the people I've shot, and see her looking at me through the foggy barracks windows of the square. I know what I feel, what I felt, and if you want me to describe her face, who she is, what her voice sounded like even more, I simply can't. Go back and read what I already wrote and use your imagination for the rest. I never saw her in my unconsciousness, which is partially why I'm afraid to die. And I so want to die so bad. If I die, I'll never see her again, and I won't be able to see that face anymore, and I know what saints look like. She's one of them. She's always there, always perfect, and she's in a bit of everyone. Everyone like Alyssa, not everyone like me, later. I woke up days later in some sort of medical facility. I looked around to find that I was enclosed not by a wall but by a curtain. Under the thin blanket I was almost naked, and found myself feeling my body. I felt the wound on my side. There was a large scar where the knife was lodged. My broken hand was in a brace, and my open hand was wrapped. I grabbed a mirror off of the table next to the bed. My eyes were black, my scars bulged, and my head was completely shaved. Suddenly, a woman opened the curtain wearing a nurse's uniform. I took her in only briefly to see a pretty face with long brown hair in a bun, and a name tag I couldn't read with the way she was moving. She glanced at my open eyes and didn't say anything as she continued opening more of the curtain and setting up a few tables next to me. Something about her radiated something like comfort and happiness. Something strange, considering that it was something not one person in the square seemed to resonate. Before feeling any more of her presence and noting anything else about her, she stopped what she was doing when she was all situated, turned her head to me with a smile, and said ecstatically, "Look who's awake! How do you feel?" I felt fine but winced just as she turned on a light above me. Temporarily blinded, I asked, "Where am I?" She sat down on the stool next to my bed. "You're just outside Montreal, the medical HQ." She observed me lying there and stated as a fact, "You made a headline before you went unconscious. Did you know that?" I raised an eyebrow. Obviously I didn't, since I'd been unconscious. I was about to remark sarcastically with my usual bewilderment and accusation, like I would with one of the soldiers. What stopped me from being an asshole to the pretty woman was simply when I caught her face still smiling and expecting a legitimate answer. I immediately had no desire to speak negatively to her in any way and shook my head. The woman looked at me, concerned and knowingly, before saying, "By the way, I'm Nurse Alyssa, or so my friends call me." I looked at that name tag again. She was right. All it said was Alyssa, I told her my name, but then it was her turn to be sarcastic, and she certainly didn't have the same change of heart that I did. She exclaimed, hilariously, that she already knew my name, considering she had been taking care of me for the past 4 days. What should have made me slightly upset or angry made me actually smile. For some reason, I liked the fact that she didn't have the same hold as me. Anyway, I caught up to the moment and looked at the woman's smile. I finally found myself able to speak without thinking about it so hard and recalled her statement about the headline. I asked what she was talking about with the headline, and she instantly held up a newspaper she pulled from thin air. The title was from a New York paper, and there were 2 pictures. One of them was of me with my bloody hands up against the glass. The other was a picture of 2 soldiers dragging the body of Jacques Marchal. The headline read, "Army eliminates prominent insurrectionist, Jacques Marchal." I studied the paper for a while, and she said, "That's the first bit of news to be published about Montreal since the assault. Congrats on making the news." Looking over the pictures, you never would have known that was me, based on the battered face and smoke haze over the image. But as I read, her words stuck with me. The article was all about reconstruction across the city that wasn't taking place, and how the sudden insurrection downtown was a surprise for us Annex forces. My only thoughts were surprise for who? We'd known since the fall that things had been absolute shit. It was just then that she spoke for my thoughts by saying, "What a bunch of bullshit, right? They're pretty vague about what's really going on, if not outright lying, ha-ha." I thought about that paper and how the bloody and broken person in it could have been literally any U.S. soldier. But the other picture was definitely the man I killed. Seeing and reading the first bit of news about Montreal published by the outside world, I thought of Ronald Dobson, the reporter. There was no way that anything since the fall of Montreal was shown to the outside. That much was clear to me as a sixth sense. But the more I thought about that Christmas Eve, and that incident that put me in the hospital, the more I thought of my boys who were there with me. Putting the paper down, I asked, "Where's my squad?" She instantly looked at her clipboard, flipped a few pages, and said, "2 of your boys are here in this facility, I know that. And the accountability roster for your unit shows. 3 of your guys are back at Firebase Echo. After noting your dog tags, they took inventory of your unit and boys. I was for some reason fixated on what Firebase Echo was and asked, 'They're back at the square?' She said 3 of them are, I suppose. I don't know the nickname you have for your Firebase, but it says on my roster that Mark Rowland, Quinn Andrews, and Kenneth Severin are on standby at Echo, or the square, as you say. Tony Stiles and Barry Miller are in the Eastern Surgical Wing." I asked, "Where am I? How are they?" "You are in the Western Recovery End. Their condition is unknown," she said. I asked if she could, and she said that she would go check on them for me. Almost instantly, the woman was at it. So I sat up in bed and waited. After a half an hour, she came back and said, "Your team leader is doing well and prepping to move to recovery." She paused for a moment before giving a long sigh and said, "Barry Miller, he's dead." I had to believe it. I wasn't very sad, though, if I'm being honest, and as messed up as that may be. I think she paused for a minute, expecting a severe reaction from me, but my face and mind were completely calm. I believe my lack of emotion was mostly because I didn't know Miller that well. I've talked a bit about Severin, Andrews, and even Rowland, but people do develop better friendships with some people better. And Miller was just that guy who was always reliable, but never stood out in our group at all. I suppose the same could have been said for Lance Pedler, who died before the assault. At least my team leader was still alive. I knew Stiles pretty well since he was the official second-in-command of my group of pals. It really bothered me that I couldn't feel too much emotion for Miller, and even the long-gone Pedler. As I mentioned in the battle, I lost track of all my friends during it, and it turned out one of them didn't make it. I didn't know Miller as well as I should have, and the fact that I couldn't feel much for his death was what I found more saddening. Perhaps that was best in a war, but perhaps I did know Miller, and I'd just gone numb from something. Either way, I thanked Alyssa and immediately began arranging a letter to Miller's family as Nurse Alyssa left the room. I didn't have much on the recovery plan since my awakening was rather shocking to my nurse, so I spent the next few hours simply thinking about things. It still wasn't long before night came around, and I was very tired. Hospital beds have a way of draining your energy even if you weren't doing anything in it. Either way, if the few hours awake weren't physically draining, they certainly were mentally draining. I thought about the simple chats with Alyssa during checkups, and about the memories of that battle. I thought about losing track of my squad in the fight, The death of Captain Morales, and all those others killed in the heart of downtown. I wondered about the results from that chaotic mess in the streets. All those insurrectionists killed, and how or if things would change because of it. Then I felt a wound in my side and my battered hands. I heard the sound of my blood dripping onto that office floor and saw the person I saw in that glass. All those illuminated mask eyes beyond the glass were trying to batter down the barrier, trying to get me out. Why would they even want to get me out? The thing I saw before falling wasn't worthy of rescue from anything, especially based on what I had done to the most recent victim of my rage. It wasn't rage, though, was it? Killing in defense, killing in anger, there was no difference if the result was still a lifeless person with an open neck. America has destroyed my life. Well, you got what you got by trying to stop me from seeing her again. Who was I talking about? Oh, I don't see Savannah when I sleep, that's why. Not one thought of her in my coma. Just myself in darkness. That's why they were trying to save me. Not for me, but so I could see her again. I don't know. After my last checkup with Alyssa and before sleeping, I was worn out from thinking so much. I pulled the mirror off the side table to give myself another final look. I think I did that just to see if I was now in any way more worthy of rescue than the thing that killed Jacques Marchal and so many others. Nope. My face was still a wreck of bruises and scars. As I traced the scars with my finger, Savannah's face began to take the place of my own. Finally, there she was again. It had been a while, is what my brain said, but my eyes saw her face and made me scared. Disturbed by the sudden vision, I was even more shocked when it stayed in place of my reflection and spoke. She asked me, "David, what happened to you? And I don't mean the wounds. What happened?" After feeling a wave of relief at the sound of her sweet voice, the fact that I heard her voice at all horrified me. Why was I horrified? Her voice was always so calming, but then I realized she was there. Savannah couldn't be in that hell man created, and so I knew my fear was from her being with me. She was always with me, but she couldn't be there. Her words echoed in my mind again, and I shook my head in disbelief, frantically shaking my head and even smacking myself. I wanted her to leave me. She couldn't see me like how I was. Nothing worked. Her face was still there, patiently awaiting an answer. I had no idea what she was asking, but my mouth answered, stuttering, "It's not my choice. I have to do all this. How did you get here?" She said, "I get your letters, but why can't you tell the truth? Why can't you just be honest with me?" A tear grew in her eye as she resumed, "I just want to know the truth, but the words you write just cloud all the horrors I know you've done and felt since leaving me. You keep forcing me down into unconscious confusion and blind optimism with false assurances that everything is fine with you when I know it isn't. Look at yourself, David." Her face turned back into mine for a long time. I studied the battered face with a filter of my former innocence, until it finally morphed back into her flawless beauty. She asked, "Do you really think you deserve me after all the blood you've spilled and the terrors you've been a part of in this place?" I cried, "I have to kill. I had to kill these people. I have to do these things. All of them. I need you, Savannah. I need to get back to you. You know I'll do anything just to hold you again. No matter what's thrown at me, I'll overcome it for you. Everything I do in my life and everything keeping me alive is for you." Her face never changed, but the tear in her eye was finally heavy enough to stream down from her eye. After the silence, she was disintegrating slowly as I begged her not to go or at least respond to my cries. Just before vanishing and leaving me with my battered, ugly reflection, at last she whispered, "Don't even bother. I'm already dead." I didn't know what kind of painkillers Nurse Alyssa put me on before bed, but I stayed up for hours quietly sobbing myself into a dreamless sleep. I awoke in the early hours of the morning to the cheery nurse poking me with her finger and asking if I was okay. I never responded. My mind was plagued with the visions I had last night. That whole next day was spent recounting every word Savannah said to me in the mirror, and I knew I was going crazy. Every minute to myself was images of her and feelings of self-hatred growing. I began to engage with Nurse Alyssa almost frantically and tried to spend as much time with her as possible, desperately trying to avoid being alone. Nurse Alyssa took time to talk with and comfort me between her other patients. But after a few days of chit-chat during checkups, I spilled myself. I explained to the nurse that I was finding it increasingly difficult to be alone, and she understood completely. I told her about some of the things I was experiencing, and she gave me an ear to listen. She sat and admired my honesty. saying that she'd be there whenever I needed a vent, and that was honestly a wild surprise. I'd almost forgotten that kind of person existed with what I'd seen in the months around Montreal. Over the course of a few days, we got to know each other pretty well, and when I was up to moving around, she pointed me to a chaplain that I considered but never went to. She then pointed me towards a psychologist who diagnosed me with a bunch of shit, and then drugged me up, but I didn't want that. Honestly, just being around Alyssa and her sympathetic ears was almost euphoric, despite the pain in what I'd say. That simple talking was good enough for me, and the calm of being with her eventually made me forget I even had problems after enough time. She really was something else, but it's sort of strange how we forget we have problems when we're under the influence of the right medicine. As I recovered physically and mentally, I got to see more of the medical facility and had more freedom to engage with other injured soldiers in the rec rooms. When I was in my room, I got to chat with Nurse Alyssa, and she hooked me up with some drugs just to knock me out. As well as I became just being around Alyssa, there was a reminder of my issue that hung in the background every time I opened that curtain. Right behind my bed in the hospital, there it was. Far in the distance were the hollow skyscrapers blanketed by the dark gray cloud of Montreal. That cloud seemed to disappear completely whenever Alyssa would come in with her smiling and friendly face, suddenly making me recall the masked and helmeted faces within the city before getting yanked back to reality with her words. So, after the initial problems, confusion, and sadness, Nurse Alyssa was a great influence to me. I honestly can't give her enough praise, because after I awoke, I spent the next 2 weeks at the Army hospital outside the city, recovering from my injuries and taking the time away from the front to feel better emotionally. It was in that time that I learned a lot about things going on back home and other fronts. Each time I connected with Nurse Alyssa, she kept me up to date on everything happening in the war and taught me how HQ was working outside the city. Turned out most of those comic book issues were somewhat correct, and it also turned out that Marine Corps Marty was Alyssa's favorite one as well. The medical HQ was in the center of the Montreal Command District, so I got a great view of everything entering the city. At the medical HQ, I was able to finally view Montreal from afar instead of being blinded by the isolation of the square and the problems that came with life there. As it turned out, supply trucks didn't just appear down the street. They actually had to pass through the Army HQ's gates before rolling over the shell-blasted roads to places like the square. Taking a step back and really seeing is one way to take in the grand scheme of things. Like one day, I was outside with Alyssa while she was on break, and saw a dozen men in crimson combat armor with WT logos carrying very bizarre-looking weapons. I asked Alyssa who they were, and she told me that they were West Tech armament contractors. She told me that they were in the city to deliver laser weaponry for the mechanized infantry of the 160th. The power-armored soldiers of all fronts were receiving energy weapons and specialized training conducted by WT employees. I remember asking when I'd be given one of those, but she was quick to inform me that I was part of the Canadian front. That meant I'd stick with my outdated and overused hand-me-downs from the Army on more prestigious fronts. Sort of like what the Marines get. Another day, I learned about something that had just started happening and was still largely unknown to everyone inside the city during that time. Slowly rolling past the medical center was a convoy of trucks headed towards the city. Alyssa told me that the white trucks marked Siev were full of civilians. Every other truck was packed to the brim with downtrodden or scared-looking civilians, while the others were packed with boxes and what looked like belongings. Either way, I was surprised to hear that. She told me that civilians and refugees were moving into a place known as the Green Zone, while forces battling the remnants of the Canadian Army achieved more and more victories. As for the Green Zone was a specially marked section of the leveled Montreal suburbs that had recently been opened to reconstruction for civilians to move into. Why anybody would want to move into a war zone was beyond me, but they got civilians coming in daily. Learning about the Green Zone reconstruction project showed that the newspaper I read upon waking wasn't entirely bullshit. There was a newborn reconstruction effort underway that confirmed Canada was actually being annexed rather than a place for soldiers to go to turn crazy. But was that zone in Montreal proper? No. The Green Zone would grow and grow over time, and eventually be part of more reasons for insurrection. More on that later. Despite how small it was when I was with Alyssa, it should be no surprise that it was so well protected by the US Army. What had once been suburbs turned into a leveled no-man's land between the siege line and the city, was just then under a project to build a new Montreal. Still, though, the Green Zone was small and insignificant compared to the city itself, only a few miles away and filled to the brim with ultra-violent Canadian nationalists. I again have to say that I really liked Nurse Alyssa, not in that way. Like I hinted before, she was a good change. As I began feeling better mentally and emotionally, it was still good to actually talk to somebody. I couldn't talk to my squad mates, especially about Savannah, since that'd go on to all kinds of horrible sexual talk. Alyssa loved to hear about her. With Alyssa, I was able to talk about the things I loved remembering about Savannah. She would ask me all sorts of questions, and I thoroughly enjoyed every opportunity I had to talk about our romance. That was the key for Alyssa. She loved hearing how romantic we were all through high school and told me about her own love experiences. I also told her about Savannah's medical schooling and how she had been staying with Mom all that summer. I felt almost like Alyssa lived vicariously through my words alone since hearing about her own loves. Nurse Alyssa never had a lot of time for romance, considering she was drafted to Montreal fresh out of nursing school, a schooling she took very seriously, which caused her to avoid social life. There really was a severe lack of doctors, and the higher-ups knew that they did need all the medical personnel available for the invasion of Canada. All the Army doctors were focused on the Alaskan front, so the Canadian divisions drafted a civilian medical corps to oversee the major occupation cities like Montreal. After enough romantic talk, I myself started feeling sick with visions that occasionally struck me, and that led to a quick change of topics. We almost always circled around to Alyssa, telling me all she knew about how the war was going, which still wasn't much. But I took comfort in at least hearing something about my brothers and sisters in Alaska, or at least confirming the recent issue of Fort Bearclaw with a non-military person. As I may have suggested, she tended to spend more time with me than with her other patients, which was okay considering she was in the recovery wing. When she entered my room, I was genuinely happy. We talked on, sometimes for hours, and to the point she'd get reprimanded for not seeing other patients. I always feigned some sort of agony whenever another nurse came in to help cover for her. Despite her looking about my age, it turned out she was almost 5 years older than me. That came as something of a shock considering how well we hit it off, but maybe it wasn't? I'm not sure. All I know is that she rapidly became my third favorite person on planet Earth after Savannah and Mom, Anyway, between talking about Savannah, her life, the war, and even the occasional bit of celebrity news, we took smoke breaks and meals together. For some reason, we got a lot of news about Hollywood, but not actual news about the war. In the end, I knew she shared a lot of the same feelings for me, and she was a true friend. I was pretty bad at picking up signals from the opposite sex, but I could tell by her eyes that she enjoyed my company as much as I enjoyed hers. Through our talking and the way we clung to each other, or the way she listened to me talk about love, it became clear that she was a lonely girl stuck in a foreign land. We could both relate to that feeling of being stuck with no clear future, but talking with her made me forget about the rest of the world. At least for a moment. Towards the end of my time in the hospital, Nurse Alyssa told me the best thing ever, or it would have been if I wasn't me. She told me about a payphone. The Army HQ had a collection of phone lines to the homeland, although they were certainly not for everyone's use. Previously, all landline phone communications across the border were cut, thanks to the tireless work of the Army Signal Corps and siege of Montreal. These phones were one of the few exceptions, or a recent installation. The only problem was that the booths were only permitted for use by authorized personnel. Many of the higher-ups and certain medical patients were permitted use of those phones, but when I tried, they denied me. After that denial, I told Alyssa, and she went down there. She knew a guy who worked for the Department of Army Telecommunications in HQ, and again answered my prayers in a way only that woman could for the toxic world we lived in. She came back to my bedside with the news that I got one phone call. I jumped up and put on my combat fatigues, having largely recovered. As I walked through the facility over to the telecommunications office, I thought of who I should call for longer than I should have. I realized that I only had one phone number I remembered, and that one was my home phone number. I didn't know Savannah's school number, but that didn't matter, considering she was most likely at Mom's house for the summer, if not with her own family. I waited in line at the communications office for a few minutes. When I reached the counter, The guy in charge gave me a stack of paperwork, and I spent quite a while filling it out before I was set to go. The paperwork I skimmed mostly said that I would not leak information about Canadian front operations cross-border. So I went over to the phone. I inserted the specialized coin and dialed the number, but my brain went blank. Something occurred to me. How long had I been gone? Like a flash, my time in training, my time in. The phone on the other end rang, it rang twice, and then a third time. Then Mom picked up. I didn't even care about anything else in the world, and when she asked in a sad tone, "Hello?" Remembering that tone was her usual one after Dad passed, I couldn't hold myself. I burst out with my uncontained excitement. "Oh my God! Hi, Mom!" I felt like a kid again, even since aging 20 more years in the 12 months I'd been away. Upon recognizing my voice and presumably the word Mom, she dropped any sadness and almost screamed, "David? Oh my, how are you calling? How have you been? Tell me everything." I was just so happy to hear her voice, and heard her holding back something on the other end. I couldn't blame her for that because I felt my tears welling up as well before saying, "How have you been, Mom? I don't even know what to say. It's been so long. Ha-ha!" She replied shortly to contain herself. "I've been good, just fine." She stopped herself again before adding, "You have to tell me, though, how are you calling?" I'd largely collected myself, but I had to pause a minute. I was hurt really badly in the fight downtown. If I told her I was in the medical HQ, I felt she would freak out. Then I thought she has to know the truth. I couldn't lie to her during my first actual conversation. A year, I said to her plainly, "Mom, I was hurt really badly a few weeks ago. I'm fine now, but I was permitted one phone call. She stopped me. I've been reading the letters you send to me and Savannah. I know about the things you have gone through. Not all, I mind you, but some. I've been wondering about how optimistic your letters are, especially since we haven't heard any news about the city you're in." She then added in a small voice, "I worry about you all the time." She sighed. "I read your letters too and hear you talk about different things in each letter. You'll say how dangerous it is there, only to be followed by one saying everything is great. I know things probably change all the time, but I don't know. As much as I'm confused by what's happening up there, I just know you're a smart boy and everything will be okay. You have me and Savannah who love you so much. Understand, David?" I stayed silent for a few seconds, thanking her mentally for her simple words since my own words choked me up. The silence brought back memories of the city and how I was almost lying with each letter I sent home. There were good days and bad days, sure, but most people don't even consider gunshots on a good day. Where we hear that and only know it's a bad day if someone is hit. Those silent seconds turned into minutes within my poisoned mind, and I had to think hard about what to say next. I tried thinking happy thoughts about the past, but how far was the past? I couldn't think of anything and tried thinking of quiet days in the barracks. Why couldn't I think of Nurse Alyssa? She made my miserable life since joining the army turn upside down in a good way since I've known her. I didn't know. I simply couldn't think of anything good to say about myself, Mom, or the world. Then, I remembered Savannah, and how she could always unseal the words stuck in my head. I finally gulped hard and managed to utter, "Is Savannah there?" I know it's summer, so I know she's been living with you part-time, trying not to sound slightly panicked on her end. Mom said sorrowfully, "She stepped out to get groceries only a few minutes before you called." "I am so sorry, Davy. What timing, right?" She paused, and I could hear the tears in her voice when she added the tragic words, a memory of what I was considering earlier. "Do you know when you might be coming home on a leave?" It's been so long, Davy, and we miss you so much." I hadn't even thought of how long I'd been gone practically since arriving in the city. Too much was happening, from the siege to the assault to the UGC to the fight on the street and skyscraper, the patrols, the lockdowns, the executions, Ronald Dobson, plagued with thoughts. So many thoughts each day and so many from home while I act autonomously in the ashen rubble. I was due a break. I didn't want a break. I couldn't have one. I could not go home even if there was a break due to me. But the thought of what I saw in that mirror and thought of her beauty, as her words echoed in my mind, making me turn ice cold. Too much had happened, and the more her haunting words echoed in the silence of the phone line, I knew she didn't want to see me. She had to. But the thought of all I'd done made me want to retreat back behind the safety of my mask and into the rubble on the streets, into a bottle with my friends, and into the fucking neck of Jacques Marchal, until I feel the blood spray onto my arms. Where was she? What is happening to me? I never want to go home ever again. I can't be here 1 second more. Feeling that tear break from my eye, I feel that terror inside that had gotten me through nearly an entire year since I'd last seen the only women who mattered to me. I feel it consume me more and more, but I wouldn't dare let it speak to Mom. I feel my fists clench. I know she needs me so badly, but hearing any more care in this place is making me lean in closer towards that thing that didn't torment my brain. She needs to be here. I need to hear her, but I can't handle anymore. Stuck in my own head with my mom on the other end, and continued to feel those thoughts of everything I went through in the past year creeping through my mind and merging with the image of her sadness for what I am becoming. Something she can't help me with in this place. I wanted to hear Savannah. She could kill any demon in my head just with her words. She's what I need, not that terror. But why wasn't Mom enough? More happy thoughts, more good thoughts. What the fuck are good thoughts? Happiness? You don't deserve those. What about Alyssa? She doesn't exist. Who's that? Savarin was good. Andrews was good. Stiles was good. But Peddler and Miller are dead, and you didn't give two shits. No. I just didn't know them. You had your chance to, but you couldn't be bothered. The only thing you can do is remember. Remember Roland. He's a good guy, too. Of course he is. He's the kind of guy to gut his cheating girlfriend the second he sees her again. Okay? You think you're better? Savannah probably went out before you called to get fucked really good by someone who isn't you. No, she wouldn't do that. Doesn't matter. Ask about it anyway. Mom said she and Savannah love me so much. Of course she would. She hadn't heard your voice in a year. She wouldn't want to tell you the truth. This is payback for all your optimism and lying. A mom that lies. I know Savannah's heart. I feel her heartbeat as my own, even so far away. You two really are adorable together. So do I have to ask that and drive her away? You know you won't drive her away, but you love harming yourself. You are right about that. Physical and mental pain feel pretty damn good. Wait. What? Ask it. What do I care? I'm fucking dead anyway. She told me she was dead the night I woke up. And you can bet that I am too. I asked Mom, trying not to sound like the paranoid and crazy wreck I knew I was becoming. Mom? Has Savannah been... Sanity tried to stop me, making me fumble for 1,000 different words before insanity won. I blurted out, seeing anyone? Mom was frozen on the other end. Pure silence for 5 whole years before Mom ended the silence by shouting into the phone, "How could you even say that? She loves you. She talks about you all the time. She cries for you in the letters you write. She stays with me in your old rooms with me in the summer. She calls me every other day while she's at school. She has given you and I no reason not to trust her." Just then, the connection ended. My one phone call was over. Of course it would be over. I fuck everything up. Why did I ask that? Why would I question or doubt Savannah? I have all the faith in the world in her, but that leaves 0 for myself. I hate everyone and everything. Savannah was a daughter to Mom even before leaving, and I assaulted Mom's own baby and the love of my life with words alone. I was right. I didn't deserve to be saved. And my time in medical was coming to the rapid close I earned. Chapter 18. Broken record playing music. Warning, this chapter is very graphic. 10 months later, 2069. Dear Savannah, thank you for your last letter. I can't believe you managed to find the time to do that with Mom, and managed to keep your 4.0 grade point average. I'm so proud of you, and I know how hard it must be to do all of this. Believe me, it's hard for me too, but for different reasons, as I'm sure you can imagine. You were absolutely right, and I'm shocked to hear that neither office will get back to you. But it sounds like the senator might be willing to hear you out, if you and Mom can get just a few more signatures from the families of annexed soldiers. Still, I beg you not to worry about me too much in the meantime and focus on school. Although I too know how unfair it is, I assure you that it's okay. I'm doing just fine here, even though I miss you so much. Since you brought that up, however, I have some really great news. Lieutenant Colonel Rakanu gave us a briefing just this morning where he said that the construction groups in the Green Zone just broke dirt to expand the zone to the north side of the river. Can you believe it? Not only that, but there's even been mention of talks to set up a center on Nun Island to give families a place to meet. Just imagine a day where you, my mom, your dad, and perhaps even your little sister can come visit me. A dedicated place where we can spend time together. Walk the green zone, and perhaps where you and I can get some privacy for something a little intimate? Aha. Things are looking so good for the future here. And I feel that day is fast approaching where things will be calm, secure, safe, and rebuilt enough to show you what we in Canada have been doing. Or where I can leave to go and visit you. Perhaps once that center is built, or after the green zone has taken over a bit more of Montreal proper, you won't need to get those signatures. I know how hard it is, baby. And it might be hard for a little while longer, but that time where it will be secure enough for you to come or me to visit with you will be here before you know it. Just try not to think about it. Instead, just focus on your studies, and think about just how much the city of Montreal has changed since those first letters after the assault and craziness. This city really has been calming down like never before as more civilians move into that ever-growing green zone. I know the only news you've seen reported on Montreal lately is how there are still no plans to remove the special license process for anyone seeking green zone citizenship. But like I said, there could be a day very soon where that is removed with the implementation of all I mentioned. It's true that the security precautions like those licenses were originally put in place because the place was very dangerous for a long time after the assault. But now they're only really there because most of the annexed troops and green zone citizens are too busy breaking ground, clearing leftover rubble, and running food drives for orphans of the RZ to change them. Haha. So, although the news cameras are no longer rolling here in Montreal, I'd say it's because they'd rather be filming the excitement of the war in Alaska than that time the other day when Roland threw his back out trying to take the last concrete slab off that women's-only bomb shelter. Note, I might have mentioned it in my last letter, but don't worry about Roland or the women stuck in that shelter. Turned out we got to them just in the nick of time since they only had another month left of food in that shelter. Anyway, the streets clearing is an ongoing process, and reconstruction is in full swing, but make no mistake, there are still some ruckus causers and troublemakers here and there. Some neighborhoods of the RZ are still pretty dangerous, but there are so many Canadians who have seen the benefits of American annexation since the establishment of the Green Zone that we've recently mostly been dealing with the remaining hostiles through our new friends. That's right, it was a long, hard, and ongoing road. But with the amount of work we've been doing to help the people assimilate into our great country, I've even managed to make friends with some of the locals. If I had more time, I'll have to tell you about my new pal Francois Dubois sometime, haha. Still, we Americans aren't so different from the Canadians once you get past the language or accent barrier, haha. Anyway, I honestly didn't expect to exchange my rifle for a shovel to fill potholes during some of those first weeks or months after the assault. But I'd say my rifle is better for things other than scaring off the occasional troublemaker. I gotta run, baby. But in the end, things are on the up. And if things keep up like this, I'd say that there is so much for you and me both to look forward to. For now, just focus on school, don't worry about me, and know that I love you so, so, so much. I probably sound like a broken record, but it's truer and truer every day. Please take care, my love, and know I love you with all my heart. Love, David, XOXO. Get up, I shouted into the face of the defiant fuck. He screamed back, "Fuck you, American!" I struck him across the face with my pistol and grabbed the collar of his Canadian Army camo jacket with the last name Dubois and cackled right into his face through my mask. Dubois, huh? Let me guess. That isn't really your jacket? You're not actually part of the militia? Your real name is Francois, and you just wore that jacket because you were cold. He spit on my mask. I wiped the lens with my glove, and Roland read my mind as I feel him give me my rifle back as I holster the pistol. Ugly French-Canadian motherfucker was huge, I'd give him that, but that grin would look prettier with a lot less teeth. I threw the butt of my R91 into his jaw again and watched those teeth get carried away in a spray of blood. Your road's over here, fuckface. Lucky you won the fucking lottery and HQ is looking for some live ones as fucking stupid as this dipshit who might fucking talk to. I crouched before his face. He really did look a lot more handsome with less teeth and all that fucking blood pouring from his mouth, but you're not about to cry, are you? The second I think this, he meets my eyes with that soul-devouring hate that can only come to fruition with that kind of pain. There it is. Look at me. Calm, calm. You got two options, friend. One is get on that truck voluntarily. Spend some time in prison before HQ does whatever they want to do with you. 2 is to have us gun you down like we just did to your neighbors before the wonderful Americans to be to your left and right also saw how stupid an idea it would be to resist a whole company of Uncle Sam's finest. It admittedly would have been 3 options if Roland and I both hadn't thrown our backs out just the other day. The rest of the guys in our platoon were busy watching our prisoners, joining other breaching teams in this lockdown, or helping Reed's guys catalog those guns. What? I mentioned the fucker was huge. Do you expect me to beat 300-pound Dubois unconscious and load him onto that truck after I already hurt my back-stacking corpses and Roland hurt his... I'm not sure how exactly, but that one guy the other day was also militia. His sister was pretty hot, and she did scream pretty loud after that door shut behind Roland. What's it going to be, big boy? Get in that truck or gun you down in front of this rubble-filled shithole you call a home? He stares me straight in the face after taking his eyes away from one of the corpses on the street. Probably his kid or wife or some shit. Still, completely bloodied and broken, the blood pours down his chin as he sputters, "You killed my fucking family. Don't cry, you'll ruin it for me. Good job. I would rather die than go to an American holding center." I stepped aside. My men were overlooking the other prisoners amongst the corpses, and Stiles said from his end of the prisoner line, "Just load him up anyway. He'll get in the next fucking truck if we beat him good enough. Whenever the fuck it gets here." He's right. I don't. No. I see that look in his eye. He really didn't take my rifle stock to the face that well, but who would? This is a waste of time. LT did say to discard resistors. We don't have time for them. My leniency always goes unrewarded, and it has been a while since I had those... sensations. I walked back over to the restrained insurgent and gave him the cheery news that definitely made my day if it didn't make his. You said you would rather die? Well, today is your lucky day. The man wasn't expecting summary execution by the way we'd been wrestling with him for the past 15 minutes. So his face was in total shock when I racked my rifle and forced it into his mouth. Feeling the barrel cave and the remainder of his front teeth made me hard as he tried to say something or scream. Are you screaming from the pain? Or are you screaming from how oh so sorry you are that you defied? I know why she screamed. Oh fuck. The more he tried to scream, the more the barrel gagged the fucker, and that only added to the load I'd blow into my bottoms after pulling the fucking trigger. I squeezed it slowly. 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 Just a little more pressure, motion of the ocean. That's it. That's how she liked it. Little more, little harder. She's almost there. Oh, fuck, Savannah is so fucking tight. She wants me to press harder. She's so fucking close. Her eyes shut to embrace it. That pretty little mouth opens wide. Her smooth legs quiver on my shoulders, and fuck, it feels so fucking good when she tenses up. Pure pleasure washes through her body and her legs shake even more. Fuck, it feels so fucking good. Oh, God. I fired the rifle, feeling the vibration send a wave through every nerve in my body, and there she is. Her eyes slowly open, and I'm so captured every time I see them. All I can see is her eyes, but I feel her soft, smooth legs spasm just a little more after an orgasm like that. And her bare skin against mine is unbelievably hot. I can't resist one more second as she stares up at me with so much love in those eyes. My hands gliding down from the smooth, warm skin on her knees, to her thighs, to her hips, and every part of her perfect, delicate body I feel on my way to her adoring face tells me she's entirely covered in sweat. Her legs fall away from my shoulders, letting me even closer to those lips. And I feel her heart beating through her chest almost as fast as my own when I meet those lips at long last. But I can't stay there too long, despite the way she nips my lip when I pull back, as if she's begging me never to stop. I raise myself only a little higher to see her whole face, and the look in her eye is begging me not to, even though she knows I have to. I can't get enough of that look, and I hate to make her upset, but I also can't get enough of that little whimper whenever I slowly remove myself. Just then, she relents. I feel her arched hips lower, and I can't wait for her to ask if I'm proud of her, but I'm stuck in awe of her. Her pretty face with the trembling lips is looking up at me, and she's so fucking beautiful. I fucking love when she breathes. So deep, so heavy. I feel her warm, sweet breath in my mouth when we let our tongues play. It's on my face when I move back, and then it's on my neck when I kiss hers. She knows I'm not done, even after fucking her like that. I'm so happy I made her come, and she wants to ask that question when my teeth on her neck interrupt her, making her only able to let out the faintest little whine. She knows I'm proud of her. She's such a good girl. Her arms still wrapped around my torso. She grips me like I'm the only thing keeping her from floating away, and I end my tease to see that beautiful face again before going lower. There they are. The tears welling in her eyes are all I can think about as she mouths those words barely above a whisper. I love you. All she wants is me, and who the fuck am I to let her down? All I live for is to please her, and I said I wasn't done. Kissing down her neck and every inch of her body lower and lower, I need to see the results of our shared climax between those legs. Lower and lower, my eyes closed to really feel how wet and warm her skin is on my lips. So sweet. I opened my eyes where we both arrived at pleasure only to see him. The bloody, mangled, and open head of the man I shot was pouring blood onto a stack of bricks as it sat in a horrendous mess of bone fragments and brains, and the last of his scattered teeth. My boys jolted to face me. Even behind their masks, I could tell they were surprised by the sudden end to my cooperation. All I could think at the time was, I don't need anyone else. But would she say no if we invited some others over? I walked straight up to Savarin, ripped the light machine gun out of his hands, and fired upon the other prisoners. Andrews tackled me to the ground before I could kill anyone else, but the prisoners seized the moment to make a break for it, and the rest of my squad had to gun them down. Andrews punched me in the face a few times to subdue my struggle, while the others emptied their weapons to end the big escape. When the last prisoner fell to the asphalt, the others gathered around to help restrain me. I yelled at them, "Get off me!" Stiles and Savarin yelled in unison, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Once all was calm and the incident quelled, the boys lifted their restraint of me. I didn't quite know what happened at the time, but I remember Savarin asking me directly, "What was that about?" I didn't say anything. I just removed my mask on a comfy pile of concrete, removed a cigarette from my sleeve, and offered him one. He declined, but Roland accepted as he popped a squat beside me. As we lit up, I felt simply satisfied. I'm not sure why I always confuse the memory of executing that man with fucking Savannah, but it still happens whenever I try to write or even think about it. Whatever. Psychosis or insanity is fantastic if you can live there all the time, but like I showed, reality is still happening all the while. It's when you compare the euphoria of Fantasyland with what's really happening when things fucking suck. That said, my dad once said that I would do great things. He was wrong. My life is just one series of terrible shit. I haven't even mentioned some of the things I'd done in the past several months between that and whenever the fuck that thing happened. It's all over. So you say? Anyway, I hated myself. I couldn't do anything about it. One thing Dad said was right, though. I did meet the girl of my dreams, but she was dead in another way. I was dead to her. Not really. She was alive in the letters I got all the time, but there was no way to get back to her. This war with China will not end, and Montreal had already claimed me. No matter what I do, day in and day out, I breathe in the dead air and kill people out of duty or blind psychotic rage. Not anymore, maybe. I don't know what I'm writing. I'm not there anymore. Fuck! Why do I keep writing in the present tense? So, the line that distinguished, the two types of killings, was growing bigger and bigger by the day. I was a vile killing machine, and I didn't even care. The vision of home was a blur. I thought of home all the time in the past, but no longer. I didn't even remember my old friends' faces by 2070. I still wrote to Savannah and Mom, but what I said would be as hollow as the Montreal skyscrapers. I became a robot that sent letter after letter full of complete bullshit. They didn't know the real me. My only family was my squad mates, and probably Charles, not him. Who's that? Forget you read that. The military training program back in school didn't prepare me for nothing. Why can't I go home? What about going home on leave? What the fuck is that? What even is rest? Why am I thinking like this? Why have I been here for years doing the same horrible shit when I need a break? How long have I been here? There. This is a dream. Savannah isn't real. Mom isn't real. Back home was fucking hell. Hell is a means of contrast with my forever shit life of killing and death and being so fucking scared every day. Just kidding. Everything's fine. I'm gone. Always there. Physical, mental, Makes no difference when your brain determines reality, no matter how fucked that reality was. Who cares? I'm better now. Anywho, life wasn't all horrible. We all knew we could rely on each other and make the best of what we had. Despite how good my friends may have been, Montreal had no karma or justice. The place was purgatory. I blindly lived day to day praying for the release of death, while simultaneously fighting my absolute hardest to make it home. Between the bits of violent psychosis, I liked to think I was a good guy, and took the moments of clarity to really observe the events of my life. I really was a good guy, you know? Back when I was sweet with Savannah, held my mom, and was a real human being. Aha! Everything sucks. Nobody is real. Toxic, dead, overcast hellscapes are what Earth really is. That reminds me of something. Not really. Stop writing stupid shit! Calm, better for real. Anyway, we got a new guy for our squad shortly after Miller died. The command structure in Canada was so mismanaged that unit replenishment always took quite a while. One of the squads in 1st Platoon was reduced to 3 men after the initial assault and only got back up to full strength a few months into 2068. Regardless, I particularly liked the new guy, Corporal Nathan Collins. He worked in Quebec City for a time, but then moved to the countryside for a bit before moving into the square. That was the short version, but I would sit down with the guy later and talk one-on-one as his squad leader. Nathan Collins was a 20-year-old guy just like me at the time we got him. He worked in the Canadian front since the Quebec assault, so he had been there a little longer than I. Nathan was my height, had blonde hair, and looked like he saw as much action as I did, had lots of scars, and looked about 30-something. Even though his stories from Quebec City were much more mild than what we in Montreal had to deal with regularly, he was a very nice person who was simply accustomed to the annexation force. The man clicked with us, and the whole squad got to hear his story over time. He said how he went through high school in the Four Corners Commonwealth, around the New Mexico territory, and then joined up straight after high school, where he somehow got shipped to Canada. Then, he was miraculously attached to an East Coast infantry regiment. Savannah's birthday was in May. May 23 was her birthday. I should have mentioned that earlier. Ha! Especially since I shipped out on May 30th, 2067, after a passionate week before that. So that was always a really difficult time because then I had to write another weekly letter and include a gift of some sort. Finding the right gift in the city, or even the square's commissary, was always hard, as you may expect. Although, a few times I'd managed to find a relatively intact knick-knack along a blasted patrol route that hadn't been looted. Finding the right gift for the love of your life was what was hard. If confiscated Canadian explosive components, bullets, or bricks were suitable gifts, I would have been set. One year, I did get her a bottle of some of that army alcohol that was better used for disinfecting wounds than drinking. It was sort of a joke gift, but she said in the next letter that it made her feel closer to me and what I was going through. She's so sweet, but I never got her anything like that ever again. I didn't want her feeling anywhere near what I was living in. So, the week after her birthday, I always got a photo of her with Mom or her with friends. She had the time of her life on her birthday while I sat at the round table of the barracks and played poker or scanned the ruins for partisans. She had a fine meal while I ate an MRE on a block of rubble. She got presents while I got another reason to hate myself, but I really was truly happy that she was enjoying herself. All that talk of Savannah really made me miss Nurse Alyssa as well. She was the person to boost my morale at the medical center. I had Nathan or Collins. He was kind of like a guy version of Alyssa. I know I was in charge of my squad, but I was true friends with all of them, especially since most of us went to basic together. Honestly, the lack of emotion regarding Miller and Peddler's deaths made me really appreciate and feel for my friends I had upon return. As close as I grew with all of them after my stay in the medical center, I still had a best friend. My best friend was Kenneth Savarin, even though I was extra close with Andrews and Stiles as well. Roland, on the other hand, was simply my best friend in craziness. The guy was toxic, but our similar minds connected in the moments on the streets. Not that I didn't like my good pals like Savarin and Andrews. I essentially needed them to keep me from going overboard, as I probably showed at the start. Although there is a sort of camaraderie and psychosis that I shared with Roland, and neither he nor I could figure out why the others weren't the exact same as us. Back to what I was saying. Savarin was my best pal. The guy lived in D.C. his whole life over in Tacoma. He left his large family back home and happened to get on the same bus to Basic as me, in blind effort to serve his country, or annex another. He and I stuck together in Basic, and he had my back several times throughout the numerous firefights we've all been in. Savarin was a true battle buddy, and I spent a lot of time talking to him on lonely nights in the barracks or on watch. When I wasn't losing myself, he really was a great and understanding person who made life at the square easier to cope with in a calm or stormy mind. Even though Collins was a great guy to talk to and Savarin had my back, I looked back fondly at the few short weeks I spent with Nurse Alyssa. I eventually asked around the S1 for information in regard to HQ. Some of the admin boys frequently visited the Green Zone and the medical center to hand-deliver various reports from the square. I once overheard talk about what some of them would do to the nurses at medical. And one guy accurately described Nurse Alyssa long after I fell back in line with the horrible routine of Montreal. After the corporal described her pale skin, silky brown hair, great ass, perfect-sized mouth, and a few nicer characteristics of hers, I jumped into the conversation. The horny young E4 said, "I don't remember her name. I think it was Allie, Allison, or Alyssa." I wasn't staring at her name tag, Sarge, haha. I concluded that it was Nurse Alyssa he was talking about, and she was still at Montreal Medical HQ. It was great to hear that, and I hoped she was doing all right while considering the different ways I could get myself hurt enough to go back there. As much as I wanted to harm myself, I knew that was a slippery slope since the medical HQ space between Stimpak with bed rest and outright death was pretty slim. When the conversation moved on, the admin guys did mention that nurses were starting to frequently visit the rec center on their time off. I don't know why they would want to go there, since I didn't believe fending off a swarm of soldiers who wanted to fuck them would be that relaxing. I almost forgot. I loved the recreation center. Every month we got to spend a week there. The beds and food were the best part. The rec center was a huge facility full of troops from all areas of the city where they could relax, play games, rent a drugged-out Canadian whore, watch TV, or take a long shower. I always liked to chat with the soldiers from the other fire bases. There were small volunteer jobs available, and soldiers could hang out at the gymnasium, work out, drink, or gamble. There was a pool to swim laps, a billiards room, and everyone slept in giant basketball court packed to the brim with cots surprisingly more comfortable than the beds at the square. The place was located just outside the Green Zone, and guards lined the perimeter ominously. It looked like the rec center was a prison for Canadian captives, but the Montreal populace had no idea that inside the place was more drunken soldiers taking time off from the numerous fire bases. I envied the unit assigned to guard the rec center, but they had their own share of action considering the people of Montreal were under the impression that the place was a prison for their countrymen. Despite having to deal with the multiple attempts by insurgents to infiltrate the place to free their pal who was never there in the first place, the guards there had it made. I saw them change shifts and spend downtime in that little slice of paradise while I imagined the rubble-filled square. One time at the rec center, I got to work in the mailroom. That was a surprisingly fun job. I forgot to mention, the jobs one could do at the rec center were all volunteer, but generally had long lists of soldiers' names awaiting a spot. You typically wouldn't think that a soldier would want to be put to work after living at a firebase for so long, but the jobs reminded many of us about civilian life, including myself. So, despite having to actually work, the jobs were oddly peaceful. Jobs included mailroom, food packaging, ordnance boxing, paperwork filing, laundry duty, and various others. The only jobs nobody volunteered for were fire watch and janitorial work, something every infantryman did when they weren't carrying a rifle. My job in the mailroom was to sort the stacks by state address and pass them on to the mail inspectors. The mail inspectors read each letter, looking for classified information or leaks about our operations. Mail that violated the guidelines would be logged and incinerated. Nobody knew what happened to soldiers that violated the guidelines, but rumors included investigations and even imprisonment. I was sorting through my stack when I came across an open letter. Even though it wasn't my job, I read it anyway. It was from a random specialist in a small town called Mont-Laurier. The Montreal Rec Center took in mail from several outposts in the countryside as well. The letter read, "Dear Abigail, a lot has happened since my last letter to you. My platoon was moved to a small town called Mont-Laurier. I am so relieved to be here instead of Ottawa, where everyone is trying to kill me. These people, the ones outside of the major cities, don't care for Americans, but aren't all die-hard nationalists and whatnot. We still get some harassment here and there, but overall, the people don't seem to care about us. I would much rather be ignored by the Canadian people than a constant target of them. I have done some terrible things while I was over in Ottawa, but I feel that is all behind me now in this place, and it truly feels like a fresh start. I can't wait to see you once again when this is all over. Maybe I will be able to wait out the war at Mont-Laurier and return to your arms safe and sound. Love, Caleb. As I read the letter, I thought about places outside the city and wondered if all of the outer towns were safe from anti-American hatred. I tried to get that out of my mind, and was just glad to be in the rec center. I thought back to the first time I went to the rec center, and how surprised we were by its existence. A month or two after I left the medical HQ, our company was selected by the 98th ID for an op at a strip mine 100 miles north of Montreal. The operation only lasted a few days, but our mission was essentially just a show of force. The Canadian workers at the mine reluctantly cooperated with the U.S. Army after the Canadian garrison fell. That was a growing problem for the neighboring townspeople. There was only a single platoon left behind to watch over the place as the rest of their unit was sent to Toronto for rising conflict over there. Workers and townsfolk got more ambitious with the lack of U.S. troops, so that was when we showed up. Going to the mine was the first time I left Montreal since arriving. In those few days, we set up the heavy weapons and our boys were equipped with the Army's finest weaponry. I got to hold a CZ-57 minigun and stand at the front gate, despite barely knowing how to operate the thing. Carrying all that firepower and looking tough sounds like fun, but those weapons were heavy. I couldn't imagine what it was like to carry one into battle without power armor. Anyway, after the townspeople saw the might of our forces, our officers warned them about elimination, and they calmed down for the guys sent to Toronto returned. When we arrived back in Montreal, we skipped out on the square and headed straight to the rec center. It was the Army's way of rewarding us for a successful though eventless mission. After being dumbstruck by the new rec center's existence, we happily indulged in the freedom as if it were a legitimate alternative to seeing families again. So, I was sitting with my friends watching TV in one of the common rooms for the first time. After some of the other guys got tired of the hardcore porn we were commenting on, someone changed it to the news. There was still no news from any stations back home, and nobody knew what channel the Canadian propaganda station was on. So we watched a recently added channel specially made by the Army Signal Corps. Of course, it was about the normal military stuff, and unbelievable victories achieved on all fronts. This time, however, General Buzz Babcock showed up on screen. General Babcock was the supreme commander of the American forces in Canada, and less than popular with soldiers in annexation cities. Through the booing and insults about the word cock in his name, we watched him walk up to a podium on Capitol Hill and begin. He spoke about the Canadian Army in ruins, peace operations, and about the total annexation of Canada. He went on about the movement of refugees and civilians back into Canadian cities, but the speech definitely emphasized the successful exportation of Canadian resources back home. The point that turned our jeering into silence was when he talked about the relocation of soldiers from major cities to the Alaskan front. Why did that make us silent? Well, that's because we knew the people of Montreal had access to the Signal Corps station as well. If the people of Canada thought there'd be any less troops on the streets, they'd try even harder to make our lives shit. Something as simple as talking about success would get us troops killed if the nationalists thought their pressure was working. That, and he could have even been lying about the relocation to get our hopes up. Either way, we hated General Bobs for cock, and were more than happy to change back to the porno when we realized what he did. Time at the rec center would eventually end, and we would return to the square with new stories to tell, and memories to relive on duty. Coming back to the square was always sad, and the good times at the rec center made our normal, miserable lives pale even more in comparison. Everyone eagerly looked forward to the next month, but soon enough, things faded back to the gloom of our true home. Nights on watch, I looked out over the dark city, still hearing the distant crackle of gunfire, and still smelling the faint toxicity even through my gas mask. Probably needed a new filter again. I loved having watch on the roof. Aside from worrying about a sniper from a nearby skyscraper, the view, even though tragic, was depressingly beautiful. To the north were the toppled or leaning high-rises of downtown, and the echo of suffering that I'd seen hundreds of times before. To the south were the distant lights of the Green Zone and the large rec center, all lit up and looking deceptively like a prison. To paint a clearer picture of that place, the rec center was a lone building rising above the leveled suburbs, and had been under construction or renovation since the first days after the battle. The building stood there in the dark, full of hardened soldiers enjoying their monthly vacations from a crap life. That building was a little beacon of normality, nostalgia, and depression as to what could be. North was still that city of hatred, suffering, and barbarity. The South remained the symbol of happiness or rest that seemed so far out of reach for a long time. That big building sort of reminded me of Savannah. Happiness and safety were directly south of us, but there was a difference. The Army told me when I'd get to see the rec center again, but never when I'd get to see her again. I later learned that part of the Sherman Doctrine I mentioned was the absence of regular military procedure. So, the military built that rec center as a replacement for the kinds of visits a normal soldier would get with families. I never learned the reason why they neglected to let us leave, but that was in the Sherman Doctrine, a list of procedures for the Canadian front nobody had ever seen firsthand. Although I think I figured out the reason, I'm pretty sure it had something to do with my actions at the beginning of this chapter. Like I said, I was a broken record, repeating the same words in each letter, but even if the lyrics are the same, there's still music in the background. And that music sounded a lot like gunshots and screams echoing through the ruins. Chapter 19, Sherman, my guy. Roughly 2 years later, early 2072 or something. In mid-2071, our squad was on its 1000th routine patrol. When we got back to the square, Captain Mosby greeted our squad as he usually did for the changing of the guard type ceremony. That time, he stopped us upon entry to tell us something important. Quick note. Captain Mosby was put in charge of our company a year after Captain Morales died in that fight downtown. For an entire year and something, our company went without a commander. Like I said, the organization in Montreal was unbelievably slow and mismanaged. Captain Mosby wasn't even part of our battalion. Anyway, once we got back to the square, Captain Mosby promoted everyone in my squad. I personally got promoted essentially twice. Being the humblest yet best squad in our undermanned 30-something people platoon, my entire squad got their well-earned promotions for exceptional service. Tony Stiles finally took over as a squad leader. That was very good for him, even though he was always writing home how he loved being a team leader. He seemed ecstatic, but his love was shallow. He knew he always wanted a squad leader position despite the cushy team leader job he so enjoyed. He claimed it's always better to be directly behind the man truly in charge. What that meant was, he enjoyed how the shit would fall on my head first. He always said that jokingly, but I saw the logic behind it nonetheless. Then, my buddy Severin was made a squad leader too. The others got medals outstanding performance that they'd trade for alcohol, corporal ranks, and were dispersed to other squads to act as team leaders. Me, I finally got promoted to Sergeant First Class after spending only a week as a staff sergeant. The Army had to quickly fill the ranks of soldiers who were constantly dying or getting sent home for critical injuries. If medical HQ couldn't fix it, those critical injuries were almost never healed at home doctors. Getting sent home for injuries was pretty much the same as death, and just a way for the Army to alleviate government costs on funerals. As if they cared enough about annexed soldiers enough to have funerals, ha! Although I suppose flamer fuel is pretty expensive. Bottom line, I essentially skipped Staff Sergeant. Sergeant First Class Holmes was killed a week prior to my impromptu second promotion in a bombing while out on patrol. So, the deck was completely shuffled. Some of our previous squad leaders were promoted to Staff Sergeant, and even though I was the newest Staff Sergeant, my record and experience in the assault and subsequent counterinsurgency operations made them choose me. So, after Sergeant First Class Holmes was killed, Mosby declared a company emergency and gave me Sergeant First Class when we got back from that random patrol, only to cause turmoil at our S1. But that wasn't my problem. Either way, the promotion to Sergeant First Class put me in charge of our company's 2nd platoon as its NCO commander. This promotion wasn't much of a change, though, despite all the responsibilities of a platoon sergeant. It only meant that I was in charge of a lot more people. From that point on, I had 36 people under my command since we were still so under strength. As I may have mentioned, the Army and the Canadian front, and especially those in the cities, were run completely different. I was in charge of all those squads, but squads were essentially autonomous units with their own tasks and roles. Most operations in the Red Zone weren't platoon level, so I was essentially just a guy who relays new orders to squad leaders if something were to change. Spoiler, nothing ever changed in procedure or mission, so I was really a guy who had more liberty to do what I wanted more often, at the expense of more hours on watch. Since the promotion didn't mean too much, I still hung out with the same group of guys on my off time, since I was the man to go to for platoon ops in a war zone that they tried not to send large groups into that often. I again had more liberty. Much of that liberty came in the form of patrols being largely voluntary for me, although Montreal had long since stopped bothering me the way it did. So, when the misery became routine, I'd spice it up with a dash of that old misery and tag along on a patrol with 3rd Squad, which had most of my friends. 3rd Squad included Savarin, Andrews, Collins, a few grunts previously from other squads, and a new guy named Hill. Savarin was in charge of 3rd Squad, and still my best bud. But I liked Hill in a strange way. Hill gave off a nice energy, and was very cool under pressure, having grown accustomed to Montreal for reasons I'll mention. He was the type of guy one could describe simply as a cool dude, a perfect bro, or a guy's guy. Obviously, that showed a little more when he wasn't in the streets, but very cool nonetheless. He was born in Nebraska, but political business brought his father to D.C., and they stayed there in the Tacoma district for a while. He got along well with Savarin because of that fact. Hill's brother joined the Marine Corps and was shipped off to the 6th Fleet over in China, while Hill himself was marching through ash-covered streets. Hill was only a specialist, but fraternization rules were practically ignored in Montreal, so downtime with him and other lower enlisteds didn't matter. I actually really liked hanging out with the lower enlisteds much better. The only other Sergeant First Class on the 2nd level barracks was Sergeant First Class Reed, but he was a dick. So, I said that Hill was new, but that was a deceptive word. He was new to our platoon, and new to Montreal, but Hill only recently transferred from Toronto. That was why he so easily adapted to Montreal, and also why I was able to learn a lot more about the situation there. Lots of guys in the Montreal siege were moved there from Toronto, but that sort of thing leveled off for a long time. So, news about Toronto was unknown to many, even from people who forgot about it as Montreal took over their minds. Toronto was the first city to fall after the initial declaration of war, but Hill wasn't around for the assault. After a couple years in post-assault Toronto, he described what he saw up to the moment he left in 2071 like. Ronto was same as this fucking place, just less people, and that about did it. Toronto was a mirror image of Montreal, even up to when Hill departed. Nothing good to really say about another ruined Canadian city except less people to worry about. That made the abundant forces used to take Toronto transfer to Montreal, which needed more troopers to keep order, if you can call the Montreal mess order. Hill was unlucky enough to move to our unit, but we weren't always in the thick of everything like some of the other fire bases. One Firebase Foxtrot, was a little industrial compound surrounded by skyscrapers the Canadians used to snipe their sentries regularly. They did have several power-armored troops there to counter, though. Anyway, Hill got comfortable in the square, and even more so with the good people there. Despite being in an extremely understrength unit, I was glad that most of our new guys were born into the Canadian war zones. I knew that some of the troops were in rare cases, sent to Montreal from Alaska without ever imagining the situation in American Canada. However, most of the new guys sent to bolster other fire bases were fresh out of basic, and again never imagined what to experience on the Canadian front. Me and my guys were thankfully born into it by gradually getting exposed to Canada through the assault, and then what followed. Was gradual the right word? But I couldn't even imagine what it would be like to go straight from basic to executing unarmed possible insurrectionists. At least my first execution was during the adrenaline and bomb-filled atmosphere of the first wave. The calendar eventually turned into 2072, and so many soldiers across Montreal forgot what any other type of life was like. As crazy as I was also in that numb to the past category. Like I mentioned, I was a robot sending letters home, while hating myself and the world, while at the same time trying to survive. Even with the ups and downs, a partisan weapons cache destroyed here, a mass hanging of U.S. troops there, nobody cared about victory or defeat. Montreal was simply purgatory. Even though the U.S. Army had a bunch of dead men stationed in Montreal, High Command still had their own ambitions or goals that only became known to us when I'd get the word from LT and actually have to do my job. At the start of 2072, the army started getting really sick of the insurrectionist problem that never ended. So they issued a bunch of warrants for bigwigs intel uncovered in blind hopes that eliminating them would stop Canada from hating us. Those were simply referred to as VIP lists. That first one was for a new militia leader who caused some trouble in the Green Zone, a place that was a frequent target for insurrectionists in 2072 in particular. New to the world of targeted operations, the chaos following that first hit and the ones following it were why that year specifically was so hostile. Anyway, you remember the Green Zone, right? Doesn't matter. The Green Zone became a prominent target for partisans and shit as it grew. So, what that particular guy did was cause a minor insurrection by spreading pamphlets of anti-American propaganda, which lead to the death of 6 U.S. soldiers inside the zone. I believe it was March 10th, 2072 when the warrant was issued. The warrant issues were official postings in firebases that called for special soldiers to fill a team to lead the hunt while the rest of the Annex force locked down suspected neighborhoods within the city and targeted for assault or thorough sweeping. Since that was the first incident within the Green Zone, it caused a quarantine of the civil market district that was part of the suburbs, while the operation to find the guy was carried out. For 2 whole months, the city was up in flames again in new ways. Every little thing that we did, regardless of if it was in offense or defense, retaliation or preemptive, caused the Canadians to fight. The assaults following the Green Zone incidents were purely retaliatory, but that didn't stop the Canadians in Montreal proper from launching another wave of violence. That year was particularly shitty because of those VIP lists, and I had my own experience with one of those. However, it was very unfortunate that all that was happening because despite the horrible routine I felt perfectly in line with, Montreal certainly had changed over the years. It didn't change in any calming ways, or any ways that made things safer. That dark gray cloud still hovered over us. Most of the city was in ruins, and nearly everyone outside the square was intent on killing American troops. One way it changed, despite our numbness to the experience of change itself, was the civilian involvement. I'll talk more about how that Green Zone changed. But someone at HQ deemed it fit at some point to occasionally send in American construction contractors to survey what could be done for the city outside the safe Green Zone. I suppose the government felt the Green Zone wasn't growing fast enough, so they tried to include the actual annexation in cities. Big mistake. A couple contractors go it alone, thinking they won't be killed since they aren't in a US uniform, only to end up with new holes in their bodies. Then, the disguises came. Contractor crews would play the part of an ash-covered Montreal resident only to be killed the second they step into the red zone thanks to their accents. Then came armed escorts for the construction crews. Those were ended when the workers were the target of ambushes, since partisans typically thought the workers were American, sympathizing traitors pointing out hotspots in the red zone. What ended up happening was platoon or company-level operations to completely lock down a neighborhood the contractors were assigned to work, and cover for them as they did so. All their initial work would be destroyed the second the company left, so there was no winning in the red zone. You may be wondering what those surveyors or contractors were trying to do in the red zone. Well, they couldn't start immediately building all-American suburban-style homes in the ruined city, so Command deemed the first thing for any construction in that zone to be the establishment of security. With intel and surveillance being a #1 priority, Command figured the contractors could knock out 2 birds with 1 stone by installing cameras. The goal was, of course, to monitor the red zone and install a feeling that Montreal citizens were being watched. That would hopefully deter some insurgent activities against upcoming projects. But those cameras didn't mean much to almost an entire urban populace that wore masks just to breath outside and destroyed the cameras as soon as they were put up. Why didn't we guard them? Those guards would end up decorating the camera posts. Like I was saying, the red zone was a helpless cause. The Canadian Annexation dilemma was never better shown than what you'd see in the difference between the red and green zones. By 2072, the Green Zone claimed much of the old suburbs that the trucks poured across during the assault. With that construction effort going relatively well but slow, the people there had a different life than those millions more inhabiting the hostile city. Though the Green Zone was small compared to the rest of Montreal, it really did look like the city was half annexed and half not. The territory to the south, Looked like a busy, up-and-coming small town. While I can never quite describe the mess of rubble that was Montreal proper, it looked as though the government just decided to start building a new Montreal right next to the old one while keeping that old one at bay with the ragged and psychotic divisions of U.S. Annex forces. As much as the Green Zone grew in the couple years since it was actually created, the rise of it never really impacted lives at the firebases. Firebases were essentially prisons for U.S. troops to have fun on off-time, and war against the Red Zone populace regularly. When we were permitted into the Green Zone, and usually by breaking out of the rec center, fratting with the civilian populace was not tolerated. That was also the same as the force stationed to protect the zone. What you'd see is soldiers on every corner watching the Green Zone civilians go about their business, not allowed to speak with them. I never quite learned the reason for that, but I was never assigned to that defense unit, so it never concerned me. By 2072, that part of Montreal had its own shops, factories, homes, and most other services, still under the watchful eye of its silent protectors. Still, that Green Zone served as a pass-through point for trucks loaded with supplies going into the city, and ash-covered soldiers en route to the rec center who reveled in leaving the ruined Red Zone. I talked a lot about that Red Zone, without defining it too clearly. The Red Zone became the official name of Montreal in general, pretty much just the other 80% of the city that wasn't Green Zone. So, the two worlds inhabiting what used to be Montreal lived their own separate lives. Although, I should mention that despite the endless insurrections in the Red Zone, those ruins developed a routine or normalcy very distinct from what I described above. It should go without saying that the Red Zone was hostile beyond belief, considering what I described since the fall of Montreal, but despite waging their endless war against us, they lived on in their own way. Whenever there weren't U.S. troops around, they ran their own shops and sold things to other Canadians having never accepted the loss. Despite the Red Zone people's daily lives, they always cleared the street at sight of U.S. troops, usually to clear the way for an ambush or grab up arms for some suicidal stand they were willing to take against us. Although any industry was impossible in the Red Zone, due to the limited resources and quick destruction of machinery by us, if they attempted, I was curious what Red Zone people did day to day for work. The lack of almost anything the Red Zone had to offer, and based on the amount of original rubble from the siege, it was fairly safe to say that anyone inhabiting the Red Zone preferred plotting the best ways to kill us rather than sweeping up the ash. That might sound like a broad assumption, but the Red Zone contained millions of destitute people who never once stopped hating and killing us from the shelter of the bricks and rubble they lived in. Of course, I'm not saying those poor Red Zone people. Of course we did bad shit to them, but I've already talked about those hangings of our troops, those ambushes, those every attack imaginables. Every day since the battle, the city was one clusterfuck of a you hit me, I hit you on repeat. It's like, why didn't they just give the fuck up? Every soldier they killed was going to be replaced, and those who did it or their families saw the ends of the Sherman Doctrine. So they lost their homes, and maybe a loved one in the siege and assault. So what? Take a look at the Green Zone. See how it's lively and prosperous? They brought that shit on themselves with each attack, and we go psycho for years under that policy just to finally get that fucking message through their heads. We're not trying to oppress you. Just stop shooting at us. As soon as you cut it the fuck out, the sooner you'll quit living in dust and shit and stop watching your families end their days with a bullet in the head. Stop it! Rec Center. The Rec Center was always nice. Back to what I was saying. By 2072, I forgot I even had a family despite the regular letters I'd send or receive. Turned out that 1 week a month at the RC actually was an adequate replacement for family love when you're submerged in the Red Zone for weeks on end. That was at least until a particularly interesting incident where I got some news, I think. Before that, I gotta say more about the Rec Center, as well as other stuff. The Rec Center was a great place for the pals from around the city to meet and partake in every other joy available for U.S. Army issue. Nobody at the RC talked about families. In fact, we'd beat you the fuck up for talking about it. After all, this was how life was. Nobody stationed in Montreal had families. We were born there. Montreal was how life always was. Anyway, the exception for anything family-related was regarding sex. Stepsisters or wife stories. We were psychos, not inbreds. Oh, how we loved reminders of sex. The kind of hot and sweaty wall-slamming sex that could only be seen in the mind when your eyes were fixated on blood. The hardcore porn we watched wasn't quite the same as an erotic experience derived from the horror. Isn't it interesting how psychosis and sex depravity go strangely well together? Nod your head, yes. Good job. Remember what I talked about? Savannah was just a woman I wrote to. Of course she was the love of my life, still is, but by 2072 I couldn't remember what she looked like. That's inaccurate. I remembered what she looked like, but not in any gentlemanly context. Those old memories of sweet dates, hand-holding and kissing under the street lamps were completely replaced by fucking Savannah's brains out in front of everyone at the Statesman Hotel's rooftop restaurant. I couldn't recall ever doing that before Montreal, but I remember what that was like, and we had been to the Statesman before. Those old images of hand-holding were replaced with her jerking me under the blanket while my depressed mom was passed out on the other couch. I again don't believe that ever happened, since I loved Mom and Savannah and I were more discreet than that. The best one I remember definitely didn't happen. I know because it merged so smoothly with the life in Montreal I always lived. That one was regarding our first kiss on that cold winter night. I remember immediately throat-fucking her after that kiss, completely turned on by the feel of those lips and the winter majesty. The only light beside the stars were those street lamps whose light occasionally interrupted my view of Savannah by a gently swaying body strung from the post above. So descriptions of stuff like that were especially calming for many. Some of the boys captured crowds, and one guy caught the whole RC one time with his telling of him and his old girl. Living in the mind wasn't enough for some, though, and that led to renting those drugged-out red zone whores for many. Sometimes, when the urge was too much, the next RC visit was too far out, and there weren't any hookers in sight. Some would take a minute out of a patrol to rape. I don't believe I ever raped anyone. Honestly, I feel I'd remember that, or the guilt would have killed me for betraying Savannah like that. Nope, not even in Montreal. I was a psycho, a murderer, an executioner, and I'm pretty sure child killer. Does 16 or 17 count as a child's age? If not, then I wasn't a child killer. But I was also faithful to Savannah, and certainly not a rapist. Either way, I saw Roland rape a few times, not firsthand though. It was implied, and I didn't much care. I just wondered why Savarin, Andrews, Stiles, Hill, and Collins never had the same restraint they had on him that they did me. In the end, nothing mattered. Rape was fucking Sherman? Good? Bad? What even were those? Side note, I should mention that Sherman doctrine, or simply, Sherman became quite a regular slang or saying in Montreal and other places with annex forces, if that Toronto Times comic was true. The term was mostly used as an explanation for literally anything, occasionally for procedure explanation, and most frequently used in place of words or ideas that wouldn't make sense to anyone who didn't get it. Like, a group of guys are watching TV in the barracks when the insurgent propaganda station they're cheering cuts out. All of them enraged, one shouts, another fucking blackout, fucking Sherman. Translation, the abrupt end to the show we were enjoying was likely due to an insurgent bombing of one of our signal towers. Or some new boy fresh from basic asks why he's about to partake in a firing squad, and he's met with an emphatic Sherman doctrine man from his team leader. Translation, you are about to kill these people. Because the actual Sherman doctrine says their brother being the Canadian nationalist militia means they're to be executed for harboring him. Or, a guy says to his friend, man, go hit up Corporal Smith. He stole a bunch of pictures of Captain Mosby's naked wife. The friend then replies, Sherman. Translation, I will find Corporal Smith immediately and pay any amount of army cash he asks for them. Moving on. As befuddled as my mind was at the time, and now apparently, I couldn't remember just about anything from home. I got so lost in the day-to-day that I wrote those letters robotically, imagined Savannah in corrupted sexual fantasies, and found all the love and joy I needed in the misery in that fucking rec center. As crazy as 2072 was, the early part was where I began remembering things. With one incident, my tormented, dumb, and clouded mind began to slip from me. Because of that, I wish I stayed crazily numb. The more I grasped for sanity in 2072, the more I also grasped at the insane. Here was the incident that began the slow countdown to the implosion in my head. Somewhere during the early part of the chaotic year 2072, we were put on standby, and I didn't have too much to recall before that moment. Nothing specific, just the vague way of life I described above mixed with a particular incident here and there. What happened wasn't so much news, but a sort of whisper that reminded me of the life you read, and one I convinced myself never even happened before that moment in Canada. However, none of the ruckus from that first big, very important person search interrupted the typical barracks life of fun and lower enlisted stupidity. Despite being in Sergeant First Class at the time, in my heart I was always in E3. So, that day, the entire barracks was bustling with activity and the usual nonsense or pre-patrol relaxation. My friends and I were playing cards like we'd done countless other times when I glanced over to see Sergeant First Class Reed walking over to our table. Just as Roland popped our second bottle of commissary whiskey, Sergeant First Class Reed said, "Levin!" in his usual dickish way to try and draw attention away from his pinky-sized power boner. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mind Reed, but he and I could be butting heads or paling around depending on how our invisible energies felt we should interact that day. I said, "Yeah, what is it, Reed?" Trying to focus more on catching the drops Roland was spilling on the table. Reed said, "Just thought I'd keep you up to date. 2 of the Gov's national security advisors will be staying the night on level 3 tonight. Be prepared to wake up pretty early tomorrow. Whole company's gonna provide a distraction in Rosemont District. You know Rosemont, so fucking keep your lube handy in case we gotta fuck some militia bullshit." Completely ignoring the bit about the US government's national security advisors, I jumped in. "Why the fuck are you telling me this? Royce jerking it in his office again?" "LT told me to close the door on the way out, so I think so," Reed said while trying to correct a smirk. I was about to ask Reed if he knew why our XO always did that immediately after giving briefings lately, when Hill asked a more important question. "Think Royce has the Mosby pictures now?" After a moment of considering that probability, Hill was met by a unanimous Sherman from everyone within earshot. Translation: wish I had those pictures. Anyway, change in order or notice about an op was fairly regular, but suddenly the reason for this particular update hit me. I asked why the fuck are government officials coming here in the middle of all this insurrection shit. As soon as I asked that, I remembered something strange. It wasn't just any old government officials, it was 2 NSAs who were coming to the square. The feeling was bizarre, and I couldn't quite place it. The life I'd forgotten peeked its head through the Montreal clouds, and I remembered something else. Savannah never just materialized out of the winds one day. She wasn't just a symbol I used to pleasure myself and write letters to. She was someone I met at a place. But what was that place? Oh, I remember a school. One of those things kids go to in order to learn stuff before getting shipped to Montreal. Savannah wasn't the only one there. I used to know humans who didn't wear gas masks 60% of the time. I had some... what's the word? Friends. Those were sort of like squad mates, or people you didn't have to order around all the time or kill people with. The memory sucker punched me and retreated just fast enough escape in the foggy ruins. I remembered that I used to know a national security advisor personally. Back from the intracranial town of Thinkington, Reed answered my question with a puzzled look. "I don't fucking know. If any suits from Washington want to stroll through the red zone, I don't give 2 shits. Just make sure your platoon is ready for tomorrow." I ignored or forgot those thoughts, since I laid them down in my subconscious mind. So, I just mouthed the words "fuck you" at Reed and nodded in acknowledgement. Before walking away, I had to ask, "Want to play some cards with us? Might as well give me some of your army cash before you die horrifically tomorrow?" He shook his head, turned and said, "Nope. You're gonna have to loot me fast, Levin, else the mobs will get you." The man grinned, and I grinned at making that fuckhead grin. He walked away holding one middle finger up at me. I chuckled and returned to the game with another strange thought. At some point in the game, I eventually heard myself mention to the players that I knew one of the NSAs personally. Some of them called bullshit and accused me of being drunk. I was drunk, but that was aside the point. I never told them about it, and I think that was largely because I forgot it happened. But I ended up surprising myself as I detailed my old bud Brandon and his father, McNamara. Nobody believed me, and I barely believed myself at the time. Hill eventually got sick of hearing about my non-existent life before Montreal, and seemed to try and settle the matter with a quizzical remark. Hill asked, "If you were so tight with a government boy, why you end up sweeping rubble in Montreal?" I thought for a minute and felt an alcohol-induced grin creep across my face before saying, "Sherman, my guy." Translation, my friends, I didn't consider all my old pals, connections, and alternatives for a more stable life. Instead, I got stuck in Montreal based on a blind effort to serve in our nation's fight against the Chinese, and prove I was worthy of my love back home. To which, they all nodded in understanding, and responded with a thoughtful Sherman. Translation, damn. Chapter 20, Missed Opportunity. Missed opportunity. Toward the end of the day at around 1,700, I was still really buzzed, but I didn't have any duties that evening, so awesome. But around that time, we all heard the noise and looked out the window. A vertibird landing in the square wasn't a foreign sight, but we knew there were some special bigwigs, top government officials, NSAs coming. So the sight of the aircraft landing was something to halt that particular game. The props kept spinning, creating the same ash cloud, and we all saw two officers in red berets, a helmeted trooper, and two men in suits get out. The haze on the windows and ash cloud outside were too thick for me to see which NSAs they were. As the vertibird took off, taking the ash storm with it, 10 power-armored soldiers who'd been dispatched to the square that morning walked out of the barracks. We didn't have any mechanized troops stationed at the square, but we kept a bay open on the first level for the occasional ones who came through to do repairs and whatnot. The gaggle talked for a minute, and then they all started to walk towards the barracks. I sat back down to rejoin the new round after losing 100-something army bucks, immediately lost in the more important game. I do remember occasionally watching the stairs for a time, but ultimately, I didn't care about anything other than my pals around me. Suddenly, the doors on the far end of the barracks opened, and the NSAs showed up being led by the airborne douchebags. The helmeted soldier darted around behind the airborne officers, stood tall and proud by the door before the NSAs stepped through and yelled, "Room! Attention!" All 100 or so people on the enlisted level barracks immediately stopped what they were doing and stood up robotically. No idea why that happened? Of course, that was standard procedure whenever an officer or important person enters a room full of enlisted. Except in Montreal. I think I remember one time that a new guy fresh from basics saw an officer enter our level, yelled for attention, and was immediately laughed at by everyone, including the officer. Either way, something inside our brains said we should actually stand for them, and we certainly went to the attention. Although everyone did mumble how that pristine uniformed something obviously never spent any time in the square. The whole gang made their way across the second story of the barracks towards the far staircase, and 6 of those mechanized soldiers accompanied them with laser rifles. That was what captured our attention, almost to the point where I forgot to look at the NSA's faces. You couldn't blame me, though, since that was the first time I saw a laser rifle up close. Man, those weapons were so cool. We saw a video on the Signal Corps' morale station one time that demonstrated those weapons, just like the instructional video showed. The thing was a long metallic green and silver sort of box thing with wires all over it, and a weird hold stock. They honestly didn't look like much, but it had a faded yellow microfusion cell thing sticking out of the side, supposedly supporting 24 shots of laser. Shit. I didn't know the science behind those things, and they looked more like a bulky child's toy, if I'm being honest. Although we all saw that video, and we knew the kind of damage those could do at least to a wood target. I guessed West Tech finally distributed their armament across the city, but I'd yet to see one of those laser rifles in action, and wondered what one of those airs did to a partisan on impact. Once my eyes drifted away from the guns and that cool T-45 power armor I was always jealous of not having, I saw the less deadly suits of those government boys. My mind saw the aged faces of those men, but when I landed on the leading man, the memory hit me again, but only for a second. There he is, Bill McNamara. The father of my best friend through middle and high school was in my barracks. Within that second of memory, I thought about Brandon. I really drifted apart from Brandon when I found Savannah at the top of my world. Even though he and I were very good pals during the summers, he didn't seem broken when I started dating her. All he did was start hanging out with that guy Trent more often. It was probably my fault we strayed apart. I spent every free second I could with Savannah in high school, and those summer visits with Brandon, Bill his dad, his lovely mother, and Ashley his sister, slowly became less and less frequent. I was friends with Brandon long before I ever even spoke to Savannah, so I felt bad in retrospect that I discarded him so easily. It was in that same moment that I wondered what Brandon was up to. Hell, I even wondered what Kevin and Roger were up to. I spent the past few years writing home, focusing on surviving, and losing myself in Montreal that the weird flood of nostalgia lingered long after I watched Bill McNamara walk by. The second of memory ended. Bill McNamara's eyes drifted from soldier to soldier as he and the entourage passed our floor. His eyes took in each soldier with an emotionless expression that disregarded how each soldier spent his free time before the order to attention. Scanning each member of my friend crew around a table littered with empty bottles and cards, his eyes met mine. I felt the gaze of the man I used to know study my face for far longer than he actually did before passing on to the next soldier. I was completely invisible, and though my conscious mind didn't think about it, my unconscious mind knew he wouldn't recognize me anyway. The man in ashy coughs, with a short mohawk of brown hair, black dead eyes, a permanent scowl, and scars all over his face, probably looked nothing like the young baby-faced teen with cropped hair and a smile who used to knock on his door asking to hang out with his son. Bill passed on, and the thoughts about what he thought of me, if anything, soon passed as well. I watched him as he walked up the stairs and into the officers' quarters, after which the pristine helmeted NCO gave the order of rest as if he had any authority to do so in the square. He didn't in our minds, but that didn't stop the order from immediately releasing us back to what we were doing. My thoughts of Bill again never struck me until long after shit-talking the NCO with the boys. Eventually, the evening turned to night, and I found myself thinking about Bill the NSA as I readied myself for a watch shift I forgot I volunteered for. The thoughts never raced around, but as I numbly thought about Bill McNamara, the father of my friend in school, I found myself thinking more about his brief walkthrough of the place I ended up. That central numb thought was, should I have approached him? The part of my brain that knew he didn't recognize me piqued itself through my consciousness to tell me that he would have recognized me if I said something. My superiors would have kicked my ass for breaking from attention like that, but it would have been worth it to explain something. I didn't know what I would have even said to Bill, but that little whisper from my past poked a firm hole in the dam of Montreal that kept back my memories of actual life before. Ready for my watch, the only thought I was left with was, I just missed an opportunity. I had no idea what that opportunity could have been, but I was too distracted by my own insane and psychotic daily world. Although, I think I learned much later what that opportunity was. Showing Bill McNamara what I turned into by at least saying who I was could have done something. I again don't know what the something Bill could have done was, except maybe end the misery. But then again, misery was normal, and I didn't know what ending that would even look like under the responsibility of Bill. Also, I ain't much one for change. I ended up taking my watch shift on the roof, a place I always liked. Up there, I didn't even wear my gas mask during the nights. I enjoyed the light breeze on my face and the thin smell of smoke, debris, and rot in the downtown air. Little by little, those thoughts about Bill, Brandon, and about the past trickled into my brain, even though my mind at the time didn't even really think about them. After making my rounds to the other sentries and discussing the best parts about fucking a girl with the LOD lieutenant on duty, I looked off to the south for a long while. Southern Montreal was home to that green zone, and the famous rec center all lit up. I could see the distant perimeter of the green zone all dressed up like the old Berlin Wall. Through my binoculars, I could see the 50-plus dots gaggling into formation to signify the end of shift for their entry crew. Soon, those several automated turrets would turn on, and the green zone would sleep calmly under automated protection. I wished we at the fire bases had automated turrets, but I think I mentioned that those green zone troops were a different breed of annexed soldiers. Knowing many of them could sleep comfortably under the protection of those turrets made me feel like I earned the night watch I was participating in. Nope. Red Zone Firebase boys doing everything themselves was good for us. Pretty sure the reason we never got the Army's newest toys or comforts was because the Sherman Doctrine was fucking Sherman. Translation, the Sherman Doctrine was my best friend on planet Earth, my incredibly muscular and abusive husband. I'll let you figure out what I'm talking about next time I say Sherman from now on. Looking north from our post, I saw that dead city in the chaos of early '72. That sight was so comforting since the view of the south only made us angry, if not head over heels, for the best RC in the whole wide world. Yep, the hollow ruins of Montreal were what was normal. Even that particular night, when the chaos was a bit more active than other nights, the sounds of violence against the backdrop of a starry night was just about as calming as ever. There were a few more fires than usual thanks to that prick who infiltrated the green zone, and our response to that. However, as I stared at a skyscraper to the north, I noticed a fire had just started on one of the top floors. I found myself entranced by that fire, and watched the flames grow in a daze as my shift went on. Every now and then there would be some gunshots coming from nearby, and that would remind me to make my round again. I always returned to my post to watch the flames grow further into the night, until the top 3 stories were wrapped in flames. Towards the end of my shift, I didn't realize it, but the past was still trickling into my head. That leak caused by the sight of Bill was still too small to even notice, but I do remember thinking some foreign thoughts at the time. Watching the distant flames and hearing those occasional gunshots, I found myself thinking two things at once. Probably to scare off some locals. That's what I figured the officers were telling the NSAs as an explanation for the gunshots that echoed so loud in Montreal. At the same time, I was thinking, wish I was the one pulling the trigger. I'd give anything to go to the RC right now. That didn't make a lot of sense, but that was what I was, someone who didn't make a lot of sense. My shift ended at 2,400, so I immediately went to bed as soon as the replacements came. I knew Reed had the night off, and I knew he knew how I forgot the shift I had. Letting me know we'd have to awake early for that op was probably just his way of fucking with me since I forgot my duty. Fuck that guy. Just kidding, he's awesome. I still want to be the one that kills him, though. Anyway, the last thought I had before passing out on my bunk was something I didn't even care about at the time. I wondered if Bill and the other NSA saw the same view I did, and more importantly, what the hell those Washington suits were doing in Montreal anyway. It was 0410 March something 2072 when things started up. 4 hours of sleep sucked, but I'd done it before. The barracks alarms blasted us awake, like they only did before large operations, and I was still really tired from my guard shift, as I mindlessly threw on my cuffs. I had all but forgotten who was in our home, after nearly killing a PFC who bumped into me on his way to rally somewhere. So, we all assembled in the armory after we got dressed in our combat gear, and waited in line while they handed out the appropriate weapons for us. When I received my weapon, I was pulled off to the side by a strong arm. Thinking it was Reed, I was about to hit him, but the mask and helmet of Severin was nodding to the side. I looked where he was nodding and caught a glimpse of who was coming. I saw him again. Bill McNamara came walking down the steps into the armory accompanied by the mechanized boys. All the soldiers in front of them were dead silent until the second the NSAs passed by. After that, they got back to loud shouting in order to make sense of one another in their masks amid the noise. I found myself strangely transfixed on the man I used to know, unaware that I was thinking about him. The two government men moved to the front of the line where they were given light bulletproof vests and 10mm handguns. I didn't have to ask why they were being armed, but my violent Montreal brain kicked in saying, "Even know how to use those guns, fucking civvies?" I didn't say that. At least I don't think I did. But I knew why they were given those vests and weapons. The NSAs were going to the U.S. Army Montreal Division HQ. That place was right in the middle of three of the most gruesome fire bases in the city: India Foxtrot and Hotel. The Division HQ, where the generals were, got moved from the original siege line over a year prior to a refurbished skyscraper in the heart of the Red Zone. The medical HQ stayed at its original spot, but U.S. strongholds dotted the city, and command was moved into the center of Montreal to better police it and move word from the top faster. Those three fire bases made up their own little green zone, with the new HQ right in the middle of them, but surrounded by many blocks full of Red Zone nationalists. Why the NSAs didn't take a vertibird there is beyond me, but I think it might have something to do with the missile launchers certain militia groups have been supplied with lately. What's also more puzzling is why the HQ was moved into the heart of the hostile downtown. Although I think the giant us atop the skyscraper was just a Sherman way of saying fuck you to the Red Zone populace. After getting their gear, Bill McNamara passed right by me once more. The fucking man even looked right at me again. That Montreal dam burst open again for a split second, and I tried to say something or scream for him to notice me. Just before turning his head, I tried my absolute hardest to scream, "Bill! Bill! It's me, David! I knew your son! Brandon!" Maybe I did shout that, I don't remember. Even if he could have heard me through my muffled mask, the chatter of soldiers, and clatter of weapons being passed out, I was still wearing everything that removed my identity. Even if I removed my helmet, my gas mask, and my balaclava beneath, I still remember what I looked like. If he didn't recognize me yesterday when I wasn't wearing anything to cover myself, the ash and scars were already a pretty decent mask of their own. Bill McNamara turned his head forward, followed the mechanized entourage, and was gone yet again. The fog of my mind took over again, and I patted the lenses of my mask just to make sure. I was safe and sound back in my concealed head, and safe from memory. The orders to form up in the plaza were called, and I felt great, I felt excited to participate in a platoon op. It had been a while, and I was hoping to loot Reed's corpse of army cash if he fell victim to an ambush in Rosemont. On that day, we patrolled the streets of the notorious Rosemont district. This was the deepest into the red zone I'd been in a while, and certain neighborhoods of Montreal that patrols from all the fire bases never set foot in. That part of Montreal was almost considered outside of U.S. territory, even after all that time since the city fell. So, our company roamed through the packed civilian sector, getting peered at by thousands of sneering faces, not necessarily engaging in anything, but filled with hate nonetheless. Like I said, U.S. troops were almost never in that particular neighborhood, so the sight of us started something. However, several other platoons roamed the sector with us, and the high U.S. presence acted as a good deterrent for anything that could easily be quickly plotted and thrown together. I knew we would have been bombed or ambushed if there weren't so many civilians around us as well, since the amount of troops to walk into Rosemont was a shock to the populace that morning. The Canadian militias were pretty adamant about not hurting their fellow countrymen, so our forces dispersed to peacefully engage with the population. Almost nothing but cussing matches or berating one another's accents ensued whenever U.S. troops interacted with Red Zone people. They only ever spoke instead of shot at us when the U.S. troops around them were too many to handle, so they instead insulted, shouted, and looked for ways to slink away to get their bombs or guns if they were forced to speak with us. Those insults and arguments were to avoid getting detained during an interrogation, but most were ready to show evidence of U.S. troops they killed if they knew their friends were nearby. Either way, nothing unusual happened, which was unusual in itself, and the unrest in the sector reported days prior wasn't anywhere to be seen. The day went on. Shots were heard in the distance, but Rosemont was surprisingly calm. Captain Mosby eventually got the all clear, and the company hastily left the sector as less and less civilians dotted the area. We didn't see any action, thankfully, but the other companies did in some of the less notorious districts. We ended up arriving back at the square around 1700. While I was at the barracks later that night, I heard that the NSAs got ambushed. None of them died, but some of the U.S. troops from the square and their escort column did. I knew that an ambush would likely happen in the downtown area, but none of my worry for Bill entered my mind. I had a firm grip on my mind despite the trickle of consciousness after that day in Rosemont. But, while we were all busy locking down the streets, the insurgents were plotting their covert maneuver. Numbers and populated areas were key to survival, like I talked about in the packed Rosemont district. Though giant mobs of civilians were a good way to get lynched, having enough guns with you in a populated sector made you at least safe from bombings. It turned out the route taken by the NSAs led them through seemingly desolate streets. They were attacked by insurgents who probably thought they were a stray patrol. Everyone who'd been in Montreal for over a month knew that desolate streets were prime spots for troops to be attacked. I'll bet it was that dickhead with the pristine coughs who chose the route. That shiny boy probably just got out of an urban warfare course and thought he knew shit, haha. Ruma tension. Hope he got killed. Anyway, that night I checked the mail slot. I received another letter from Savannah. I got letters from her nearly 5 times a week, but they were usually a week old. She mostly talked about her daily routine, classes, and what she talked with Mom about, but I didn't ever focus on those letters, at least mentally. As much as my letters were influenced by what she'd say in hers, my brain in those days could only consciously process Tuesday's letter. Guess what was in that? You guessed it, sex. Starting on a Tuesday oh so long ago, we began writing letters about so many sexy things. I loved writing about what I'd do to her, and read each of her responses to a crowd in the RC or barracks. All the boys would help me write my letters, and that turned out to be quite the team-building activity. Of course, the hottest bits were derived from some guy's most recent experience on the street, but regardless of what I was thinking about, at the time, my letters were always rated R, instead of rated M for Montreal. Montreal ratings were exclusive to our minds when looking at a burnt corpse full of lead. So, the Tuesday letters came with pictures, and she was always just as stunning as ever, especially since they confirmed the image of the face I saw gagging on me each night. I never knew she was so flexible until she sent those first pics in front of a mirror. Good Lord, I could feel my hands on her hips as she's bent over on my bed, watching me rail her in that mirror. Full duffel bag tonight. Stop. No. Not there anymore. Don't have to do that. Still fun. Good times. Ha. So, regardless of which letter I was reading, I could see the way she was excited just by the way she wrote the letters. Her handwriting had always been very pretty. Back to the moments after Bill and Rosemont. Simply seeing Bill made that reference from Reed cut a hole in my mind that refused to clot. As I said, the bleeding was slow, but the past slowly began filling my clouded Montreal brain over time. As I panicked at remembering what innocence was, I so wished I stayed crazy. However, months would go by, and most things stayed the same until my grip on both sane and insane was broken by someone I never met before. But someone who made me realize just how trapped I was. Chapter 21. Not Who We Wanted. Late 2072. I'm pretty sure. I don't fucking remember. I have always said that 2072 was a particularly chaotic year. And most of it was kicked off with that first Green Zone infiltrator and the VIP lists that followed that. But, since that year was also when Bill McNamara poked a hole in my brain, I found myself actually realizing where I was even after having long grown numb to the Montreal Sherman life. While I was still lost in my brain and slowly remembering panic-worthy things like happiness, things were actually happening in Montreal. Those VIP lists created by Intel were an increasingly big deal. The overall mindset was, if 4 or so years of occupation couldn't settle things, maybe if we found the guys leading it, Red Zone would fucking quit it. We'd captured militia leaders before, but nobody thought to single them out in special operations. Surprised it took 4 years to realize. We should specifically target the leaders. But hey, that's fucking Sherman for you. Anyway, Intel realized that of the nationalist former governance of Montreal, we had no reports of ever capturing the governor himself, who disappeared during the assault. That said, you remember that governor, right? Doesn't matter, I do. Anyway, after Intel did all their shit, it was believed that the governor was leading all the insurrections and was put at the top of the VIP list. Of course, that list of Montreal shitheads was long, so we had a lot of searching and capturing to do in hopes that the whole militia family would fall. Either way, we didn't find that guy during this memory. However, I think this was the incident that sort of sent me a little over the edge. As if I appeared sane before this, I believe that because it was almost 2 days since Jesus' birthday, when I went on an op after having the past fill up my head little by little since March of '72 when I saw Bill. So, as I previously stated, the square was somewhat detached from downtown and many of the fire bases that got pretty regular heat. Not that everything was peace and rainbows. Take a few steps past the perimeter guards or go on a stroll without backup and you'd be found swinging, especially during '72. But due to the less heat the square regularly got, some of the troops there, including yours truly, got to volunteer for special units or assignments resulting from that HQ VIP list. I'll never forget the incident, not because of what happened immediately afterwards, but because of that guy's stupid fucking face. I still wish I would have shot the fucker in his fucking head. Oh, and I got to finally ride in a vertibird, which was pretty alright. Anyway, during this time, intel was passed throughout the fire bases of Montreal about the newest very important person who's been located, and those voluntary op orders came to us. I always wanted to see a little more of the city, so when I heard that the participation was optional, I sprung at the opportunity. Me and my regular boys had first look at the sign-up when some admin fucks Hill knew rolled it out. 1 spot for Sergeant First Class, and I got that spot before dipshit Reed. Orders for the op came days later, when a nameless captain from some other firebase entered the barracks and called, over the intercom for the special unit people. After the roll call on level 3, our identities were removed. A transport vertibird was soon dispatched to the square, and we filed in. I mentioned I really wanted to see more of the horrible shit city that I'd been trapped in for years, but the windows were blacked out, and there was no view. Only a dark, cramped cabin filled with 20 soldiers that hadn't showered since the rec center 3 weeks prior. The bird landed in a place outside the city in a dense woods where a fake town was set up and built out of what looked like cardboard. I'd seen kill house training facilities before, but that was pathetic. So, over 5 days, we ran over tactics and vague objective briefings, unsure of who exactly we were training to take down since the VIP list had at least 3 knowns, and the sign-up list wasn't specific about anything. Plus, it wasn't like there was a single one of the Monte boys that ain't stormed at least 4 fucking rooms a week, so a lot of that training was just boring. Although, on the last day of training for the RP, we learned exactly what we were training for. I'll put it simply. The prime intel target was for an insurgent leader known only as J. See, the list of shit for this guy was long, but he was believed to be a member of the governor's former staff that got himself involved in the insurrection groups only a year prior. Some of the shit that guy did was terrible, between organizing the murder of American sympathizers to sneaking abduction groups into the Green Zone, and the big one, arms supply. Aside from being an average shithead insurrection leader, the target's apparent connection to the runaway governor and link to regular supply of Canadian military weapons made him a big one. After getting a handout from the name-strip captain, we knew the fucker's description at least. The description was pretty basic. Brown hair, green eyes, slim-rimmed glasses, high cheekbones, pale complexion. As basic as that was, I had a pretty clear picture of what he looked like in my mind, and merged the target's face with others I've ended, like those boys in Jacques Marchal. Either way, the operation being planned was above the captain in charge of this platoon, and we were better told of how it was going down. I again won't explain all the super intricate details and whatnot, since I don't remember a lot of them, and you don't care, but... The next afternoon, our group and 2 others who'd been training at different spots in the burnt woods would fly to our target. The target was a small industrial spot in the sprawling green zone itself. The fact those fuckers set up there was its own means of rage, but our group was to storm the compound third after the other 2 groups hold the perimeter. Word was, they were expecting an attack of some kind, but the factory had dozens of rooms and offices. In the end, the details don't matter because it all went perfectly until me and my regular boys were the ones to find him. Shots popped off every direction through the muffled walls of the factory since the exterior was more protected than thought. One part of the interior platoon was engaged with insurgents on the factory floor, and we took the first floor rooms. A whole lot of nothing was in the place, and I didn't know what the factory even produced for the Green Zone if it wasn't just a rally point for shitheads. Door 783 Smith was where we found the guy. Don't know why I remember that door. Down to my last door charge, Andrews pulled it, and Hill and Collins stormed in. Just to be clear, the very important person was needed alive, so Hill and Collins were armed with combat shotguns with beanbag slugs. So the 2 stormed in, and I heard 3 deafening bursts go off as I followed Roland and Savarin through the smoke. As soon as I cleared it, I heard Roland put 3 rounds in one body on the ground while seeing Collins bind a man who appeared to be wearing a dirty white suit. The others ID'd the dead man while our helmet lights turned on. After the initial ringing in my ears from the close quarters battle, I heard the suited man say through heavy winded breaths, "Mind the fucking specs, fucking..." Andrews cut him off by talking to me. Looks like our boy, Collins, who was always a nicer person, fixed the specs on the dirtied man, while I nodded at Andrews and took a moment to study the captive. The man's face certainly matched the basic description we got the day prior, but he didn't look or even dress like the ugly militia leader I had in mind. Still an ugly man at the start, but I didn't know the half of it because I'd yet to see his fucking grin. I think the slicked-over hair and dirtied suit were the strangest thing to me, since I was used to seeing insurgents or partisans in ragtag military gear and bits of U.S. uniforms seemingly worn as trophies citywide. So, I looked the man in the face, blinding him with a flashlight as I said, "Little dressed up for Montreal, ain't ya? What's the occasion?" Still breathing heavily and obviously the victim of a beanbag or 2 to the chest, he wheezed out, "Ain't ya? You Americans certainly have a way of butchering English." Hill bashed him across the face, and Roland shouted, "Answer the question!" The man heaved. "Had a meeting..." I interrupted. "Governor? Right? Where is he?" The man darted his head to a closed side room or closet before immediately looking back down. There was no way? We came here to find some dipshit organizer and arms dealer who might know where the governor was. The most valuable, very important person in all of Montreal wasn't hiding in a closet within the fucking Green Zone, right? Just then, the man whispered in a defeated and winded tone, "The closet." I nodded at Savarin, who then emptied his LMG into the thin wood door to the side room. Roland joined just for fun, and when all was quiet again, kicked open the door to reveal nothing but trash. When my hearing came back again, all I could hear was the restrained fucker laughing. Our VIP, JC, laughed, having all but collected himself from the slug. I can't believe you fucking Yanks fell for that. I immediately ordered Hill to get on the radio for the captain, still hearing the battle outside. I bashed the man's specs off his face with my pistol and shouted, "Where the fuck is he?" JC looked straight into the flashlight. We haven't been properly introduced yet. Name's John Calvert, JC said coolly and then grinned that fucking grin. But then the words caught up to me and all of us were silent. Hill was still working on fixing the radio since its transmitter got fucked when storming the factory, but everyone else was silent. The distant gunshots popped, and Andrews interrupted the stillness like the senator. Instantly, the very important person said ecstatically, "Yep, that's me, John Calvert. I was a U.S. senator turned traitor through arming enemies of the occupation and disrupting pacification protocol. Be sure to tell the world that John Calvert is a traitor, that's JohnCalv, and here I thought I was insane, so I shut him up with another pistol grip to the jaw. Obvious the fucker was lying, I forgot the original question and shouted, "Who the fuck are you?" After spitting blood and adjusting his restraints, he said, "I go by lots of names. Jack, William, Arthur, Edward, Desmond, Maxwell, Wesley, Nigel. You can fucking pick. But I'm just a man here on business." The interesting thing about him was that when he wasn't fucking with us, he didn't really sound Canadian. Many people of Montreal spoke French, or English Canadian with that accent. Not this guy. His voice seemed a little gruffer than other Canadian accents I've heard, but I couldn't quite place it. The way he spoke hit me, so I asked directly, "What kind of business?" His accent struck me again when he said government. However, the answer he gave threw out any other curiosity. The word itself set off that light in my Montreal corrupted brain, so I stated, "Hear that, boys? JC here admitted to affiliation with the Canadian government. Despite all the other shit you've done, that admission alone is worthy of execution." Hill had just got off the radio and grabbed my attention by saying, "Captain says to stay put, he's en route." Immediately after Hill spoke, JC said plainly, "I never said Canadian government." All other thoughts aside, I hated this fucking guy, but Roland beat me to the aggressive response I had in mind by shouting, "Which government, shithead? Don't give that senator bullshit." The man grinned. "I forget, you Yanks aren't very informed here, are you?" It really pissed me off whenever he said Yank for some unknown reason. I said, "Informed enough to know you're getting carted to HQ where you're gonna hang?" He grinned a fucking gain. "Don't think so, Yank. I'm going to walk. Just you wait." I wanted to spit on that fuck so bad, but removing my mask to do so would have spoiled the energy of the moment. So I just said, "Of course you'll walk. Straight up those steps, and 2 floors down from that roof before your neck fucking snaps and all the fire bases across Montreal cheer." My threats to other insurgent captives have always been met with pants-pissing fear or rabid psychotic rage, but not Jay. See, I don't like change from the normal, which is probably why I was about to break. The man responded to the threat again, with that stupid fucking grin, and words I swear came in slow motion. "Think I'll pass? I knew it was coming, mate." Huh? I almost felt lost, and expressed as much what? No, Yank? And spoke to the room. So help me next time I hear that word from this fucker's ugly fucking face. His grin grew bigger. "Didn't know you Yanks had such an aversion to the word Yank." "My humblest apologies, Yanks," I snapped. "Fuck taking him alive." I stormed over to the Canadian 9mm resting just out of arm's reach from the dead man, picked it up and stood right behind JC as he struggled with his restraints. Feeling him squirm and swearing loudly, I held the pistol to his temple, proclaiming a fake lamentation. Such a shame that JC killed himself to avoid capture. Rest in peace, whoever the fuck you are. I'd honestly grown to savor the moments like that, and seemed to feel the cold barrel pressed to my own temple as I jammed it into his. Ah! Oh man, was there something amazing about holding a grip of hair with one hand while pressing a gun to a head? I started seeing her again in my mind, and honestly felt a little red in the face. I wonder what JC would have said if I spoke what I was thinking. "Just a little further, baby. Can you make it disappear for me, baby?" Fuck. Just like that. "That's it, baby. Hold it. Hold it. Go ahead and cup them, baby. Look at that. You did it, baby girl. I told you I wouldn't let you choke. Nurse Alyssa? What are you doing here? Of course Savannah invited you. She's the best. Why don't you lie down for Savannah to eat your... Fuck! What? I totally should have put the gun in his mouth. Stop it! Not in that moment. I need to be present to see that fucker die. Just as I looked down to watch what was going to become of JC's brains, the broken doorway we entered through swung open, and I felt something grab my arm. The jerk of my arm made me think JC got loose, so I pulled the trigger. Bang! Clarity caught up to me. My arm was in the grip of Severin, and the people who entered the room were recoiled from the gunshot fired into the corner. The voice of the officer entered my eardrums. Christ! What the fuck is happening here? I felt the pistol get pulled calmly out of my hand by Severin, and he pulled my arm towards a chair across JC, saying, "Take a breather, Levin." I sat myself in the seat against my will, almost pouting like a child. I wanted to kill him so bad, and all I could see was that formerly smug face now bewildered. Severin kept me in that chair simply by pointing at me while I watched the officer and 2 soldiers set up around the body. The officer looked from the dead man to JC, then asked with a point of the finger, "This him?" I spat venom. "Yes, sir. That's the fucker who needs a fucking bullet in the head." JC winced at that and said, "Fucking simmer down. Fuck, Sherman really did a number on your heads, eh?" The officer knelt and interrupted the restrained fuck with an ordered, "Quiet." Still fixated on that guy and what he said, I felt myself unslinging the rifle from my chest when I caught Severin still pointing at me. For some reason that always made me stop what I was doing. Almost like I was a fucking dog being told to stay with the finger alone. Either way, the officer's guys set down a box with a screen that almost looked like a terminal. They moved the machine closer, and the officer pulled a single hair from JC's head and placed it in a sleeve that then slid into the machine's port. As the 2 soldiers pressed buttons, the officer asked JC, "Who are you?" JC said, "Your intel knows me as JC. Roland," my best psycho friend shouted. "You're a fucking dead man is what you are." The officer ordered again, "Quiet." JC seemed to add another mark on my reasons to murder him tally sheet when he rolled his eyes and said, "You Americans are always so sure of yourselves, even when your comms are fucked. Suppose it makes sense considering what you fellas under Sherman been doing. Unfortunately, that puts me in an odd fucking spot when I have to personally deal with you all." I was still almost lost and showed it by attempting to scold the officer, "Sir, you're just gonna sit there and let this fucker ramble on about." Before anything else, one of the soldiers on the computer box said, "Sir, it's a match." None of us had any idea what was going on except the officer. That was why me, Severin, Andrews, Hill, the rest of my guys, and even the fucking troops who came in with the captain were shocked when our temporary commander said, "Sorry about that, JC, you're free to go." As the officer stood up, me, my boys, and even the 2 nameless techs argued with the commander, shouting and screaming. All of us ran down the list of everything he himself told us JC did. Between organizing the capture of Green Zone people, to supplying the fucking militias that made our lives forever shit across the city. All of it fell on deaf ears. The captain cut the restraints, and JC stood up, grumbling and cursing beneath the shouting of the near mutiny. Our accusations of every kind turned into pleads for answers, as JC dusted himself off and even picked up his broken fucking specs off the ground. "They're called fucking glasses." I would have moved on after enough bitching and whining like I normally did when some stupid order was fucking Sherman, if the motherfucker didn't pass right in front of me smiling with his stupid fucking face and say, "Told you I'd walk." Just before clearing the doorway, my vision blurred yet again, and I felt myself raise my rifle at JC's silhouette. Feeling my finger squeeze the trigger, my world spun as something smashed into my face. I refocused to find myself laying on the ground looking up at the officer, who was shaking the pain out of his fist. The room was silent again, and the officer shouted, "You all hold your fucking weapons!" Still on the ground, I heard Roland abandon any military demeanor. "Why the hell did you set him free?" Even my sane buddies in the techs were nodding their heads, wondering why. The officer answered to the room, "You think these fucking orders are mine?" Silence. "No, I know everything you know about what that JC fucker did. I got my orders, though, and I will fucking follow them." Andrews, who was usually mild or not very talkative, asked, "What were the orders, sir?" The officer loosened up from the fearful radiance of all us in the room. It was right then that I happened to notice the battle outside was done. As the officer eased himself, he said, defeated, I don't even know. All I know was that Montreal HQ can't have JC killed if his DNA matched with someone. Some fuckers above even HQ need him for something. I sat myself up against the legs of the chair and felt my face heat up. I'm glad my visor was fogged because I didn't want anyone to know I was close to crying. I hadn't cried in... I didn't even know how long at that point, but I felt some tears trickle down my face right then. Why, though? I knew I wanted to kill him. I knew I didn't like his face, his words, his reasons for being on the shit list, or anything. I didn't know why, but the quiet of the room ended when the officer said softly, "Grab your gear, I'm calling in the birds to take us out of here." I finally lost it once more as I remembered things from the past that had zero relevance to the matters at hand. Everything I was and everything I'd become hit me in an instant, and behind it all was the fucking guy's grin as he walked out the door. I screamed in a rage, tantrum, plea, rant, whatever you want to call it. It's not fucking fair. Why the fuck did he get to walk away? We're all stuck here, and we're on the right side. Why does he get to make yours, mine, and all of our lives absolute shit and go free? Why doesn't the Sherman Doctrine apply to him? I can't even take this fucking... I don't remember anything after that. I wasn't unconscious. I believe I just lost myself in the anger and confused grief. It was like that man escaping despite all he'd done was too much for my mind that found itself remembering. Life outside Montreal throughout '72. I couldn't tell you who that guy was, or why he was let go. All I can tell you was that he was on that VIP list for a reason. He was a key figure for the insurgencies that made our lives hell for years, that I hated his fucking guts, and he got released. What did that say about the lives of US soldiers in Montreal? The one man who was seemingly exempt from the brutal law of the Sherman Doctrine was someone with the blood of my brothers and probably sisters on his hands. Not like me, anyone who saw that incident, or even the frustrated captain himself, would have started opposition to the US Army. I fucking loved my country, still do. In fact, I killed so fucking many for it, and some of it was duty. Lots of it was because of that release I seem to always find myself talking about. Fuck, that was hot. So good. I forgot to really talk about Savannah this chapter. Whoops. Didn't think about her beautiful face when I was looking at that motherfucker. One more mark on the reasons to murder tally. Author's note. Shout out to fanfiction writer XCOM Anders for the idea of this character's implementation. Check out his currently in-progress story, The Lone Star Expedition. The character JC is actually Desmond Lockhart, in case you didn't pick that up. Chapter 22, Holy Joe. Warning, probably more disturbing than graphic. So there it was, the start of the new year, 2073. After so much time in preparing to kill a fucking idiot who deserved nothing but a bullet in his fucking head. What was I saying? Haha, oh yes. That vertibird never came. Instead, the op was over, and me and my boys were put on a fucking truck back to the square. I told you the whole thing happened after Jesus' birthday. Please the weck of tranging. Huh, you know what happened. After that op where JC walked, we immediately left the green zone and then arrived at the square. So much failure, so little time, so much regret. Our truck pulled into the firebase and I continued my thoughts I had the whole way. I only thought of the fucking words I said for that fucker. Such a shame that JC killed himself to avoid capture. I was captured. Captured by Montreal and I, though. Such a shame he killed himself. 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 Yes, indeed, I'm such a shame. I can't say I know what came over me, but I knew it was such a fucking shame. Needless to say, I knew what I felt, and I knew what I knew. JC got to walk. What did I say, you ask? Everyone was safe from everything, and I knew I hated being alive. Then I thought, why the fuck did I get to walk? Fuck you! I know who I was. Such a fucking shame he culled himself. I knew my salvation. Her face was getting fucked by me every night, and I loved it. She was so fucking beautiful. Jess was so fucking hot. She always was good at taking my cock as I jammed it down her throat, so she would being how Shay was such a gourd girl AMD all. What? No, Megan. I loved fucking her like that. Legs on my shoulders, and she came so easily. Where ta fuck am I getting these names? No, 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 no. Savannah. That's what her name was. What the fuck is happening to me? I love Tatum so much. And oh fuck how her— Stop, Melissa. Rachel, yes. Who the fuck am I talking about? What is her name? Barbara? What was it again? I need her all the time, Savannah. Yes. Yes, Savannah. That's who she was. Why can't I see her? Where is she? I see her everywhere and all the time and everything, but I know she isn't real. I know MY whole past NSD. I can't stand it. I think about her and I know who she is, but I don't remember her. I'm forgetting her, and I don't want to. I remember everything about her, but I can't remember anything. It doesn't make sense, but I want her. Better. Calm Savarin is my bestest bud. So, upon arriving at the square, we stepped off the truck. What you read was a watered-down version of everything in my head. I never fucked anyone other than Savannah. How did I get there from the incident with the fuckhead with the grin? I don't know. All I know is that I stepped off that truck lost in my own head even more than before. I loved Savannah so fucking much, but even I don't even know what I did after all that time in Montreal. Then there was that thought again. JC got to escape. Why can't I? Such a shame he killed himself. I don't know what happened. Bill McNamara was the only thing in my head, and then I saw JC, and I wanted to die. I can't say it in-odd BYT. I don't know what I did. I'll tell you what happened, though. I ended up stepping off the truck and holding that 10mm to my head. I so want to die. I don't care anymore. I hate everything about being alive. I can't handle this anymore. I hate the world, and all I want is to see her face again, but I can't. I told you I don't see her when I'm unconscious or asleep, but I do see her when I'm alive. If her face is the last thing I see before I die and never see her again, that's good with me. I'll tell you how I saw her beautiful face, and oh fuck how I want her again. I don't even want to fuck her again. I just want to feel her holding me again. Just to feel her arms wrapped around me, and to kiss those fucking lips and hold her and let her know everything is okay when we're together. That's fine, I'll fucking die. I'll kiss those lips right before I pull the trigger, but those lips are so far. I'm already gone, and I'm so ready. Click, it didn't work. Next thing I knew, my boys tackled me to the ground. I love them so much. Gun to my head, and they stopped me. I love them. Although I fucking hated them for doing that. The image I had in mind before pulling the trigger was only her face. That beautiful, sweet face. Those pretty fucking eyes, and— Stop! Savarin is my bestest bud. Better. I'm fine for this. After getting schwacked into unconsciousness after my attempt, I ended up spending a few weeks there at the medical HQ under 24-hour supervision. They took away my bootlaces, my belt, and only allowed me to drink water while I was being watched, which ended up being every second of the day. Either way, I thought that fact was kind of funny. As if I could drown myself with a half cup of water. For those weeks, I didn't know what was wrong with me. I never just reached for a gun to kill myself before. I wasn't even thinking about it, it just sort of happened while I was thinking of Savannah. I love her so much. I honestly can't stress enough how much I love her. I'd fucking gut a child of the red zone for her. I probably have. Ha! I don't fucking remember. Either way, Nurse Alyssa wasn't there by my bedside taking care of me like years before. Instead, there was a big burly black guy in cuffs and an MP armband who made sure I didn't try to kill myself with the plastic spoon I used to eat. His job was apparently to revive me, and then kick the shit out of me if I tried anything. Since there was nothing to do over that time, I eventually decided to talk with him after enough stuff happened. That big guy was Maurice, and he ended up being a really cool cat. He was from a small town in New Hampshire called Campton. He was sort of like the village giant and was in the Army Reserves right before the assault on Montreal. The New Hampshire Reserves were called up to secure the border after the initial Canadian Annexation, and he somehow got to work in the medical HQ. So he and I bonded like you wouldn't believe, and I loved that guy. Of course, he was still on the job of preventing me from offing myself, but I can understand a job itself. No amount of friendship can break a paycheck for some folks. Though I missed Alyssa, I still found myself feeling much better around Maurice. Back in the day, I used to have to ring when I needed Alyssa. Not Maurice, though. He was right there all the time, and I don't think I'd ever seen him sleep. Either way, being alone with the guy, I always saw Savannah's face in almost everything, but it was sorta hard to imagine hers in the gruff and racially different face of Maurice. Although I will admit, as a straight man, he was quite good-looking. So, it turned out after those first days of screaming myself into unconsciousness or getting choked to sleep by Maurice when I engaged in self-harm, he was quite the conversationalist. As I mentioned, the more time I was there, the more I learned about him. And that was how I got all that background info you read above. By the end of the first week, I'd all but forgotten the reason I was there. That's how good I was feeling. As the days drifted on and doctors occasionally checked up on me, I was still haunted by Savannah's face on the walls. The walls were blank, and there were 2 slim windows at the top of the wall behind my bed, so I wasn't in a padded cell. They did end up keeping me restrained after enough of those fits I talked about earlier, but I was still able to look at the other end of the room and see Maurice standing in front of the locked door. As I was saying, speaking and focusing on Maurice was my saving grace, because those blank walls were pure agony as they always seemed to morph into Savannah's face whenever I looked at them for too long. By the second week, I had calmed down enough, and talked with my muscular observer enough to finally ask my reason for being there. Strangely, none of the doctors told me about a treatment plan. All they did was ask me bizarre questions and take notes around twice a day before leaving. They did, however, conduct very low conversation with Maurice by the door at the end of each visit, almost like he was a colleague. I honestly should have asked him about that at the time. Another strange thing was that those doctors never gave me any drugs or anything for mental disorders, or quelling psychosis fits. That ended up not really mattering, though, because Maurice was actually the one to bring up any sort of treatment or reason I was being contained in a nut house. I don't remember if it was week 2 or 3, but Maurice and I were having a conversation about our favorite kinds of dogs. I never had a dog growing up, but Maurice said he gave his 3 dachshunds to his aunt before leaving for the initial invasion of Canada. Poor guy's dogs were probably gone by that point, since he said they were getting up there in years and hadn't seen them since '67. So, somehow, that conversation transitioned into me asking, "How long am I going to be here?" Maurice answered simply, "Until you're better." Usually, he was one to give elaborate explanations or stories for almost everything, so I was left in suspense. Upon seeing my waiting expression, he said, "You stopped staring at the walls lustfully or in sobs, so that's a good sign. You also stopped screaming your girl's name between bouts of attempted self-mutilation, so that's good as well." I'd forgotten that I talked about Savannah a little bit with him. Can't remember what I said, but I'm sure it was all sexual. Either way, there was another simple pause before he said, "Something's gonna be done, though." I didn't even know what that meant, nor did I particularly care. All I said was, "What's on the old course of treatment, Doc?" Saying that half sarcastically, I wasn't expecting an answer, but he answered all right. "In 2 days, you're going to choose your own treatment. You will be evaluated by a psychologist or a chaplain, your choice. You can choose both, but either way, once your evaluations are done, you'll head back to your unit." He then added, "You can let me know your choice, since Dr. Willow and I have similar theories about your psychological..." "Dr. Willow will listen to me since I've been watching you." Was Maurice a doctor? I don't know, but I found myself thinking about my options for treatment. After I made my choice and the day got closer, Maurice said that there'd be a few days after the evaluation of back and forth between my checkup doctors and whoever I decided would evaluate me. After that, though, I would be released back to the square. After hearing I'd go back to my unit in only a week, I honestly felt relieved. After all, misery was normal, and those docs didn't sound like they'd treat me with anything other than an evaluation. Maybe Maurice being such pleasant company was a cure for psychosis? He was a pretty easy to talk to and relatable guy, ha! Then, I found myself thinking about those options again. I wasn't a very religious person by any stretch, and was honestly pretty much the incarnation of Satan during that period in Montreal, or at least one of his most trusty demons. However, I didn't really want to go to a psychologist who'd give me some antipsychotics or something. Since I was previously excited about returning to the square, I thought those drugs might ruin the best parts of being psychotic. So, I ended up telling Maurice I wanted to go to the chaplain. Like I said, I'd barely been inside a church before Montreal, and wasn't sure what talking to Montreal's old Holy Joe would do. Either way, I figured I could tell the guy a bunch of shit, pretend I was sorry about it, I'd give a few Hail Marys and be good to go. It didn't quite go like that. The day arrived for my evaluation, and Maurice, my personal orderly/observing doctor, escorted me to the chaplain's office. The place was really just a little room with nice curtains on the windows, a few comfy chairs, and generic stock photos on the walls. There were some scriptures framed on those walls as well, and a little cross mounted on the wall behind the desk. As I took a seat in one of the chairs, I found myself wondering why the original Christians would use the cross as their symbol. You know, an execution device. Like, if we killed Christ in Canada, would the Christian symbol have been a crooked telephone pole with a noose hanging from it? Or perhaps a line of soldiers dropping him in front of a brick wall? I actually had to laugh at the thought if we killed Christ in Canada. There was no way he would have been one of those red zone nationalist fanatics. He was all about peace and love, something those fucks in the ruined city couldn't comprehend. After chuckling to myself, I realized that the chaplain himself was in the room the entire time, watching me from a little fold-out chair in front of the desk and across from my seat. As soon as I noticed him, I almost went into fight or flight, but then I saw his warm and understanding smile. That smile was very calming to me in a way I didn't like or trust. So upon noticing him, my smile from thinking about the crucifix instantly turned into my normal scowl. With the man in tight cuffs buttoned all the way to the top like a fucking pog still watching me, I thought he was about to ask what I was smiling about when the door locked. Maurice was out of the room, and all that remained was silence for unusually long. Maybe it wasn't that long, but I studied the chaplain to really notice a middle-aged man with a face clean of scars, and that smile that had almost no place in Montreal. I wanted to ask him to politely stop smiling, but instead began our session by asking, "Father?" The silence was broken, and he responded with a broader smile and a chuckle as he said, "Father, I wish. Ha ha ha. Just Chaplain or Chaplain Delmont is fine, my boy." It was during a brief pause that I noticed the name tape on the upper part of his cuffs, and the name Delmont stuck out to me for some reason I couldn't figure. He then followed with a question, "What brings you to me for this evaluation?" After only a second of thinking about it, I said, "No idea, and don't really care, honestly. I have no desire to be religious, and honestly, I'm pretty sure I'm batting for the other team." No change in his face, he simply asked, "How's that going?" I found that question honestly pretty funny, so I responded funnily with a mind full of images from the square. Pretty fun, I think. Lots of sexual psychosis derived from mutilated scenes that would make most people cry. So, pretty all right. Despite what he said, that face never changed and that smile never left as he asked, "So much fun that you put a gun to your head?" The grin I felt on my own face instantly disappeared with the last syllable that left his lips, leaving me speechless. I only thought, what? No change again. I had no idea what I felt at that. Like, he was right, but I couldn't even think of a way to respond, and actually found myself stuttering, "What? Huh?" He asked again, "Why did you choose me for the evaluation?" Still wondering what was coming over me, I said, "I don't know. I think I just want to feel better. But I don't even know what that means." His smile that fell at the seriousness of that prior question left again for that calming smile. He said, "There you go. I understand you think you're a bad person, but believe me when I tell you that you made the right choice by seeking me." He paused before continuing with an even more mellow voice. "Have you heard anything about the Lord Jesus Christ?" A little baffled by that transition, I found myself scoff slightly and jumped to where I knew he was heading. All things are good in Christ, right? I paused, but he didn't move a millimeter or change expressions. I continued, "Suppose I even wanted to be good, how the hell would I even do that here?" He answered that question the way he probably would have if we were at a Sunday congregation. "You can't do that while your eyes are on the world. Not here. Not on the Alaskan front, and not even back home. It's only when you focus on heaven that things fall in line and you're forgiven." I almost wanted to laugh, and I probably should have, since it would have been less offensive than the louder scoff I gave at that. Still no change in his face. Still smiling. I knew my presence, my face, eyes, scars, and entire being radiated hate and death, but none of that fazed him. After several seconds of emitting that hate in silence, he knew I had nothing to say, so he instead asked something that he knew would make me talk. "Tell me about your girlfriend." It wasn't shocking that this guy knew what I'd said and done between visits from the docks, but I always felt my heart lock up whenever someone acknowledged Savannah's existence. Even speaking of her seemed to confirm I wasn't a psycho, even though I loved being that. So I started plainly as a bit of calm came over me. "Her name is Savannah, and for only a split second, I thought I saw her in the corner of the room. Mind terrified at that glimpse, I almost missed the questioning look on his face just before he said, "Go on." She's amazing. She's kept things going with me in letters and words, and I still see her. I began seeing her again just behind the chaplain, as I heard myself add near dead. She's everything to me. How could she still love me after so long without being there? There she was, right behind him, and time seemed to slow again. I was brought back to the moment when the chaplain asked, "She's everything to you?" That honestly wasn't the question I expected, so I focused back on him and said, "Yeah? Yes. Yes, she was." She so was that she just began to form behind him when the chaplain let out a good chuckle as he adjusted in his seat. Wondering why he was laughing, I heard him say, "Haha, yep. That's a real golden calf you got there for a god named Jealous. Simmer down, Aaron. Moses ain't come down from the mountain yet, and you don't want to be one of the 3,000. Wide-eyed, I thought and said, "What the fuck is happening?" At the same time, Chaplain responded in that calm way. "That's why you came to me for the evaluation. You need a good prescription for a daily dose of God's forgiveness and Christ's love. Works great for..." Still wide-eyed, I thought, what the fuck kind of chaplain is this? But then that word forgiveness entered my brain and stuck there. I didn't really process anything past that word and interrupted him. "Forgive? I'm supposed to forgive what?" He halted any jovial tone, but said still calmly, "You aren't supposed to forgive, not yet at least. You're supposed to accept forgiveness. Forgiveness from who?" I found my blood starting to boil. I didn't even know why I was thinking of that word or even really what I was angry about. Still deaf to what was even happening in this evaluation, I realized only my mouth could say what was in my mind, since my thoughts were just a giant blur. The chaplain answered, "Accept forgiveness from the Lord. He always offers it. All you gotta do is ask." My mouth spoke his thoughts, began showing themselves only for split seconds. "God don't forgive me. In fact, he fucking hates me. I deserve all bad. I wouldn't be in this mess if he didn't plan on it for my golden calf. But you know the bitch of it? I fucking love that calf. She's never fucked me over for leaving her. You say accepting that forgiveness will make things better? Well, fuck it, I don't want to be saved anyway. I hate everything about myself, this world, God, and everyone. I will never, never forgive myself." I didn't even know what I was saying, and that stone smile stayed the exact same. After a long moment of silence, he said solemnly, "If you won't accept the Lord's forgiveness first, you must forgive yourself." Feeling my rage cool, I was left feeling tears streaming down my face as I asked, "Why the fuck should I forgive anything about myself?" Still calm, because you didn't know what you were getting into. You've been wrestling with your identity your entire life, and wanted to feel like you earned your love. You found yourself trapped in a terrible and nightmarish place, doing things that you've never even dreamed of doing. All the while, you want to see some physical evidence that what you've done is appreciated beyond the letters you've long grown numb to in your daily misery. I was completely covering my eyes, trying to block the stream of tears, and couldn't even determine whether these were my thoughts, or if they were from the chaplain. It was entirely possible that he just knew all these things after the doctors took their notes and drew up some sort of analysis before the meeting. However he knew all these things I was feeling, I didn't understand any point in hearing them. I found myself back in his voice when a thought began to grow within me. The chaplain continued, "I know how horrible the things have been out there, and I know the evil in so much of it, but it is so important that you know that all's forgiven, not just by God, but by your friends, your love, and your family. I can promise you that it doesn't matter what you've done. You just have to understand that the place you're in was beyond your control. It's not your fault that you feel the way you do and have gone through what you have. There is no point in blaming yourself for things that you didn't know you were on the road to. The only thing you can do is forgive yourself and move forward." It was after all that when the thought had grown large enough to surface, this fucker with the smile and scarless face is telling me that there is no point in blaming myself for things outside of my control. All I gotta do is forgive myself and move on? What the fuck has he done that he can relate in any way to me? All these people at the medical HQ were so far away from anything seen in the red zone. That was more than a single thought, but all of it certainly came out that way when I asked. "You've never been out there, have you?" The calm face turned only slightly more serious as he said, "That does not matter." Ha! Oh man, that statement almost made me want to kill again. I stood half up, fists clenched with wet eyes, and shouted, "Yes, it does." "No change." The chaplain paused for a second, pointing at me with a hand like solid stone until I instinctively sat completely down again. He said, "Suppose I hadn't been out there. Would my advice about forgiving your inevitable circumstances be any less valid?" Biting my lips till blood and shaking, I said, "Yes. If you hadn't done half the shit I'd done, there is no fucking way you can tell me to forgive and accept anything." I gripped the arms of the chair and felt them indent in expectation of what he would say. I was ready for it. I had no idea what I was ready for, but I knew if I saw that smile grow any bigger, I'd have to be killed for what I'd do. The almost default understanding smile and calm features of the middle-aged chaplain slowly twisted into a sinister scowl to rival my regular face. I saw more and more red in his eyes as he began unbuttoning his tunic, saying, "I see you'll never truly understand. Good advice unless it's staring you in the face, so..." With the 3 top buttons down, I saw that his high-button collar was done so to conceal a deep scar encircling his neck. He kept the collar open as he sat back down to stare at me in a way I couldn't look away from, saying, "I'm telling you that the advice I give is irrelevant to whether or not I've been through what you have. But since you don't seem to believe that, you know what this scar is from?" I didn't know, but had a decent idea. I nodded my head. The chaplain still stared at me in that burning intensity that said he was almost identical to anyone else back at the square. "I've been out there. I wasn't always a chaplain. Sure, I wasn't in Montreal, but I sure as shit was there for everything that happened in Toronto. From the siege to the establishment of their green zone. I watched Canadian shells fall on our line and lost far too many good friends who I knew even in peacetime. As soon as one of my friends was killed, our flamers were prepped for the next one. I saw the riots and chaos in Toronto that even make some of your Montreal ones look rather pleasant. I've been separated from my patrol, my platoon, on 2 separate ops, and if this scar on my neck isn't proof enough, I'll tell you what it feels like to be hung by nationalists with barbed wire. I couldn't think of anything other than that instant transition from chaplain into a reflection of me. I am not bullshitting you when I say that there is in fact a righteous path out there even in this fucked up world we built for ourselves. What I say means something, David, and if you can't forgive yourself for being placed here, then why the fuck should anyone else forgive you? Go ahead, stew in hate, obsess over what you can't have right now as if the things you've seen actually exists, and turn your back on God. All I can tell you is that if you ever want to see her again, you better listen to me good. You are already forgiven by Christ's mercy. And if you want to be something that deserves the kind of love you so crave, you better forgive yourself as well. I have no intention of ordering you to have a come to Jesus, whatever you may think. I'm trying to do with reference to Scripture. So put your problems at the foot of the cross, or don't. I can't make anyone do anything. But as crazy as you think you are, it really is up to you whether you hold on to that anger and self-hatred, but I can tell you that both of those lead straight to hell, whether eternal or in this life. You are a good person who's been placed in a terrible situation. Whether you blame yourself or God for that is irrelevant to your clear need to let go. You may feel like you can get by without my advice, and maybe you can for a while, but all I can tell you is that your life is going to be full of miseries as you chase a love or feeling that will always and forever be out of reach. That feeling won't be there even when you think you've finally found it again. I didn't even know what to say, but by the end I found myself standing with clenched fists, fumbling for what to say and reflecting on the man's words. I hated everything about that experience and didn't know whether to scream at the man, thank him, kill him, praise God, curse God, love, or hate my being. Was he right? Was he wrong? Was the power to overcome my past, obsession, love, or hate within me? Did all I really have to do was accept what I'd done and try to be better? No. As awful as the things he went through were, I watched him button his blouse back up as I paced back and forth, through the hurricane of images flashing before my vision. Tears still pouring and fist begging for something to kill. I wanted to let go of my hate, craziness, past, and even Savannah herself. But I've said it too many times this far. Misery was the normal, and I don't much care for change. I was not ready to release any of my own hatred, or forgive myself in any way. Insanity won that day, despite the roller coaster of hearing and seeing my life reflected by the man of God before me. As his eyes opened again to complete his now calm face, his blouse was buttoned, and I knew that there was no concealing my scars except by a gas mask. I would always have my scars covered, and my lungs safe from the poisonous Montreal air, but there was no way to conceal those bleeding wounds in my brain. The only thing I knew was that I was ready to walk out. No words. Maurice opened the door as if he already knew, and I was still caught in a million thoughts. The feeling in my mind and body was almost like what I imagine a demon being exorcised from some person, but ultimately, the demon won. And I thought of Chaplain Delmont briefly turning into me as Maurice escorted me down the hall to my little room. The very next hour, I told Maurice how I wanted to see the psychologist for a different evaluation, and he relayed that to the other doctors. I had no idea whatever came from my evaluation from the chaplain, since he wasn't even taking notes while I sat with him. However, I had a little fun with the psychologist. Since he looked like a civilian doctor and thought he seemed like a pussy, I definitely saw the results from that evaluation because of the physical evidence, but I was too focused on going back to the square, since Maurice said I'd be returning regardless. So, during that evaluation, I didn't much care about anything. All I did was get really angry at stupid shit questions, and started flipping chairs about 10 minutes in. Either way, that evaluation concluded with a prescription that I walked out of medical HQ with. I finally returned to the same old square with the same old decay, ruins, and rubble. Life was absolute shit once more, but I loved that. Upon arrival on the barracks level, I promptly threw that prescription in the trash and instantly found some of the guys. Upon hearing about my soon release, they held a little gathering for my return. The return ceremony wasn't much as soldiers went about their off time, but my boys gathered up all my letters I had from Savannah and Mom over the years and gave them to me. Savarin handed me the shoebox packed to the brim with letters and gave me the new ones from when I was away. I was a little confused at the sentimental gathering of my pals. They seemed to talk to me like I was a fucking bitch. With the box in hand, Savarin said, "David, I want you to read these letters again." I was about to ask why they cared about what my jerk-off material, love of my life, wrote to me over the years. But Hill interrupted by saying, "Just listen, David." Savarin continued, "David, remember who's at home waiting for you. Remember that there is a beautiful girl and a great mom thinking about you and loving you every day, even from so far." I was sitting down on my old bunk, staring at the ground, letting the words flow through my ears, still dazed in the hate and misery I was thankful to be back in. Savarin sat down in front of me. He grabbed my shoulder, shook it till I looked at him, and said, "Promise us that you will make it back home." The others gathered around. Each of my remaining pals promised they would get me home. Even Mark Rowland, for some reason. I looked up into the eyes of my brothers, I promise. That night, the others went about their business, but Savarin sat with me. He sat right next to me and had me read the new letters out loud. I thought about the chaplain's look of sincerity and button collar that seemed to mask the demon he used to be. Then I looked at the face of my best bud. Savarin's face showed very real concern from knowing he and I had gone through the exact same shit side by side. His face showed no discernible difference from the chaplain's. I swore to do whatever it took to get home again that night. Despite what I felt upon being back at the square, I saw Savarin and the chaplain's face still as one, but the world moved on. I'd long felt that any amount of God I may have had in my life was long gone, but that was just fine by me. I did have my buds, and my golden calf, whatever that is. But I had Savannah. I had great friends and warm, comfortable misery. From Drake Stahl, Herb Delmont, Keith Wickett, and Joe Butcher. That's who Herb Delmont was. Savannah's brother got killed in the siege of Toronto, and his best friend signed the letter to his family. Chaplain Delmont knew the brother of my love, who told them all about Savannah and the rest of the family. Don't know if that means something. So many years in annexation land, murdering and subduing a hostile population, and managing to find his way out as a man of the cloth. I'd be a horrible man of God, so scratch that idea. Aha! Chapter 23. Cool as a cucumber. About 3 or 4 months after the nut house. Age 23 to 2073. Little tiny glimpses. I swore to myself, my boys, and to Savannah that I would make it back home by any means. I believe it was June something, and the whole battalion was formed into the square for yet another execution. This was another execution of our own soldiers who were reported as refusing orders. I'd seen this thing a couple of times before. Forgot to mention earlier. Whoops. So, U.S. troops who were generally new to Canada tended to be shocked when they saw how we operated. Some refused execution orders or even went so far as aiding Canadian partisans. Fucking scumbags. The new guys were generally reprimanded for disobedience, but those who refused orders too many times and/or plotted to defect, or aided the enemy, were guaranteed death. Execution orders and other repeated acts of defiance against the Sherman Doctrine were considered gross cowardice, or treason against pacification operations. Many convicted of such acts were sent to military prison, investigated, or put up against the wall in this case. The 3 boys that time were a PFC, a corporal, and a specialist convicted of treason for failing to follow essential pacification protocol, which could have included a gross amount of defiance. The battalion was formed, and the 3 were tied to chairs with bags placed on their heads after waiting for 10,000 hours for the O-fuckers who were all Who and Sherman. While waiting, and even as the fuckers were tied up, I saw Captain Mosby standing in front, between the platoons of our company, and looked totally unaffected. I glanced over to Royce, who was in his place beside Mosby, and occasionally spitting tobacco onto the ground after lifting his breathing mask. I wondered why the fuck he didn't just not wear the mask, considering all of us had long grown used to the air and only really wore our masks outside the square. Looking towards Reed, I saw him in front of his platoon. Reed caught my eye, gave a slight jerking motion before the explosion, and instantly made the horns with his hand. I gave him a thumbs up. There was meaning to that, communication, but I'll explain in a second. Years of watching death desensitized most of us entirely, and lots of us volunteered for the firing squads, so those formations were more fucking pointless than anything else. Still glancing around, most of the platoon behind me looked bored, like the rest of the 800 plus in our battalion. Hell, half the platoon knew that once dismissed, I was going to plug in that new tape I got at the commissary for them. Of course, it was because they were the best platoon ever. Boot Camp Babe blows the Brigadier 4. It wasn't that often that we got a new porno to play 24/7, and I'd long memorized every scene in Tie Me Up, Tara that actually had a decent 20-minute story outside of the other 70 minutes of fucking... So that's what that gesture Reed gave me meant. I invited him and his platoon to the premiere of the movie I bought with my army bucks. Needless to say, we didn't care a single bit about the misfortune of those traitors. The guys were with the 102nd Regiment, so Lieutenant Colonel Rakanu took his place and read the order aloud once all was good to go. Nobody from the 102nd was stationed at the square. That regiment was headquartered at a firebase on the other side of the city. They tended to move soldiers to be executed to different bases, so they wouldn't have to be killed by their own guys, per se. Even as psycho as I was, I could understand that. It would have broken my whittled tiny-whiny heart if I had to shoot anyone I called a friend. Except Reed, I'd gladly shoot him. I'd even have broken the aim for the heart order to put one through his cock, haha. Did I mention that guy's the best? So next thing you knew, the firing squad marched over and gunned down those boys before I even noticed Rakanu stopped fucking talking. I had a really hard time holding back laughter alongside lots of other subdued chuckles behind me. What a bunch of shitbags. The traitors. Not my platoon, they're the best. So, the bodies were dragged away and later hung from rooftops outside the square. Nobody cared. We were dismissed. And we had more pressing matters to attend. Like that porno tape. Days went by, I think. And Captain Mosby gathered us up for a march into the Rosemont district for another sweep. Same shit as before. Company-wide op in a hot zone made more fun by actual action that time. The street we were clearing was just like so many other times, and I was put in charge of knocking on doors for my platoon. I couldn't have my boys do all the work. I wasn't that kind of leader, so I happily joined the fellas. Intel uncovered some shit on a section of that neighborhood to carry out while those VIP lists were still a thing, and the 98th is always ready to lend a hand to the Big Monty boys. We weren't looking for anyone in particular, just some likely domiciles for suspected shit rats. One apartment building and 4 ruined urban homes later, and the company OP looked like a carnival. So many years of the same fun and laughing. In the last house, almost our whole company was busy obliterating caches, detaining prisoners, and executing confirms, that I was almost jealous of the action I wasn't really enjoying. In that last house, there we found her, the woman and her kids hiding in a closet full of Canadian weapons. Before anyone gets teary-eyed at what I did, they fucking knew that a company rolls through Rosemont at least once a week. Also fucking Sherman, my guy. This is their fault we found those weapons. What? VIPs were still getting hauled in left and right, and every one of them is all old Canada, until they're politely asked to talk while watching their boy's roped neck being kept from breaking by Daddy's honesty. Huff, huff, puff. Run-on sentence. Sorry about that. I tend to do that a lot. Anyway, the boy may get mercy, but Daddy doesn't know that. Regardless of his answer, those kids are becoming orphans. Speaking of which, I shouted at the woman, "Where the fuck did you get the fucking weapons?" One of the kids lunged at me with a kitchen knife, and I kicked him across the face, straight down the hallway. Andrews saw to the kid and bound him up. I aimed my rifle at the woman and screamed again. "Where did you get the fucking weapons?" She cried, "Mon mari, ils sont à lui. Il était une milice, ne le fait pas mal. Il n'a jamais combattu des Américains." I knew this, haha. It was honestly a little hilarious how she ratted out her dearly beloved so easily. I'd known women who acted more like that kid, so I asked, "Your husband, eh? Where is he?" She sobbed hysterically, and quite hysterically, "Il est parti ce matin." Je ne sais pas où, if it ain't clear, I knew. Quite a bit of French by this point in Montreal. I shouted, "He left this morning. Get the fuck up." Just like Savannah. She knew French. I was too modest at the time, but that really was fucking hot. Her other kid followed, and I dragged her onto the street. Captain Mosby approached, just checking in with his company staff. He was a great officer. Anyway, Mosby asked upon seeing the captive I found. What's her deal? The tied-up and crying woman kneeling between Captain and me would have set up quite the erotic scene if I didn't love Savannah so much. But I had to ask for direction from my favorite old fella. I'll tell you, I felt like a dog who brought a nice stick to his master, asking in dog if his owner liked it. I would have wagged my tail if I had one. I've always loved puppies. Wish I had one growing up. I saw some pictures of some really adorable pit bull puppies one time from a guy in the barracks. I'm pretty sure that when it comes to pit bulls, it really is all about how they're raised, whether they become sweeties or not. Anyway, I told the captain plainly, "Husband is militia, what will you have me do?" He said, "String her up. String her up and send a little message to her husband. I am so fucking sick of this goddamn neighborhood spawning shit rats every fucking week." He went off even more as he walked away. Why can't these fucking nationalists just accept the occupation? Again, this was nothing new. Every neighborhood, every week, every day. Now, a few months ago, probably a few years ago actually, I would have done what I was told with a heavy heart and a face plagued with my own despair. Boo-hoo, sob, sob, poor, poor world, oh the humanity. This fucking place changed me into what I loved being, death. Recalling glimpses of the interaction with Holy Joe, I was done. Done with feeling sorry for myself about the things I did or even remembering them. Psycho, 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 no more guns to my head if there's any JCs to kill. I fucking meant it when I said I would get back home, and I was going to be damned if my own guys were going to place a sack on my head like those worthless wretches a few days prior. No, that wasn't going to happen to me, and I was all better. Death and hate, rage and insanity are the way back to her, and I fucking love her. I loved every minute of what I did next. I loved tying that noose and tossing it over the lamppost. I loved standing her on that stool and placing the rope around her neck. And I loved tying her kids up to watch as I kicked the stool out from under her. I made the sign myself and had the honor of hanging it. The pretty sign said, "Milice abandon. Killing is great." If I have to kill people just to get home, then fuck it. I'll do it with the biggest fucking smile on my face. Love, love, and more love. I always heard love and hate are close together in the brain or some shit. Why not love my hate? That'd make me a near-perfect person. A few weeks later, we were on a patrol, and the few people on the streets walking by started to walk the other way. Some dusty broads from the red zone turned the corner to notice us on a water break before turning away, and Roland shouted, You two look good enough to eat." They put their heads down and walked a little faster while we laughed. Roland halted them and approached. When he got close enough, he grabbed them, saying, "Don't worry, I just want to chat, you know, get to know you better." Roland was so fucked in the head and could have done anything. I'd seen him intentionally pick fights in the red zone, and fighting off lynch mobs was something I used to find fun. However, after returning from the nut house, I still knew I had a promise to keep, so I didn't mind him having a little fun as long as it didn't stir anything too crazy. The broads screamed for help, and I knew this was a trap, even though it actually wasn't. Paranoid, ha! As they screamed, a suspicious-looking man down the street reached into his coat for something. There was no time to see what it was, so I raised my rifle and shot him in the chest. Roland let the women run off after the gunshot, believing in the same trap as me. Scanning the rooftops, I approached the corpse with Savarin only to see the dead man holding a wallet. I walked back to my guys, sat back against the wall, and kicked my feet up. I opened my canteen and took a swig with a smile on my maskless face, wondering what that guy was reaching his wallet for. No clue, don't care either. Fucker must have wanted to die, or else he wouldn't have been on the same street as me. Oh well, rest in peace, fucker. I was about to think some further when I noticed Severin looking at me. I found it a little strange when he said the thing I was about to think, maybe. Not the words I would have used, but he asked, "Is this it, then? Is this what you're going to do to get back to her?" I set my rifle down, the barrel was still hot, and said the answer I already had in mind to that stupid shit near rhetorical question. "You all made me promise, right?" I know he was just concerned about me, and he was my best friend. He was no better than I. He killed people before just like me. Maybe he killed more. Who's keeping score? How the hell was he spared from this fucking place? His mind, head I mean. He and Andrews, Stiles, whoever. It's only me, Roland, and maybe Collins on occasion, not really. What? Who? What's the difference in my attitude towards what I do anyway? I could either do the fucking things I do and cry myself to sleep about it, or I could laugh and enjoy myself. Why am I remembering things again? Plus, I took the chaplain's advice. I had forgiven myself. In fact, I'd more than forgiven myself. I had finally come to peace with this place. I still couldn't see that warm embrace or whatever the fuck you're supposed to feel when all's right as rain between you and God, but fuck it anyway. I could raise my rifle to my mouth and blow my fucking head off with happy images of happiness. Or I could smile and carry on through shit and horror. I choose smile and carry on. Plus, shit and horror are fantastic when that's all you know. Why am I even thinking about happiness? Ew. Haha, what I would have given for death, but no, I need to see her. I need to hold her yet again and give Mom a big ol' hug. She's having a great time back home, and I'm smiling and killing myself and others. I know I'm going insane. Letters, what about leave? Whoops, I forgot. That ain't fucking Sherman. But why, though? Why do they want me here? Like this? I get it. They want psychopaths who are able to do this shit. No place for people with souls and hearts. Ha! Can I die now? No. Smiling and killing, that's what I'm good for. Savannah isn't real. I died a long time ago. This is just heaven. Heaven, where I get to kill and smile and dance and not care at all. Happy times in the barracks, writing letters, masturbating to Savannah's pictures, killing and fun, patrolling and shooting. The kick of the rifle makes me hard. Fun, lying that I'm okay. Red zone sucks, green zone boring, smiling and smiling, drinking and gambling, breathing toxins, smoking, and push-ups. Push-ups, PT, good for you, good for you, good for me. All day, every day. By myself. Mama told Johnny not to go downtown. Army recruiter was hanging around. Every second you ain't training to kill them, Red Zone nationalists are training to kill you. Fuck that. The boys and I got some palling around to do before patrol. 2nd Street, 3rd Street, 4th Street, Rosemont. Rally the trucks and give me those 45s. I'm bringing in the next VIP. 5, 6, 7, 8, not enough bodies decorating HQ. Oh, the urge to fucking kill. Happy, no. Why? Would Savannah be mad if I jerked off to Nurse Alyssa a few times? Not gonna stop anyway. Ha. I wanna go to the rec center again. 2 more weeks. It doesn't end. Please make it stop. Please. They had it coming. They're trying to stop me. What the fuck is happening to me? No. Ha. Fucking kill me. I am so fucking tired of living. I hate myself in this fucking world and everyone I had to hurt. They earned it. I need to see her. Stop. I'm fine. I'm good to all good. Cool as a cucumber. I'm okay. Severin is my bestest bud.